right. It is Sunday. It is football Sunday. And the Lords are here doing something unprecedented. We are one-on-one with football. Maybe not the smartest decision, but we will find out. First of all, let's do some roll call in the building, in the realm. What's going on? I see a lot of y'all in there already. Gerald Mack, what's going on? Salute, Yo G. Christopher Hart, or hell, Sony, salute, no doubt, no doubt. The Don Utaku with snitching hands and, okay. Necromancer's there, what up? I am Mike, what's going on? I declare a thumb war. He said ILP is greater than the NFL. What? Greater than the NFL? Oh, we have arrived. We have arrived, no doubt. Loot Hero, my bad. Loot Hero, what's going on? Yeah, King about to go off. Allegedly. THX, what's up? Mr. Ordinary, Zach Riley, hustle and motivate. What's going on? DMV, how my levels sound, how we doing? I'm back. I forgot how to podcast. It's been a minute. K Asante, the legendary K Asante, my man, Black Conflict X. Let's go. Let's go. Isaac Gentry, what's up? You already know. Zach Kareem, what's going on? Thank you, Hustle. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you. Yeah, man. Wiping off the cobwebs. Try to do this podcasting thing. It's been a minute. We got some super interesting topics. You already know what it is. The Lords will be here in full effect to talk about it. You know what I mean? Maybe some special situations may pop off. We'll see. Some surprises. Tim the Sorcerer. What's going on? Oh, yeah, that's true. I
can already see people in the chat now.
It's Phil coming. The Dominus. Commander Rodimus. What's going on? Dova. 360 sub ILP around. What's going on? Yeah, man. So, yeah, we're going to get into it. Should be a fun one. The realm reunited back with my brethren them. It's going to be some fun. And, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. So, I will be back. Julio Aruz, what's up? And yeah, we'll get Saul up in here. Hopefully we get King up in here. And shout out to the Don Otaku, member for 16 months, Lord Silver. Splatoon 3 just blew out every premium shooter in years. Strong campaign, multiplayer with good content and progression, monthly updates, and no microtransactions. I don't know about the best premium shooter.
When you give 100 million plus people finally something to play, people are going to gravitate towards that like they 8 and 10 years.
I will say this though. When I was at PAX, and that Splatoon, did you see the part of my video when the Splatoon, they opened it up for the public, and they started cheering and running towards the station like, Splatoon. I was like, that's different. I ain't going for it. Nintendo energy is different. Hustle says Addict is kind of low. Yeah, I think he's stepping away from the mic.
No, I'm literally right at the mic.
Oh, okay. Ducky, what's going on? Kings Fall in the building. You already know. My mans in them. Salute to last night. But anyway, we will be back. We will get the Nostradamus. We will try to find the king, make sure the king is good. We want to hear what he got to say clearly. And I'll see y'all in a minute.
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, nah, let's switch that.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, nah, let's switch that.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, nah, let's switch that.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog thing, very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog thing, very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
super
that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog thing, very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
sick of
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
sick of
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
sick of
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again.
And we are live. Iron Lord Podcast. LordCognito here talking about the latest with Advanced GG. There's a lot of things going on with the new product line. Let's get right to it. So we got that focus line, y'all. This is that standard. This is what we use right now. Kind of our caffeine substitute. And what we usually do right now when we're gaming, we don't use coffee anymore. We're utilizing its focus. On deck number 2, you already know this is my favorite right here, the energy line. You already know, birthday cake, one of my absolute favorites. Completely delicious. This is a pre-workout equivalent. And also doesn't use beta-alanine, so you don't get the jitters and stuff like that. So it's really good for that. And then the new, we got that hydration hydration line, y'all. This is really good for people who don't like caffeine, who want an electrolyte substitute, and it is really sugar-free, absolutely delicious. So you got your 3 choices. Once again, you know Cog Lover is sour. You already know, and we're doing this right now. So go get yourself to advancedgg.com. Use code IronLord on the checkout. This is something I use all the time. Got to support AdvancedGG. Great products if you want to get your workout on. Even if you don't work out, you're just gaming, you need that focus. And again, the hydration line for those who don't want caffeine, no sugar, electrolytes, you're good to go. LordCognito here, Iron Lord Podcast. Peace.
I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young whoop, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, word to Cognito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stuntin', but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
Mic check, mic check. Wait, so where is officials? I didn't even know.
That's official.
Anderson the Spider Silver. Okay.
Oh my god,
that's crazy.
And apparently he's got like a negative 700 favor right now. Anderson Silver does. I'm about to do a small bet on Logan.
You about to bet the house.
Anyway, I think Anderson gonna win, but part of me feels like Anderson is old right now.
He old.
Part of you feels like that.
Part of me, anyway.
But part of me just like, man, that
Wait,
age matters.
We live.
That
We
age
just
matters.
talking live and just checking.
King will be here momentarily.
King will be
Calm
here.
down.
It's like you other dudes.
They see that shit. They see that.
How they gonna
topics,
say no,
man.
King? Yo, y'all foul. See, hold on. Let me get Lydia Master, Himanshu. Yeah, they ain't want to see us. There's no King. Yo, we see what y'all doing.
This is for y'all.
I have officially retired.
Exactly. Man. We might as well not even show up. It's
I have officially retired.
Yeah,
I'm done.
Forget the other Lords.
You know what? This is what you guys get.
Ooh, we want King.
Where is the host of this podcast?
Shafiq Baxter. Then it's look, Hawk. How dare you?
Treachery.
He relieved King's coming. Look at y'all. See, we see the truth now. We see.
King of the Lord.
Oh my god, this is funny. This is funny.
It's like Mr. T. Remember the cartoon with Mr. T and the gymnast, the kid gymnast.
Bro, we the Jackson 5. Like we the other. Is Michael is not here. Yeah, with Tito and the rest. Anyway, hear ye, and we are live. Welcome to the Incomplete Iron Lord Podcast, LLC, and the Lords of Gaming.
Welcome to King's Podcast and the other people.
Welcome to King and Them Other Dudes.net. Episode number 271. It's another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day. And to date, we've got Sony calling Xbox Call of Duty offer inadequate. MarvelD23 and UbisoftForward. I do miss King laughing when I say topics he liked, though. Cyberpunk EdgeRunner update And PS5.
King knows not to come in here hot
Woo!
with this live like this, right?
Oh no, he definitely coming in hot. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about his music and stuff.
Oh,
If
he
it's
better
live
not.
like
we
this.
gonna get demonetized.
Yeah,
PS
so I'm gonna message
Send him a
in the
reminder.
chat.
PS5
Yeah.
redesign and hardware chief to discuss. So we're gonna get right into it. So let's introduce the -1 4 horsemen of gaming. Those original gaming knights of the realm here at the round table. My co-host with the co-most, my brother from another mother, the difficult game conqueror, lord of his own world, and the how of the young wolf. My man, Lord Addict, how we doing, sir? He's doing.
No,
it.
I was reminding King not to come in here with music.
Oh, okay, good.
Last thing we need is a copyright strike that
Yes.
we can't stream.
I agree.
Doing pretty good, man. I actually did the King's Fallen raid like 5 times this week. Like,
Did a lot this week.
yeah, I did it with some LFG people.
Mm-hmm.
What's funny is when I'm in, because I don't talk about who I am on LFG stuff, but what's funny is when you're doing LFG and they talking about people like Cactus HD didn't teach it right there. Like he should have done the video better. And I'm like, I've talked to Cactus. Like,
that's what's up. You still getting oh my God, it's Lord Addict. It's him.
no. You know what's funny? I've had that a few times in multiple scenarios. Once I had that playing like a Game Pass game. Then I had that playing not Demon Souls, Elden Ring once. I was helping people on LFG, and I got a message from someone on LFG after I helped it, and they put it on Twitter and said, "Lord Addict just helped me beat the a boss on Elden Ring." It was definitely a weird scenario. It's got like, you can't really prepare yourself for that. Like, you think you can, but it still catches me off guard to this day. Especially when we go to like PAX East or something. It's weird then. Like,
yeah, no, absolutely. It's cool to see the growth. Game wise, it's been that. The King's Fall on. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, right now I am going to be doing an interview on the 14th, the 15th. It won't be live. I will announce that. So I will be doing that interview. So we'll go through with that. We actually do have a lot of stuff in store for you guys. We saw how many of you guys liked the Twitch stream, the community stream we had last week. King's not here to defend himself, so
that's all.
My team destroyed King's team.
Oh, that's what
last
this is.
Sunday.
Okay.
During the King stream, man. Let me lay it out the way it happened for you guys. We down like 15, and I'm sitting there. I'm being the leader. I am. He wasn't. I guess because he lost. And I'm sitting there and I'm saying, "Don't give them ground. You take an inch and they'll take a mile. Give them no ground." It was a fun time, man. It was a fun time.
Salute to
Then my dumb self ran it back and lost. The
King got it back. Okay, gotcha. Salute, man. Huggy Shanice commented on that. We'll get to the super chats in a minute. And of course, returning our most technical gaming lord, the solo gamer who lives for the single player selfish experience, and proudly is our Sostradamus, the Lord of Clarity, Lord Patriarch of the Iron Bank, my man, Lord Sovereign returns. How we doing, sir?
And sleeping better, I hope.
I hope so.
Well, hello, this is my voice now. This is how I sound from now on. This is what happens when you have surgery on your esophagus. This is what's going to be.
Is this the queen? Is you invoking the queen?
The queen is among us. God save the queen.
First of all, respectfully, we understand what's going on.
Get canceled.
Yeah, we do not. We
for
love
10
our.
minutes. He gets
Yeah,
canceled.
he come back and get us completely demonetized by the UK community.
Maybe I sound like Mrs. Doubtfire.
Oh my God. Listen, Downton Abbey, how are you doing?
I am good.
Woo!
Back. I'm not good. I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
How's the surgery?
He can talk now, though.
Yeah, I can talk now. Last time you guys talked to me, I sounded like I was 2 seconds away from the grave.
Yeah, you sound bad, bro. Yeah, you sounded bad.
But I'm good. Voice is getting stronger. I still feel kind of like congested and stuff like that. And that's going to take a while to be 100%. But I'm good. I'm
No,
feeling good.
Looking good, sir.
Thank you very much.
You got a chance to anything you've been playing, or has it just been recovery? How's it been?
And the week that I had off for recovery, I was like, yes, I'm gonna play. I'm gonna do. Now I was miserable. I was in pain.
Okay.
I was like fevered up, so I didn't get to do too much till like the tail end of it.
Gotcha.
And last week and a little bit. So unfortunately, I wasted 6 hours of my life to the new Saints Row. That was, oh Jesus.
Oh no.
It was not good. Not good.
I think we should have civil lawsuit and get you that 6 hours.
Yeah, man, I need to get those back because that was.
Imagine if they had to give you life back that you didn't like giving them. Like it's like they had to push a button and like refresh 6 hours of your life back.
I'd live. I'd get another 20 years back. I think for all the stuff that I played that sucks.
Bro, we went through it.
We went through it. So yeah, that was not fun. I don't know what the hell they did with that game, but go back and play Saints Row the Third and Saints Row 4. You'll be fine. Even Saints Row 2 on the 360 is kind of better, which is crazy. That, what else? And just kind of not too much Steam Deck because I was home, so I was like on my consoles, right? So I haven't done too much of that. What the hell else did I play? I got to watch some stuff. Like I watched a little bit of She-Hulk, and I watched Pinocchio yesterday with wifey. Sat down to watch it with wifey, the new live action, and that was cool. Just to see that old movie brought back to life.
It was a live action.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Yeah,
I mean,
just now.
It went straight to Disney Plus, and I was like, okay, cool. It was pretty good. Tom Hanks playing Geppetto, and it was all right. They changed some things, modernized it. You can see the discourse online.
Oh, when you say modernize it, okay.
There's discourse about that.
Gotcha.
There's discourse about the Little Mermaid.
Yes,
discourse.
Discourse. I like that. Discourse. Yes.
I saw that. I saw the beginning of House of Dragons. I got to catch up there again. And
That's a good show. That's probably what I'm gonna do right.
Are you
after
feeling
this
it? Because I got to figure out.
After that first episode, it's right where I hoped it would be. So
I think, man, 3 was good. And I'm sitting here, I'm watching these episodes, and I'm like, can I forgive them for Game of Thrones yet? I need a little bit more time. I need a little bit more time.
We healing.
They hurt my feelings at the end of that. But yeah, and then I haven't watched Rings of Power yet, so I want to watch that.
No doubt.
Yeah.
And of course, the Incredible Hulk of this hopefully will be joining us in progress, so y'all could still listen to us.
AKA XS Game.
Ooh. Will be joining us hopefully soon.
Oh, as Mrs. Doubtfire, I was like, ooh.
Captain of the Snitching Police.
I know, right? But of course, we still have the gaming ninja himself, the Shinobi, LordCognito. Spread that realness to the rub of the ILP, not telling you what you want to hear, what you need to hear. Shout out to my brother, Mr. Matty Plays, who still has not played Yakuza Like a Dragon. Let's keep the pressure on his neck. Keep it on his neck, y'all. I did everything I was supposed to do. He didn't play Yakuza Like a Dragon. I did his Danganronpa. I did all that. I gave him the synopsis, you know what I'm saying, on that. So he got to fulfill his end of the bargain, keep the pressure on him. But we had a great episode talking about, obviously, the
Shit, Suicide King in the chat. Sob equals sus. We finna snitch to Miss Sob.
What?
Stand down, Suicide Kings. Ooh, for you.
Why they saying that they gonna snitch? What they talking about?
I guess he's not feeling the tone of the.
I need to stop snitching in the up on the screen.
Okay, they want to stop snitching. Okay,
stop snitching.
So we're gonna go to stop snitching. Anyway,
nothing but snitches in his chat.
Yeah, it's a lot of snitching going on, a lot of talking. But so we're doing that. We did that with the episode there. We did a Defining Duke Ultimate that's up on free feeds. Mega episode, crossover episode. Chris Raygun, the Dukes, and Ainsley from Season Gaming. So
I listened to that.
What's that?
Oh man, y'all went in.
Good.
Yeah, y'all went in.
We had to have some real talk, you know what I'm saying? But it was good, man. We tried to get some balance and get some other perspectives as well. So salute to that. And then shout out to The Last Word, came back to that. He bought this Thai guy, Travis, the homie. Shout out to Sephiroth from the ILP clan, man. He was all suited up. It was all cool, talking about what's going on in Destiny and all that good stuff. Season of the Plunder, all that. And then I'm back from PAX West in the building, man. First off, I'll be remiss if I do not salute the best cameraman in the game. Sorry, Pete, I love you. I'm just joking. I got it. But my man, Bill Stillwell, the legendary Epic Games.
Holding it down.
Holding me down. I was out there dolo. He was just like, yo, you know, if you want to rock, let me know. I was like, yeah, absolutely. And we just tag team, you know what I'm saying? We came through, you know what I'm saying, and just really covered these games. I want to shout out to a lot of people who I'm, I can just stop my intro right now. First of all, forget about me. Michael is here. the Jackson 4s, they're done now. Anyway, and of course, yo, bro, you got a whole segment of people like, yo, where's King? We don't want to hear what you're talking about. So we got to introduce the incredible Hulk of this, a.k.a. the XS Gamer. Ooh. There we go. Louder. The prophet of Xbox.
Swami.
King of the statues, who demands nothing less than that premium experience. It is the leader of the fraud alert movement. Ooh. Beloved Lord King with the crispy beard. How we doing, sir?
Yes, because yesterday we was on the stream and my bed was looking tatted.
Tattered?
Coming in low.
Little salt and pepper. Little salt and pepper.
Turn up, bro.
Salt and pepper. I had to go to Mount Olympus, talk to Zeus.
Turn that volume up, man.
My volume's low.
Turn your levels up, bruh.
Oh, hold on.
You know what I'm saying?
It sounds fine to me.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure.
You want me to be louder?
Yeah. You talking real soft. That's what it
is. Yeah. I'm sorry, man. I apologize. This has been one crazy week, and it's like down to crunch time, and we got inspection coming. And I'm like, remember I painted the whole house.
Yeah.
Now we paint in the kitchen. We they have a list of stuff that we have to do, so we're doing those things. And I'm going to this place buying rails to put outside. You know, all types of crazy. It's the craziest thing ever. But down to crunch time, I want to give a shout out to Galveston, and his son. Because on Thursday I was having a really, really bad day. Right, and he logged in and he was like, hey, you want to play some Fortnite? And I was like, yeah, cool. So, you know, the way he views me is not like how I view myself. Right? So I view myself as a game player. Like, you know, nothing special, no frills.
Yeah, King's still low. See, that's what I know the chat.
Low?
Yeah, you low. Turn your Windows volume up or something. You know what I'm saying? Because your joint is a little low. I knew it wasn't me. Because they want to hear
it says it's at 100%.
Maybe. What? Addict smiling.
I get closer to the mic. Well, I might be a little bit low because of all the stuff that I was doing. But he said, he said, you know, my son always wanted to play with a YouTuber. I don't consider myself a YouTuber. Right. So we played Fortnite, and his son jumped in, and he was like, yo, you a celebrity to me. I'm like, dude, I just play games. Like, and you know, we talk about it. We hang out with the homies. And he's like, no. He said, you know, like, you know how you see your favorite baseball player or something like that? He said, you that for me. And I was like, wow.
That's crazy.
And I was at a low point.
I feel
and so we played. And we wind up getting, you know, the chicken dinner. We wind up getting that win. And I had to pull it out, you know, for him and his son. Did that. And then the next day we played again. And, you know, we won again. But I just want to tell people, like, sometimes you could feel down.
Yes.
And somebody else's perception of you can lift you up. So it's not always as bad as it seems. And it's not always as good as it looks, you know. So a lot of times, you know, people think you on cloud nine, everything is fantastic, and it don't really be that way.
Factual.
So, you know, I always try to greet people with a smile, and I'm never too big to play games with, my peoples.
I feel that. That's real. That's real.
Yeah, that's all I've been playing this week.
No doubt.
And some God of War type game that was inside Game Pass.
You remember the name?
it's like something Kill the Gods or something like that. So it's dope. I like that.
No doubt. Yeah, I was just jumping off. I did my intro already, but I was just jumping off into PAX West again. Salute the legendary Bill Stillwell for holding me down, doing some Starsky and Hutch tag team on the coverage. That was dope. Just want to give a couple of shout outs to people I got a chance to meet in person. The legendary Jason Ronald was so cool. You know what I'm saying? To kind of chop it up with him. Shout out to who else, man? Faris Lockhart. You know what I'm saying? Major Nelson, Rubes, Malik Prince. Malik Prince was really cool. Khalif, boy, that work. The Blonde Nerd, awesome. Obviously, Co Eastwood, Morning Gameplay was there. And Reggie. The Reginator. Bronx is in the building, man. Got a chance to talk. You know what I'm saying? Time was limited, but we got a chance to build a little bit. You know what I mean? So that was a salute to Bill on that one. But yeah, it was cool. And then obviously I want to shout out, like I said, a couple of games that want to, as far as standouts that I crossed paths with. Me personally, probably my personal game of the show was Last Case of Benedict Fox. That really surprised me. I didn't think it had combat elements the way it did. You know what I'm saying? It was really impressive. It always gave me Ori vibes, but the game looks really impressive. Also Gungrave Gore. That looked impressive. I didn't know that was an anime. That's giving me Devil May Cry vibes. That looked sick. No Place for Bravery, 2D, kind of pixel art style, but just over the top, very gory, and then like a parry system that seemed really cool with the action, which I really like. Planet Alana looked amazing, giving me another world vibes. You got just a little companion. She's walking around. Shout out to Xbox on that, doing that. Metal Anomalies was another one. JRPG joint with a kind of cell shade, looked really cool. But King, the joint for you, My Friendly Neighborhood.
Yep.
It's literally survival horror with the Muppets.
When you sat down with the dude, and he was like, yo, it used to be a Muppet place. And he laughed. He do the creepy laugh. And he said, and then it was abandoned. Muppets was still there. And I started broadcasting. I was like, yo, that's creepy as hell.
Yeah. Shout out. Also, if y'all was in the building, I got to shout out Aeolia. This game completely first VR, like hands-free adventure. Oh man, really cool. Like it had like great music, problem solving. You're doing all this stuff with the elements. Like you're doing like conducting powers. You got superpowers, and you in this space, this world, and it's really cool, man. That's out now.
I want to give a shout out to you.
What's up?
I want to give a shout out to you.
Thank you.
It's kind of crazy because we all, as a team, as a unit, we had various different things going on at the time that you grabbed the gauntlet and went to PAX, right? And now we all wanted to go to PAX West.
Yeah.
That's like on a bucket list for all of us, right?
Of course.
But Solve had the surgery.
Yep.
Addict had some stuff going on with his stuff.
Mm-hmm. You too.
And I have stuff going on with my stuff. And like you shouldered the load, like, and then to see all the interviews and all the meet and greets, and you doing all of that, and I'm sitting there like, man, my bro is over there. He's tearing it up. So I hit up a couple of people in the background. I was like, yo, thank you for looking out for my brother while he's over there.
Yeah, appreciate it. You know what I'm saying?
You did your thing, man.
Thank you. Listen, man, I got a great team. I've learned from great people, and then obviously, you guys always hold me down with stuff like that, and just trying to be efficient. Obviously, it is not the same experience without the bros. You know what I'm saying? Without the brethren, it's not the same. So I just my mindset was just, hey, condense it, try to focus on what we can. Because there's the beauty in King got everything. He going to do his one too. You know what I'm saying? Then I got Attic on side. You know what I'm saying? He could do the gameplay. Because the only thing that hurt, I felt, was like, I wanted like the gameplay a little bit more, but then the devs, they were kind of, I said, look, if y'all could play, that'd be better. Because I just want people to see the game at its best. And when I don't have the difficult game conqueror doing his thing and then, you know what I'm saying, breaking the game down and letting me know. And then Solve, with the smooth interviews. And we do our tag team analytical joint, you know what I'm saying? And he do his solo joint. So it's lit. A shout out to Toby. He wanted to say hi to y'all. Like he showed tremendous love. There was a dev that didn't know us, and it was like, no. They're interviewing you, you're going to have a fantastic time. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah. Like, devs coming up from 2017, 2018, like, yo, you guys covered my game, and now here's our new game. And I was like, yo, like, it's a thing. Good. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, man. But, like, PAX West was dope. Like, PAX East is still going to be the home team, but I have to admit, King, like PAX West is that.
It looked kind of bougie.
Yeah, it's kind of very premium. Very, I think King, you're going to fit in well. It's very, very falutin, very.
Highfalutin.
Highfalutin, you know what I'm saying?
Highbrow.
Yes, at any minute you can, walk past some bad booty. Oh, there's all Reggie. Like, it's just a thing, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, so go check that out. And, yeah.
Did you see any Sony execs?
We need the sound effect, King. Where's the sound effect?
There you go. Colt bumped in the shoe. Colt bumped in the shoe.
They let Shoe out?
He was outside. Wow. He was outside. I don't know what
he was outside.
He was literally outside.
He was outside.
You got to pay a lot more to get in there to see them dudes.
Anyway, moving on. So, yeah, as far as that, definitely King's Fall Raid finally done. King was in the chat that time when we started it. Finally with Divinity. I know that's a big controversy to chat right now, but we got it done with Divinity. It was Lou. Shout out to the clan. Shout out to Ducky, DJ, All Rose. Who else there? Scream, Sinister.
You had a wild bunch.
Yeah, it was a wild crew.
We had a good conversation.
Yeah, it was dope. No doubt. And then as far as games, just started Cyberpunk. I'll tell you why. We'll get into that. What else? So I've been playing Tekken 7 like crazy on Steam Deck for some reason. That's become my go-to game on Steam Deck. It looks phenomenal.
Shout out to Hip Hop Gamer.
Yes.
Trying to embarrass me.
I peeped that.
Didn't win not one match. Yeah, but I won some rounds. But when the last time I played Tekken? But I'm gonna say God bless.
It's all good. So look, man. Before I was gonna get into the scribe saw, before we get the super chats. Or you want to get the super? Let's get the super chats. Now they've been waiting. Let's get the super chats.
Cool. Man, let's get that. Okay. Even with Cedric H, member for 2 years. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. And we got the Liz 22, member for 20 months, Lord Bronze. It's 1:04 p.m. and your experiment of not starting at 11 a.m. on football Sunday needs to be re-examined.
Ooh, listen.
Football season started?
Yeah, it started.
Yeah.
Listen, man.
Oh, wow, that's crazy.
That's crazy.
I figured there would be not much opposition if I kept things the same. So from people getting up,
even for me, like I'm like, you know what, I'm good. Let me sleep.
And then look, we'll see.
If you would have pulled that today, if you'd have called that text, you'd have been like, yeah, yo, you up?
You were like, I quit.
I would have died. Literally, I'd have been under the gun.
I feel you. Now we're gonna keep it. We're gonna see how it goes. Plus, I want to respect. There's a lot of things going on. Our schedules, rest. And then also I want to respect my brothers in season gaming, man. I got love for those guys. They moved over, and
to 11, yeah.
To 11. That's what old time. And I remember me and Ains had a good conversation about that maybe a year ago. He was like, oh, y'all go back. Yeah. He didn't know that we used to go at 11. I was like, yeah, we do that for football. But I was like, don't worry about it. It's all good. So yeah, salute to them, man. Shout out to subscribe to their channel too. But anyway,
you can have both things on at the same time. It's fine.
You don't have to make people choose.
Yeah, exactly.
Remember the Xbox used to have that split screen thing?
Yeah, there you go.
You gonna put Xbox Snap?
The TV.
Yeah.
I used to love Snap.
I'm done. Anyway.
We got baby father. $5 super chat.
Y'all baby father.
Yeah, baby father.
Welcome to the King Show and some other guys.
What?
You guys.
Yo!
This is where we're at right now.
This is where we at.
Hargeet Shani, member for 1 year. Thank you, sir. $2 super chat. Salute to the Lords. Welcome back, Cog and Sob. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hargeet Shani once again, $5 super chat. Playing Halo with Addict and King last week was fire. Need to play more of that dead game. Hope you enjoyed it as well, despite the stupid issues.
Yeah. Yo, salute to you, Hargeet. I gotta play with you. Hit me up one time, but it was late, but I gotta play with you on that Halo, man, for sure.
And we got Let Me Play With Your Joystick.
Right on time. Oh, he's back for his Let's go.
Suicide Kings, you better stand down talking to Sob like that. No disrespect thrown out his great name. Hey, Sob Boo Boo.
Oh my God. Sob is back.
Sob is back. I got the defense cool. I appreciate that. Let me play with your joystick. I appreciate that.
You mess with the boom.
I heard you wanted to hit me up.
He tried to get in contact. He or she, I should say.
They tried to get in contact.
Yes, correct. They wanted to get in contact.
Then we have full team member for 14 months. Wagwan Lords, enough respect. Big up to the crew.
Ding-a-ling-a-ling. School bell a ring. Knife and fork and fire.
Then we got baby Farmer once again, $2 super chat. Let the trumpets herald King's arrival. We need to get some trumpets for King.
Yeah, he need like a serenade or something. Like, yeah, when he comes.
None of that.
I'm gonna be coughing throughout this today.
Nah,
so
you good.
I got you.
then we got free R. Kelly $5 super chat.
You outside?
He outside.
You dare show your face today?
King, it's over. Hold on. It can't. Where's Tex? I have to meet Tex. I haven't been able to meet Tex yet.
Oh, you mean Buck?
It's Buck.
Yeah,
I thought it was Tex.
Buck.
yeah,
Wow.
Buck.
Wow.
Fucking up on him like that.
Then we got free. He says,
What'd he say?
Kang, it's over. Halo died. Why you ain't played Halo? Microsoft killed their own flagship title. JimRyan drinking your teas in his martini. Or tears. Apparently, tears. It's teas, but tears in his martini.
Apparently, you wasn't part of the group that was playing Halo with the team. Since you're here regularly, I suggest you go and get a Little Man or a Series X so you can have games to play other than Twitter.
Salute to R. Kelly.
Then we got Himanshu Yadav with the 40 rupee super chat.
Salute.
King, Canelo vs Triple G prediction. Any chance for Triple G? I don't think so.
Yeah, there's a huge chance for Triple G.
Ooh, really?
Okay. All right. So there's 3 different injuries that Canelo is working with right now. He's working with the injury of his shoulder. If you ever see him have that tape on the shoulder, he has suffered with torn labrums. So right now, arthritis is setting into the shoulder. He also has a bad knee. He doesn't do too much road work. So if you notice, Canelo doesn't move around the ring as much as he used to. So, and he also has the tape on his knee. So I'm pretty much assuming that arthritis is either working his way into his knee as well. These dudes can't keep training and doing the stuff that he's doing. At the same time, Triple G wasn't fighting the same times Canelo was fighting. So he's pretty much on the shelf. So if he does have one good last fight in him, this could be that one good last fight. And remember, power is the last thing to go on every fighter.
Okay. Salute. Next up, sir.
Then we got Lord Metroid, member for 12 months. Shout out to COG for the excellent PAX West coverage. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
COD is too big of an IP to keep exclusive. Money talks. Good to see Saab back. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
I don't believe that what you're saying.
We will get into it.
And then we got Sin Vendetta, $5 super chat.
Awesome.
King, it's a homie right there. King, when you said a God of War type game, I thought you were about to drop name drop Dante's Inferno. Love that game. Shout out to Dante's
I'll look it
Inferno.
up and I'll tell you.
No doubt.
It's pretty much. It was fun too.
I think it's like Kill the God, something like that.
Kill the Gods. Yeah, I think that's the name of it. It's so much fun. You get a group of like 5 to 6 people, and you're going to dungeons, but only one can go in at a time, and it's like permadeath. So if that dude goes in there and he dies, you lose him. But if he comes out with the stuff, your groups get to partake in what he came out with. It's dope.
No doubt. What else we got?
Then we got free R. Kelly, $2 super chat. Kang, I can get you into PAX. Cool. Okay, R.
You
Kelly.
can't get yourself out of jail.
Yo,
how you gonna get me into PAX? You can't get out of there. You in the who's guy.
don't do him like that. Yo.
All right, then we got Hargeet Shani once again, $20 super chat. Jim crying dance moves Lion Ryan needs to show us the adequate offer that he made to Phil when he married the ex Bungie, so we can all see what he's looking for. I mean, he obviously sent one, right?
Wow.
Bungie told him from the rip, we for the streets.
Pay what you will, but we're for the streets.
No doubt.
Then we got free R. Kelly again, $2 super chat.
It's our commissary money.
Halo dead at Microsoft. Bungie made the right move.
Oh my
I
God.
don't care how much you're yelling from the rooftop. It don't change the fact that we all was playing and you was looking over the wall.
Don't do him like that.
Are they still having fun?
Don't do him like that. Anyway,
Then we got the man who got them horns,
I haven't
member
seen
for
that,
27 months. Shout out to you, sir.
Salute.
Much love to the crew. The Ubisoft event was made watchable. Thank you, King, Addict, Mega, and Kid. Welcome back, Saab. Thank you, sir. Hashtag moving powder.
Oh yeah, salute. Advanced GG, use code ILO 10% off. Here, focus up, y'all. Focus up. I can tell you.
Addict for that. Addict wanted to do the stream, so I'm down with my guy at all times.
No doubt. Continue.
Then we got resting Craig face. $1 super chat. First PS snitching to the FTC, and now JimRyan snitching on Twitter. It's gonna be a good show.
Oh
Yes,
man, yeah, it's gonna be a good show because
Snitching.
we got some friends that have arrived. Some people we haven't seen in
Oh
a
my
bit.
goodness.
We got some really cool guests, man. Let's start off with the legendary ACG Angry Centaur Gaming. How we doing, sir?
Good. Thanks for inviting me.
No
What's
doubt,
up, brother?
Man. Looking good. It's been a minute, man. Everything all right otherwise in the gaming world for you?
Yeah, for sure.
No doubt.
Interesting couple weeks.
Yes, lot to talk about. And of course, it's been a while, you know what I'm saying? But the InsipidGhost, one of my homies of the Xbox expansion pass. How we doing, sir?
So good, man. Back to being healthy again. Good
Nice,
to see you guys,
nice.
and glad to see everybody
Good to
here.
see
Man.
you.
Thanks for having me on.
No doubt. Turn up a little bit, yo. We got to hear a little bit of that ghost talk. You know what I'm saying? Just the mic up just a little bit, and you good to go.
Okay. How's
Perfect.
that?
Yeah. There we go.
All right, there we go.
Woo! That's the ghost, I know. Where we got, Saul?
So we got 2 more super chats. Luke, fantastic interview with Seamus.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Yes. Good job. No doubt.
Hold on a second.
Thank you so much.
Let me see what we have. Simon Brady, £5 super chat. Can't wait for King to lay into crying Ryan. Ryan's interview sounded like he was with his therapist. The entitled attitude of Sony is embarrassing.
Jeez. We didn't even get to the topic yet.
We didn't get to the topic yet. Hold on. We have one other one. Oh, that was it.
All right, cool. And I do have to do something real quick before we start the show. You know what time of the month it is. That LOGNET, that lordsofgaming.net, y'all. Again, salute to the entire team. Tremendous team of writers. The editorial's been great. They've been absolutely killing it with the coverage when I was out there at PAX West. It's been really cool to see, and I definitely want to salute in the environment that we're creating for, people who are trying to get their start in the industry, freelancing, things of that nature, man. Salute to the team. This is an award me and Dizzy thought about and kind of rewarding people, for their work. So first to the team. Salute to everybody. Amazing job. I love what you guys are doing. Second, it's that time. We got to celebrate a particular scribe who kind of went above and beyond in the month of August. This kid's been killing it, man. He's been killing it. He's been absolutely killing it with the fighting community, Evo stuff, Destiny seasonal coverage he's been doing, Marvel pop culture, one of our most consistent Lord's Minute series. King would know. So we proudly present the latest winner of the Lord Dizzy LOGNET Scribe of the Month to Ty Swinson, a.k.a. Prince Delos. Salute. You already know. Again, he couldn't be here to accept his award.
Shout out to Ty.
Yeah, shout out to Ty.
That's my road dog. That's my buddy in arms.
Yes.
And on behalf of him, I will tell you that it's been a long road. And
you might not have to do anything on behalf of him because he left something for us.
Hello there.
Oh, he
My
did.
name is Ty, also known as Prince Delos. I'm so grateful to accept the award for Scribe of the Month once again for LordsGaming.net. My time as a writer here has been amazing and just spectacular working in the games industry for the first time. Throughout my busy schedule, I love that the team and Lord Cog understand and allow me to take the time to write about things that I am truly passionate about, as well as doing the Lord's Minute recordings weekly with Lord King. Getting to talk about the newest Marvel, Star Wars, or hit TV shows there has been such an amazing experience, and King is so knowledgeable about everything. It is crazy. We can just be talking about one thing and King will just pull out another knowledge that I had even no idea about. So for the viewers at home who are watching Lord's Minutes on the weekly, thank you so much. I'm learning almost as much as you are on a weekly basis. Sav, Addict, King, and Cog, you all make such spectacular content weekly with Iron Lords podcast. Each and every one of you are an inspiration, and I just want to thank you on behalf and the bottom of my heart for everything that you do for the realm and the gaming industry as a whole. Now, for the viewers in the realm, if you haven't checked out Lord's Minute yet, April and Soph also do amazing content on the weekly. You are missing out. If there are things that you want the panel at the roundtable to cover, we might be covering here at Lord's Minute. Again, right now, King and I are doing She-Hulk on a weekly basis. Right after that, we'll be hitting up whatever the next newest thing is. D23 just has some amazing announcements. Mandalorian Season 3, Ahsoka, the Star Wars Tales. These are things that King and I will definitely be hitting with our Lord's Minutes. So make sure you come and check us out. We're here every Monday, Wednesday, Friday at lordsofgaming.net. Again, thank you so much for having me as a writer at lordsofgaming.net. Thank you, Realm, for supporting the podcast, for supporting the Lord's Minutes, and for supporting all the writings. For all my Destiny fans out there, I see you. I salute you for checking out my writings. People in the fighting game community, I see you. I have a passion for fighting games, and I'm doing whenever I have free time to cover it as much as possible. And here at Lords of Gaming, we're also going to be diving into the esports scenes. So just be there, check us out. We're only going to be getting bigger and brighter. Every single one of the writers and editors are spectacular. They are heroes in their own right. And I'm just super happy to be a part of the team. Once again, thank you all so much. Hope you have a great rest of the day. Enjoy the show. This has been Ty. Peace out.
We hot, mics are hot. And shout out to Ty, man. Salute, man, brother. Salute on the award. You've been killing it. Salute to the whole team. Again, the ID Scribe of the month, LOGNET.
Shout out to Ty. Ty, let me know what you need immediately so that you'll get it by the end of the year. Thank you.
Shout out to our fantastic shipping.
Shout out to
I'm still looking for something. I thought I would have that today to do some stuff.
Teespring.
Yeah, shout out to Teespring.
Shout out to Teespring.
So,
real quick before we move on.
Yes,
shout out to Lord Macho for tying the knot, walking the plank.
Thank you. Yeah.
He looked so debonair.
Yeah,
he did. Shout out to you and your wife. Congratulations.
Yes.
Nobody ever looks at the groom at the wedding. It's really not about you, but he definitely
he did that.
Passion and debonair.
He did that.
I gotta say that.
Yeah, he did that. So we good on that. No poll because last week we missed. So we gonna get right into these topics unless someone got anything for me.
Real quick, one more super chat. We got Rel member for 10 months. PlayStation 6 turned it into Sega. Their games going into PC and Switch like portable or cell phone games. Where is the new God of War trailer?
Okay, all right. So there's the thoughts
the devil.
for the realm.
Hold on, one more. Stitch. Member for 34 months. Let the king read the good word from the book of X. Hashtag stop snitching. Hashtag Sony ain't getting caught.
Oh my God. Anyway, so let's get into it, man. Look, so it's a big hot one this week. We all know, shout out to GamesIndustry.biz, PlayStation, Xbox Call of Duty offer was considered inadequate on many levels by JimRyan. So looks like, the disagreement that's been going on, if we do chronological order, obviously Phil Spencer came out there to talk about, providing the signed agreement to Sony to guarantee Call of Duty on PlayStation with feature and content parity for at least several more years. And then basically, the current deal between Sony and Activision Blizzard around Call of Duty is believed to cover the next 3 releases, including this year's Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. However, Sony feels that its offer doesn't consider the impact on PlayStation gamers. According to JimRyan, I hadn't intended to comment on what I understood to be a private business decision, but I feel the need to set the record straight because Phil Spencer brought this into the public forum. Microsoft has only offered Call of Duty to remain on PlayStation for 3 years after the current agreement between Activision and Sony ends. After almost 20 years of Call of Duty on PlayStation, their proposal was inadequate on many levels and failed to take account of the impact on our gamers. We want to guarantee PlayStation gamers continue to have the highest quality Call of Duty experience, and Microsoft's proposal undermines this principle. So this hit the waves.
I want to roll my eyes every time I hear that. I really do. I want to literally yank my eyeballs off, roll them back to the back of my head, and put them back in.
So this definitely tore up the internet. This was a big one. Before I start, because I know the realm usually likes to have me ask King first. King, would you like to go first, or would you like to, when you get the option?
I need to address the stench in the room.
Oh my!
I need to address the snitch in the room.
Why is that snitching? What's going on?
Why the boss got to come out snitching and ratting? Like he off rip. Like it's at a point y'all guys got to stop repping this dude. Like y'all really got to stop repping that whole squad. You out here putting up your dual sense. No, you need to have sense because right now you got no sense. It's out of control. Where I come from, that snitching stuff ain't cool. He gonna sit there and try to preface it like Phil told first. Like, shut up. Phil ain't say nothing. He said that, yo, it's gonna be at the end of the contract, we're gonna throw that out there for 3 years. That's not good enough. He could have just told you, no, you don't get nothing at the end of the contract. He don't owe you anything.
Okay.
And he don't care about your fan base. So at what point in time is he supposed to care about? Do you care about me? Where's that Final Fantasy at, bro?
Yeah, that's why I roll my eyes because it's like, man, like I have to buy a PlayStation for a lot of IPs.
Are
like,
you? I'm sorry. Continue. I interrupted.
This dude, he talks out of both sides of his mouth while you looking right at him, and it's out of control. You did the stuff with Bungie. I had to wait a whole year to get a Hawk Moon.
Yeah, exclusive content.
I had to sit back and wait, but it's okay. It's okay.
It was
when
2
it's done
years,
on this
King.
side.
They extended it. Remember, it was 2 years. It wasn't a year.
They kept doing things. You kept poking the bear. And Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer not having it no more. So you're fearful right now. That is the most fear-laden text that I've ever seen in my life. Oh, this is not adequate. Nobody owes you a damn thing, bruh. So at what point in time are you going to look over to your fan base and actually do right by your fan base? $70 games, raising the price on a console that already is in existence? You're doing practices that are anti-consumer, but you're screaming out, who's looking out for you? You ain't even looking out for your fan base. So you're going to talk about this guy over here that's all he ever does is look out for his fan base. And his fan base wants Call of Duty for Dolo. If you ask every Xbox dude, they don't give them a damn thing. Let them starve. Popeye's biscuits for you.
Why you gotta starve though? Why they can't?
Some Popeye's biscuits. No chicken, just the
That's a
biscuits.
dry biscuit, man.
Damn,
Dry
you
biscuit.
Yeah, man.
Chicken sandwich is kind of good.
No, no churches, with the honey on top. I like that.
I like
But
that.
see,
Popeye biscuits, you take 5 Popeye biscuits, that right there is a torture tactic.
it is.
But I say this to say,
Let's go.
Phil has always been malevolent, always trying to reach across the line. Yo, listen, man, after 2024, we know that your joint is up. We'll slide you that for 3 years. You got that grace period. It ain't gonna be no PlayStation 6.
Oh, here
You
we go.
got that grace period.
Let's be real, King. He's like, we're gonna slide this to you for 3 extra years. You got 3 extra years to find a solution. Like,
you can't make a game within that period of time. You got 5 years to do this. You can't come up with what's up with SOCOM. You say you have no faith in your developers at any point in time. And every time I turn around, this dude keeps constantly doing things to talk about FTC, filling them.
Filling them.
They might not let that come over here. I'm afraid this is anti-competitive. All your whole practices have been anti-competitive. So why? Why did this have to come out? And all you PlayStation dudes out here repping this dude, I cannot stand behind a rat. And he looks like,
Oh God.
I'm
Easy.
not a crook. I'm not a crook. You are so a crook, sir. And you're doing crook-like behavior, and you're trying to point over to the dude that is actually a little angel, talking about he's doing bad things to me. He poked me. Come on, man. We're not gonna do that here. And I hope Phil looks at it and say, you know what? 2024, it's a wrap.
You gonna like the poll? He gonna tear up the deal now? That's what we do. We tearing up the deal.
I hope.
Because
I
it
hope
is
he's sick and tired of you backbiting and talking stuff in the streets, snitching. You got a whole 1-800 number. Did you see a 1-800 number? 1-800 snitch.
Stop it.
And you standing behind this. I've never seen anything like this.
But it's Games Industry that biz the 1-800 number. That's what we doing.
But listen, nobody cared when you brought Bungie. Nobody cared.
so are you saying they might be entitled to a lawsuit? That a 1-800 number.
Wow.
Something is happening. And this is the first time we're seeing up that skirt. Like we're seeing the knees knocking.
Even Ghostface was like, wow.
You know what we're seeing? We're seeing knees knocking. They're whistling past the graveyard. Right now, they sound like Mike Tyson. You ain't got nothing coming. they are terrified. And when this deal does go down, and it does get inside Game Pass, you have nothing to offer from your own words, from your own mouth. Your developers can't come up with anything within 5 years that can compete with Call of Duty. So just pack it up. Don't bring out a PlayStation 6.
Thank you, King, for your thoughts and how you feel about this situation. Let's get Steve Guest. I want to start with ACG. It's been a minute, ACG, man. You know, obviously the news broke all over the place. I mean, it's going crazy. There's a lot of thoughts. You know, now that it got a couple days to kind of let that marinate, let it resonate. What are your thoughts about JimRyan's statement and the whole Call of Duty offer?
That the offer itself, originally, when you look at the way he talks, I always like to listen to the entire way he puts together any sentence that he's talking about and how much he tries to frame a fact within a soft fact, and then look at the soft fact and see what he's not, what he really doesn't want to talk about. So the first thing he stated, if you like study the psychology of people, a lot of people like to crouch their soft ideas within a fact, and so everything sounds scientific. So the first thing he said was, here's the amount of years. Now, ignoring the, oh, Phil said something, so I'm going to say something bullshit. He's already talked multiple times on Twitter about all of the exclusive stuff. So that's sort of, I would say, sort of swimming in the same sea of Twitter just having a 24-hour lifespan for most attention spans. Because if you do go back and look, you can see he's done this. So that was a little bit like, you know, two schoolgirls poking each other. But when you look at what he stated something that was very interesting to me. He said it was 3 years, but it was inadequate on multiple levels. So first of all, I want to say I don't give a crap about the 3 years now, because he stated that with a number, scientific thing. He can't argue math. He stated 3. What I want to know now, and what I want people to break down, is the inadequacy on all levels, and call him on that and say, all right, let's look at the inadequacy on all levels and see really what you're trying to say versus what you're actually saying out about, because the inadequacy on all levels means much more to me than the 3.
Gotcha.
Because a lot of times people say, oh, he hit me, and then he also did some other stuff. And you're like, well, okay, we know the hit part. Let's look at the other stuff and find out if he's completely lying. One thing to remember about Sony is Sony has gone out of their way to make sure and attempt to get exclusives, including Starfield. That's not a rumor, that's a fact. They did attempt to do that. So they've attempted to do these things. I do understand when they look at Activision and they see a massive company, they're a little bit nervous. Sony was the number one, breadwinner for Activision, or Activision was number one breadwinner for Sony when it came to the platforms. They were doing very well with Sony. But I think Jim did something really intelligent. I'm going to give him a kudo. Probably not, probably a slap and then a pat on the back with this. The kudo is that he did a very smart thing when it comes to PR. He's drawing criticism towards the deal by stating that inadequate on multiple levels right when everybody's looking at these other situations.
That's what I was going to ask you.
And I want to make sure people understand, one man just put a wrench in a $69 billion deal by stating what he said. Even if he stated it on his slate-like camera that looks like it's from 1904, it doesn't matter. The dude, it doesn't matter. It's the one smart thing he did was he immediately put a bunch of criticism out there. And we already know, when you look at some of the decisions that have been made and the ideas of if Sony is going to stop, or if anybody's going to stop this Activision deal, there's a lot of really weird comments about like, well, we don't know how Sony's going to deal with Microsoft. And you're like, well, who cares? Like, that's sort of the way you have to deal with things. You have to live with the competition, especially when Sony, for the longest amount of time, did the most underhanded things known to man. I have friends who worked at companies for Sony, and the stories they've told me have been dire on some of the stuff that they pulled. So you do know that they do this. They do what everybody else has done. What this really is, I mean, not to bring up current events, but when you look at the political spectrum of people 10 years later telling on somebody who did something 10 years ago, what's finally happening is the people who used to live under umbrellas with Sony are starting to feel a little less tense. And they're starting to talk about the things that they've experienced, things that a lot of people who leave the industry will talk about, but they're not going to want to talk about it when they were the 800-pound gorilla. But they're not anymore.
I want to interrupt just for a quick second, because, again, you don't have to get into specifics, because clearly you have a lot of relationships. I don't want you to blow that up. But the theme of you're saying like of people maybe I won't say living in fear, but a concern based on being under that umbrella. You know, is it more about just the way that they've been treated, or just practices? I just want to kind of like a general idea of what that feeling and thought process is, if you can.
The original idea was, especially the stuff we know for sure happened, which would be like back in the PlayStation 2 one days, especially with the Sega Saturn, Sony would buy companies and shutter them because they didn't want the game on the Saturn. Now that's something that's known. It's something that has a history. You can't argue that. It's like arguing gravity. When it comes to the future and we're looking at the way people are now, what's happening is they used to be everything. And so what would happen is that's the deal you made. And this is something that happens to rock stars and rappers. The deals you make are with the major publishers.
Right.
When smaller publishers came about, they were like, hey, you know, I can sort of say what I want to say. Not that they're right. Just because you're an indie person doesn't mean you're telling the truth.
Right.
But you can get a little bit more data out there. And what's happening now, what I'm hearing is that Sony has sort of mistook what was going to happen this time. And what's happened is people are starting to see Game Pass, starting to see Microsoft as a legitimate competitor, even more so than the 360 days. Because the developers I talk to are higher on it now than they were with the 360, even though the 360 outsold the PS3 many months in the United States. It did very well. But there is a huge positive idea about where Microsoft is going with streaming. I mean, people are like, dude, I can put it on one system and I have it on Windows. I have it on, and I'm not saying they're right or wrong. I'm just saying that they're starting to come out and starting to say, you know what, we don't like the practices. By the way, the same thing happened to Microsoft. I want to point this out. Microsoft got a ton of crap when the Microsoft Games Division basically just absolutely cratered a couple times. It's taken 10 years now for them to rebuild themselves. And remember when Arcade came, there were people, really complaining. Indie developers were like, Microsoft doesn't even answer our emails.
Yes. Oh, yeah. So started at Xbox One generation especially.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
It's really bad.
I just have to say that is something that is not just pointing out Sony. These companies do it. Nintendo does it. And then the last thing is these guys, most likely what we will see, this is just my personal opinion, is that if the deal goes through, what we'll see is that a deal will change with Bungie and you'll see exclusivity there.
Oh, wait, hold on.
I agree. That's exactly
hold on. Hey, turn your mic up just a little bit.
I still think that's what's happening.
Hold on. I go tit for tat.
Yeah, hold on. So wait, hold on. So you feel him?
I don't know. This is how they exit. This is exit stage.
It's actually a perfect way to do it because
Bungie.
all they have to do is state if that's the way you want to play, that's the way we'll play. By the way, if you don't believe me, look at what Microsoft stated when they did buy Obsidian and Bethesda. Look at the stories where they were like, we know Sony was out there trying to get exclusives. And what happens is once somebody does something else, and it's a cold war or the hot war. It depends on how it's going to go. But if I were Sony as a businessman, has nothing to do with if I like Bungie, I would immediately look at my exclusives and be like,
agree.
Why? And I don't see any argument against that. People will say money, but what will happen is Sony will say, the exclusivity of our platform is going to be worth more to us than putting it on Microsoft's system. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But they'll foot the bill. Microsoft foots the bill.
So your general consensus is that from a reactionary standpoint, if it goes through, expect the intensity or aggressiveness with exclusive deals and exclusive content to try to lock more to their platform as a result, if it goes through.
Well, yeah, because Sony's full of crap when they pretend they don't do a ton of exclusive stuff. And so what Sony will do is Sony will be like, oh, that was yesterday. They wait 24 hours for Twitter to forget what they're talking about. And they're like, nah, look at Microsoft. But if you look at the massive list of Ubisoft exclusive stuff, if you look at the massive list, there are a huge number of things. And I personally feel that Jim certainly comes across as a businessman who knows that he needs to make a decision. And if this pops up, he'll just do it and just be like, we'll worry about it later, even if it's 1 year exclusive, which it sounds like for Destiny, you guys already have.
Well, yeah. Well, the thing is, in that deal, though, Bungie was explicit in that they were like, we were not doing the deal. And even we had Hogue Law on. He said contractually, he's never seen a deal like that where Bungie pretty much retains their multi-platform status. But it's interesting to see.
And you can buy yourself out of any contract, by the way.
I know.
How do we know that? Because Bungie no longer is owned by Microsoft.
Yes. Yes.
Where I stand by that is I don't feel like Bungie can be bullied, but I feel like Bungie could be corrupted by Sony in the long run. Where, once you putting that money through there, if you threaten to cut that that nozzle off. Like, I feel like some people on the higher end of budget be like, look, like we've been doing this for 5 years with Sony. They want Destiny 3 or whatever to be exclusive. Like we got to kind of do it, or we're going to have to go back to being an independent developer. Like,
well, let's not forget that Bungie has been with major corporations a couple times and then celebrated when they've left them. They celebrated when they left Microsoft. They celebrated when they left Activision.
Dude, Bungie can't get along with anybody.
Exactly.
And that's not me being a
Which
jerk.
is why this is the perfect way for them to leave.
It's known they have some chafe all the time because of how they want to run.
No, I agree. My pushback was just that historically that they don't like being controlled and being told what to do, and they fought for that position. But I will say, yes, Sony, I will say, because of the way it was set up, the deal was set up, was very interesting to me, the way they fought. And I'm surprised that Sony even agreed to it. But we have to see that. I want to get King, because King had his hand up. He was patient.
I just want to say one thing.
Yeah.
We all know Bungie for the streets. The moment that y'all sit there and say, oh, you can't go and do this and you can't go and do that, I don't care who you own. And I got a ton of lawyers that's going to get me out of this because I signed a prenup way before this. So if you think I'm not going to be partaking over there, you're out of your mind. And they, as soon as they say you can't go over there, they lock the door. Okay.
And I agree with you, King, but what my perspective is not now, here and now. It's the future. Like 5-10 years of them owning it. It's the current people that signed this deal are all retired, and they've passed their mantle to other people.
Nah, I don't think so, because
people can be corrupted by so.
I don't agree, because if the next thing that they're building is them trying to go even bigger than Destiny 2 and make it be an even more immersive game that requires community, no. And to them, that matters more, I think, than the bag.
Especially,
I love you guys and your optimism, but you're wrong.
And I love you, ACG, but I think you're wrong. I love you too, but I think let me get my point.
Optimism.
I'm not even talking optimism. I'm talking about live service engagement. It is not advantageous to lock down a live service game to one platform. It's
Let me
just
tell you,
not.
You're absolutely right, but I have, including Call of Duty, which is what they're doing. You guys are not understanding.
They get
this is where we're splitting into a cold war between these companies, and there will be a time where I have to decide that. But let's talk about something else that we know has happened in the past.
Let's go.
100%, which is that Sony purposely didn't put development team time on some games that they owned or had partaken of a third party when both systems were getting it. So one system didn't have as good a performance or what have you. Microsoft has done the same thing. So welcome to Destiny, where it doesn't run very well on your Xbox.
You talk about
here's something more important. You just explained to me why I do believe they will try something along these lines. They want a service game. JimRyan has stated we have 12 service games. All you're going to be doing on the Sony PlayStation with our first parties playing. I'm just joking. But
Bessie today. ACG Bessie today.
Service games are huge, and service games allow for them
and they cost a lot of money.
Yeah.
Right. But I will tell you, these companies have enough money that they could quite easily build something into a service game that is exclusive for their platform that makes it almost
I'm talking
100% useful.
Okay.
I was talking about
we got to get Ghost. We got to get Ghost. He's been patient. We got to get Ghost. We could go back. This is a fun one. The Ghost. Xbox expansion pass, the homie.
What's up?
What's going on, sir? It's been a minute. So now that this news is shaking up Twitter, shaking up everything on social media, JimRyan was trending. You know what I mean? The words in the words inadequate, I've seen used in so many different contexts. InsipidGhost, how are we feeling, man? Now that the news is resonating, what's your thought process?
So I agree with Carrick in that absolutely, without a doubt, there is. JimRyan's doing what he's supposed to do. He's casting doubt on a deal. Yes. He's putting that seed in people's minds, hoping that it grows into something special to disrupt the deal. And that's what he's supposed to do. So props to him for successfully doing that on a couple levels. Where I get hung up with JimRyan, because without a doubt, PlayStation has earned some leeway, right? They've been putting out incredible first-party catalog. They've earned some leeway.
The bangers.
The bangers, indeed. And like, don't do it. And I'm stoked for Ragnarok, right? I'm stoked for the next Spider-Man game. Like, there's a lot there. But the problem is when you add all the little things together that JimRyan's policies have done, I'm surprised people are still willing to go to bat with him. And I'm talking like $70 games versus 60. Not a big deal. Games are expensive. It's a small thing. But then you couple that with the debauchery that came with the Horizons Forbidden West upgrades. Remember that?
Yeah.
That didn't feel very pro-consumer.
Or their own platform raising of prices.
Exactly. Yeah. You're ahead of me. I got a list, Karen.
ACG is like a Rolodex information. And this.
But you got the Horizon thing. Then you have the discussions about things being inadequate as far as what it's meant to PlayStation gamers. Well, what does that mean as far as Xbox gamers and Street Fighter for so long, right? Then you got Final Fantasy. Then you've got the fact that they were trying to shop out Starfield. And they were trying to keep that exclusive prior to the deal. Then you look at the way they refused to let Spider-Man exist on other platforms. And I don't mean the PS4 Spider-Man like Insomniacs. I mean like Spider-Man in Avengers couldn't exist. You know what I mean? Like little stuff. Like, that seems so anti-consumer. All the exclusivity deals that came with COD. And then to the point ACG's making, like they're choosing to price hike their system at a time where there's worldwide recession. And it's the right time for them to do it on a business sense because they're still selling out and they've got God of War on the horizon, but none of it feels very pro-consumer. And so to suggest that somehow Microsoft's being anti-consumer and we're painting themselves as the heroic ones just felt very flat, very petty. The way that I don't have the panache that King has as far as calling him
about very
snitch.
disingenuous.
Very disingenuous indeed. But like to call Phil Spencer out like that in a world of gaming, 3 years is an eternity. It's an eternity beyond the original deal. And to my way of thinking, like you're lucky you're getting that, but also Microsoft's smart to not take a live service game and limit where they can do it. If they want to play a Cold War, come June 2023, when provided the deal goes through, Microsoft's holding a lot in their arsenal to negotiate with, to battle with, to do whatever needs to be done in a Cold or hot war. And it seems odd that this is the angle that JimRyan and PlayStation would play. I get it. I understand it. But it's like, yo, dude, you better hope that Microsoft doesn't suit up, because if they want to come, they're going to come for real. And it surprised me a little bit.
No, it's very interesting, Ghost. I'm with you there. It was surprising to see the public nature of this, right?
Exactly.
These are the kind of conversations generally because the public's not privy to. So that's why it's just so crazy, right? So it's a lot to. Good. Go continue.
We got some insight thanks to the Brazilian laws that allow different deals under scrutiny allowing to be seen. We've got insight into things that
the Brazilian wax version of deals.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just like, ooh,
you get to see a lot more
on this one.
Oh yeah, they telling over there.
When you have no other recourse but to shout, because it seems like it's not going in your favor, and it doesn't bode well. But this is a guy who doesn't, from his own admission, doesn't play video games, but he's the head of the video game department of
But it's the money,
Sony.
King, the money, though.
He is the money man.
The question is, will it come back and bite them? All these small things, again, $70 games, not a big deal, but will it come back? The price hike on
I would
consoles.
argue that it already has, though. Luke, when you look at it.
I think especially the price hike, like they got a lot of flack for that.
Well, King has been preaching this. He's been preaching, when are we going to start paying attention this generation to all the little things, right, that add up. And he even got me
the little things started, too, with the
control.
original Xbox when they were pretending they didn't want to do DRM as well.
Because
Thank you for
that's
saying
a
complete lie, by the way.
Yeah,
that's
true.
like that's anybody you talk to who actually like works with companies is all. It was smart. Sony nailed it.
Bro,
they were like, "Here, just put it in the game," and you're like, "Wow, that was you."
Genius.
That's a lot of this stuff.
ACG, remember? I hate to cut you because you on fire. No. Remember that day? Me and King remember like it was yesterday. Was the E3 historically? Microsoft goes first, kind of in the morning, and then they delayed that conference
1 hour.
And when we see the news come out later off the fact, people go, "Yeah," they were like, "Well, once we heard that, you see engineering. Can we do that? Can we remove the camera and the DRM, and then we've got ourselves in a nice position." And that's one of my generation.
It's like Microsoft and Sony both came together and this is how we're gonna go out there. And then Microsoft went out there and they shipped and like, okay, go get rid of that. Get rid of that. They don't like that either.
Pushes you forward, or when they're in the scary house pictures and you always see the one guy pushing everybody away to save himself. I will say also, Jack Trenton, amazing interview by Ryan McCafferty on IGN. He does the insides. Those are easily the best aside from your guys's, of course.
I gotta say,
the Kings, but it's easily the best interview. And Jack Trenton really actually explained a lot, but didn't say a lot. Listen to his interview, and you're like, oh wow, there's a lot of weird crap that goes on. Sorry, King.
It's different leadership in charge. It was different leadership in charge of Microsoft to fumble the ball the way they did. He's no longer around, and it's different leadership in charge right now. And I believe if you had the old guard, you wouldn't have got the price hike in any regard. You would have got a couple of things that is traditional to the how PlayStation handles their business. We're not going to say that they're not a company. They're a company and they're supposed to go get money. But this seems egregious. A lot of stuff seems just egregious, and they put it in the face of the consumer, but trying to act like, we're up against it. And I don't like that. It comes across as disingenuous. And some people, and I know you say, when are they going to stand up? Sometimes you dig yourself so deep in a hole, you don't know when to get out. Right? You done back this dude for so long, you don't know when to get out. I saw signs anyway, so I just walked away a long time ago. But I don't like what they're trying to portray.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see where you go. No, I gotta get Attic even patient.
Sorry.
No, you good. This is a spicy one. Attic, man, now that the news has resonated, inadequacy is the word. Is the deal inadequate?
I just read that quote again that you said. read the beginning part because
it's a spicy one. He just said, he said, I hadn't intended to comment on what I understood to be a private business discussion. So it's almost like, stop talking. It's like he accuses Phil of snitching. It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny.
They know he saw the opening.
He saw the opening. It's like, I wasn't going to talk about it, but since your man outside,
since you brought it up,
since he outside with it, right? I feel the need to set the record straight, because Phil Spencer brought this into the public forum. Microsoft has only offered Call of Duty to remain on PlayStation for 3 years after the current agreement between Activision and Sony ends. Almost after 20 years of Call of Duty on PlayStation, their proposal was inadequate on many levels, failed to take into account of the impact on our gamers. We want to guarantee...
Right there.
Oh,
that's all you got to read.
Cool. All right,
I hate that. That one sentence makes me want to just reach across the screen, like, what are you talking about? It's like, if he would have just took that one part. Like, first off, you can't stand out here screaming for your gamers and screaming for Microsoft to care about the PlayStation consumer base. Well, you ain't done nothing for the Xbox and consumer base. If anything, you have prevented Xbox from promoting Destiny to their player base. You have went out there and stripped away multiple exclusive IPs from Square Enix. You tried to do it with Starfield. You did it with a bunch of other Bethesda games, and you will come here and say, but Xbox don't care about our consumer base because you don't care about theirs.
Xbox can't even talk about Deathloop. They can't even talk about Deathloop right now.
Yeah, that's right. Are you
I just want to kudo to Lord Attic. That's the first time where I've seen his ire. That was pretty well done.
You've
man,
it's just the energy.
Yeah, I was just like sitting back going, God damn, man.
That's light.
Feels.
ACG, that's light for Attic.
I guess I've missed him.
He's
always like, well, technically, maybe there's a chance. And this time he's like, I'm going to go up punching people.
Oh, yeah, that's Attic. Oh, yeah. He on it.
I just don't understand how this man's has the audacity to go out there and say that he wants Xbox to care about their gamers. It's like, that's why I put on Twitter, I said, the moment Final Fantasy, and not to mention, this is the same man that made that set up a deal to get exclusive content to this new Harry Potter game. And then he goes out probably in the same week and say, yo, I don't like the fact that we ain't getting Call of Duty potentially in 3 years. It's like, dude, shut up. Like, I don't even want to hear him talk anymore. It's like, I have never really remotely been on that standpoint. It's like, you do it for business. But when you come out there and you try to make it a soap opera, that's when I have an issue with it. It's like, if he would have came out there and said, yo, I would prefer if we have a more of a conversation. I don't like the agreements that we're having. I don't know where Call of Duty is going to be for the PlayStation brand in the next 3 to 5 years. I would like to have more of a conversation about that, and just kept it at that. But then he comes out there and be like, Xbox don't care about our gamers. And I just personally feel like we're being left out right now. Like we have done nothing but be right to you guys, and you guys are coming out here and you're doing this to us. And I'm like, dude,
Moral
I
high
have to
ground,
buy
moral grandstanding.
and not to mention that Final Fantasy VII keeps getting like teased with us, teased, and it's just like, how you gonna sit here and lock an entire trilogy down and come in here and complain about Call of Duty?
To your point, not even teased. We saw the language on some of the marketing material as far as the deal for Final Fantasy VII Remake be ending at a specific time. So Xbox fans did get their hopes up that it eventually would come. Ghost, you're going to jump in real quick and I'll give it back to you.
Well, I just think all the more evident, look at how Microsoft has stewarded franchises like Minecraft. Right. They've got a proven track record of being willing to publish in parity on competitive platform or competitors' platforms. And still, this is an issue and a concern. And it just seems so odd to say for JimRyan to spout off as though it's not going to be respected when they're willing to do it. And we talk about live service games. It doesn't behoove Microsoft to pull Call of Duty away that early into the deal. And 3 years, how many things happen in 3 years? That is a long time. I feel like that's being missed by some people because in the world of gaming and world where look at Microsoft in 2017 to 2020.
Good point.
Like that is how many more studios, how many more games on the horizon. And then you look from 2020 to 2023, like how much is different. 3 years is a long time.
I'm just curious if this was the other way around, would he be and have the same energy? I don't think he would. I think they would have already came out to, yes, I'm implying they would have already came out and announced Call of Duty exclusive to PlayStation. I'm 100% announcing that because it's just like, why is it that when Microsoft does something, they're expected to play safe, play with others, play nice, but when PlayStation does something, they're like, that's just unlogical. Why are you doing that, Xbox? Nah, man. At this point, after this wacky comment from JimRyan,
we ripping the deal. What we doing?
No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm ripping the deal. I'm ripping the deal. And you know what?
We just tearing it up.
Petty.
I mean, now they get nothing.
Over there
because they read their mouth. Now they get nothing. That's what we doing.
No, obviously it's not going to happen.
But
I'm over here looking at this like, I'm being petty at this point. I'm like Sega looking real nice on our stuff right now. I'm looking over there. Ubisoft working real nice on our stuff right now. That's like, you guys want to play the time exclusive stuff? We gonna play the buy the publisher and yank your stuff off your stuff.
Evil.
Like, it's just
Sith
like
Lords.
To me, the only difference between this and Microsoft is Microsoft has the money to buy the building and Sony doesn't, so they have to do these timed exclusive stuff.
King, and then I isn't it funny how they said Microsoft needs to compete? Now that Microsoft is competing, you're like, oh, wait a second, not that hard. Don't
not like this. Like that. Not like this.
You can't change. See, I've been saying this for years. They take them and they're going to drown them in deep waters that they can't follow in.
Yeah.
And this is them exercising. See, Microsoft finally realizes that for them to win, they have to kill a fly with an atom bomb. and they're finally realizing that they have the means to do this and utilizing that fact. Why not? Why not? See, the funny thing to me is that goes back to what ACG said about, what was inadequate, right? When you look at Phil Spencer's exact quote, in January, we provided a signed agreement to Sony to guarantee Call of Duty on PlayStation with feature and content parity for at least several more years beyond the current Sony contract, an offer that goes well beyond typical gaming industry agreements. And a deal that we can assume ends in 2024 or something like that, right? So an additional 3 years makes it 2027. Like everybody's been saying, we don't know where Call of Duty is going to be by 2027. It could be on a downslope. It could be even bigger.
Nothing that they can compete.
This is all posturing because JimRyan, I got to admit, JimRyan's a good businessman. He's about the money, the business part. He's not good at the optics part, but he's fantastic at the business part.
Yes, I'll give you that.
So he's just posturing because if he can help it, and knock this deal down. That
so you can say a little something and get like Karen was saying, like you say a little something, get a little more eyes on it, get a little extra scrutiny.
I think that's the biggest issue I have. It's just like his his regards to wanting Microsoft to care about their consumers when they have it the other way around.
But his job is to be a hypocrite. That's the job. That's what their job is, right? He has to go out there, and same way Phil Spencer would have to go out there and rebut this, right? So the thing about it is that
this seemed a little out of pocket, though, like something that he wouldn't normally do to speak on something like this.
The desperation of the situation.
It is, and this is the thing.
Of it. We got.
I will give him this. I will give him this. He has thrown out he's thrown out the entire idea that he has to put a face up to look strong.
Mm-hmm.
He's decided that in this instance, looking weak and looking attacked is a better strategy than to posture. Because he's not posturing.
Because he's not caring about the PR optics of this. Because they are getting dragged.
He does not.
Let's keep it a buck. Sony is getting dragged this week.
Completely. 100%. So to me, this shows the reality is that they are scared of this, of the possibility of it. But at the same time, a smart business would tell you, take that deal and obviously reassess it in 2027, because Microsoft is going to want to reassess it. If Microsoft, the only way they don't reassess this is if Microsoft's plans for Call of Duty within the next 5 years is it's not annualized anymore and it becomes a different beast, right? And from a money perspective, maybe that doesn't make sense, but maybe they have different plans. Maybe they different Call of Duty products that aren't FPS shooters, right? Because if you think about it, COD makes millions upon millions of dollars every single year. But it also takes hundreds of millions of dollars to make a game that is effectively only alive for a year until the next iteration comes out. So it's kind of wasteful at the same time, right? I can see Microsoft trying to figure out a different way to do it, right? I can figure that out, right? Also, in 5 years, the expectation is that the proliferation of Game Pass is going to be so widespread that perhaps they don't need Sony anymore at that point, right? So that is another thing.
King loving this for
but that's the thing, right?
Bars.
The business of it changes. So like Ghost said, the business of it changes so quickly that it behooves both companies not to get into bed for 10 years. It doesn't make any sense, right? So Jim is full of it. He's posturing as much as he can, but he's decided to posture from a weak position to see how that looks. And optically, to the people that are looking at this stuff and have to make decisions about this stuff, maybe that looks good, because I'm gonna be honest with you. I think both of these companies understand that these regulators don't understand gaming. But so what you have to do is appeal to them in a way that makes sense.
But they understand stuff trending on Twitter.
Right. They understand that because they came in and commented on that. That was crazy to comment on something on Twitter. But the thing about it is they out there and they're going to do, he's going to say what sounds best in terms of, okay, this is not good for the consumer, right? The same way Phil is doing. And he's seeing how that works. At the end of the day, I'm going to tell you this. Whatever he's doing, the monkey wrench he's trying to throw into it, it isn't working, because check this out. The fact that Phil can talk about giving them an agreement means that you can't talk about this stuff before, right? When it wasn't ready to go, you could not talk about it, right? All of a sudden now he can talk about it. Like the deal is essentially almost done.
Devil's advocate, Jim is implying that Phil wasn't supposed to talk about that.
Maybe
Jim
that the terms were something that shouldn't be discussed in the public forum.
Maybe Jim wasn't supposed to talk about it though. Maybe he broke NDA even bringing this up.
But again, Phil came out. But okay, if it goes by what Jim said, that Phil spoke first, right? He spoke first about. Phil says January. Now, what's funny about this? It gives a little insight onto deals. Period. Right. Back when they were initially asked about this Call of Duty stuff, right? It was like, no, we haven't talked to them because we can't talk to them, right?
True. That is true.
Now he's saying that as of January of this year, which is 9 months ago, they were able to give them kind of a agreement in writing as to what they intended to do with Call of Duty, franchise that they supposedly don't control yet at that point. So the deal is done. I don't really see what this gets you from JimRyan, except trying to use that weak position to look like, hey, this is something that needs to be looked at twice. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think the deal is done. I think he's going to take that extra 3 years, and everyone's going to reassess in 2027. And, you know, it is within Microsoft rights to take it away if they feel like, again, Game Pass and whatever else they're doing in their ecosystem is large enough and has a wide enough breadth that they don't need PlayStation. But again, make no mistake that these are all little moves to try to squeeze PlayStation. I always say that I feel like Phil isn't aggressive because he's just such a nice guy, but all the moves that happen,
these ain't nice guy moves.
It's real gangster moves. They're real gangster moves.
No,
So
I gotta get ACG. I got he raised his hand.
My apologies.
And then we will get everybody else. ACG, you had some thoughts. Sorry for making you wait.
I think everybody actually covered what I was going to say. I do want to say that that for sure Microsoft's the one thing that they did that I got to give them kudos for that even I didn't necessarily agree with was the Xbox Series S. And its entry is and then cloud. So people are not really contemplating. This is one of the reasons why I'm still in disagreement with everybody here, thinking that there won't be some stuff with Call of Duty and some exclusivity going on. And one of the reasons why is because Xbox, really in the old days, everybody was swimming in the same pool with the little swimming dividers and everybody was in the same race. Microsoft switched the pool and it's a little longer and it's filled with their games. And the weird thing that's happening now is that in the old days, you used to say, oh, well, they don't have third-party games. That used to be a thing because Sony always had third-party you know, they always had these titles out on their PlayStation systems. Now they're all on Xbox. And I think that the big thing that's going on right now is that Microsoft's also looking at the cloud as a way. If you guys noticed when you watched these last two events, Disney and Ubisoft, there was the occasional mention of cloud. This game might be on the cloud, blah, blah, blah. I do not at all see a future where Call of Duty isn't in the cloud, whether you want to play it or not.
I was, and you know what's funny? I'm so glad you said that, ACG, because the thing that I always thought was interesting was at the beginning, that the time this deal was announced, and the Microsoft representative that made the public statement. You're not muted, so I'm sorry. The Microsoft that went, your mic's hot, but the Microsoft representative that made the statement. The thing that I always thought was interesting, me and King was like, me and Ian was like, he mentioned Nintendo Switch. You know, we want to get this on other platforms. And I'm with you, AZ. To me, that screams cloud because we already know they've been doing stuff, 505 games. They check Control. They've been playing around with streaming, you know, from higher fidelity games that wouldn't necessarily run on the Switch natively, right, into it. And like you said, we talked about mobile. We talked about, you know, obviously the Activision Blizzard the King aspect of the deal. Microsoft is really deficient in that space. Shadow salute to you, King. You made that part of the deal happen with your name. So, you know, that's interesting. So I'm with you that there is plans, I think, to take COD way bigger. So continue. I wanted to expound on that part.
Well, that was pretty much what I was going to say too. Like, I agree with all of that, you know, what we will see is a future where Microsoft is not only looking at Sony as a competitor if they want to be, but the future of Steam Deck and the future of 16 different handheld systems are being released in the next 2 years that aren't Switch. The Switch Pro, you know, has never come about, so we can ignore that. Microsoft is looking at all these different avenues to create cash. We know for a fact Microsoft is working on a puck, a Fire Stick kind of situation. I run Fire Stick Cloud. A ping of 18 milliseconds is completely doable in 99% of the games that I play, and that's a cloud side, or that's a side load. It's not even like a optimized for. I haven't, other than once, got to play with Samsung. That's not the only deal as well. Microsoft has multiple other TV companies that they're looking for. LG is one of them. And TCL for sure, despite you not liking them, it's happening.
That's the market case.
But I was just going to say that I think Microsoft has looked at the future and decided that this very discreet way of everybody doing things, they changed years ago. Everybody needs to remember Microsoft and, I'm sorry, I can't remember his name, the head of Xbox.
Phil Dunn,
or the head of Microsoft.
Oh, Satya.
It took Phil over a week to come back with the response of why should we keep Xbox going?
Yes.
And I can guarantee you 100,000 million% that internally in that discussion was all of this coming about, all of these changes, and there's no way they would have okayed the Activision deal if they weren't looking at something that is in response to that so large. I think people think Activision's deal is big. I'm just going to personally say, if you look at TVs, pucks, all these other, the Activision deal is small. And the reason why I say that is because every single month, over 150,000 new gamers enter every single month into the ecosystem. And then the older people, like ourselves, myself, I think I'm the oldest here, we stay.
No, I don't think so.
We stay. But we stick around, right? We stay.
Yeah.
And we pay more. And we also hold grudges.
Yes.
$70 games, what are you doing?
Yep.
And $40 games, we also reward those. I just rewarded one where I'm like, hey, $40 game? Yeah, it's got some issues. It's a $40 game. It's not a $60 game. There's a game that Microsoft's playing that's so far beyond what Sony's thinking about. And people are absolutely talking about Call of Duty. Guys,
bigger than that, baby.
it's not the only thing coming from Activision.
Yep, talk about it. You know what's going on, ACG.
Sorry.
Yeah,
and they're big. And when people start seeing some of these things, I think they'll be like, oh, what we know is awesome. What we can get in the future that excites gamers is what causes that pyramid of growth where everybody at the base wants, because they're like, what's the new hotness? And once they nail that,
they're in position. Yeah.
Yep.
Look, boss, I'll jump in. I gotta get my boss off. Look, all fantastic points. This has been in my opinion, there's a part of me that was like, all right, I am so sick of talking about Call of Duty, whatever. But now, this is the funniest thing in game. like I am so intrigued by all of this now. Like it is. We have reached a whole new level because, like I said earlier,
they opened the curtain, man.
Yeah.
The Vaz, they're like, he's not what you thought.
Exactly. You let us go behind the curtain publicly. Like, this is wild to me. So, look, first thing off, I will defend Jim on this. Look, his job is to answer the shareholders. His job is to make sure they're in the best position to protect their interests. And to me, you damn right he better do everything he can to stymie and put anything on this deal because it will do damage, And look, the thing that's interesting to me is we got to talk about, I always say you got to follow the money sometimes, right? Look at the amount of revenue that they get from the Activision, the Call of Duty deal. That is a huge revenue pool that they're looking out to. Shout out to Z Huge. He added up. He was like, Sony with Activision Blizzard's largest customer was their largest customer in 2020, accounting for 17% of its sales, or 1.3.7 billion. This is what people are trying to protect here, right? And we have to be very cognizant of that. So I'm with y'all overall that at the end of the day, I get it. Corporations are going to cooperate. We get it. You're going to protect your best interest. You're going to try to do everything you can to stymie. The only reason why I got to disagree, and it does come off hypocritical, is that the entire basis of your business model has been exclusives and locking down content to your platform, right? That's been kind of your MMO. And we've seen the quotes. We've had, well, hey, if you want to play that, buy a PlayStation. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that's my biggest issue is him caring like he cares about the other consumers. It's like, just come out there and say, this is why we're doing it. This is our mindset. Like, don't sit here and be hypocritical to your entire base on how you've been running things the past 89 years.
Because it comes off as entitled and it comes off as selfish, because at the end of the day, the FTC and regulators are not here to just protect Sony's interests. They're here to protect gamers. Does this benefit?
They're the only ones speaking up.
Can I jump on that one?
Yes, please.
They're the only ones putting their hands up.
You're ridiculous with this snitching. Go ahead, Ghost. What you gonna say?
Well, the more I listen to us discuss JimRyan and the things that he's doing, I'm wondering just how much damage he's doing to the mind share of PlayStation, which will affect their ability to make deals down the line. They're
a huge amount.
What is
right? Exactly. Well, their bread and butter, God, COVID brain, has been, getting those exclusive deals and cutting those deals left and right. And the damage that it feels like his mouth and his policies are causing, I think are going to do a number on their business model, 2-3 years down the line. How many developers are going to want to work with them? Publishers are going to work with them when they're so keen to limit who can have access to their products.
Right.
Whereas Microsoft's like, publish here, cool, no problem, we'll put you in other places. And I think that's the difference between Phil Spencer, who is often evangelized, Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius,
King of Proofs,
but when you look at the way that Phil Spencer is talking with Satya Nadella, etc., and being willing to cut the deals with people and be good to people, publishers, developers, that's a big big boon to bring talent in, and talent's going to want to work with you. Whereas if you're cutting people out and you're talking down to them, alienating your fan base,
right,
a less enticing business move 2-3 years down the line. Did that make sense? I
No,
feel like
yeah, it makes perfect
It
sense.
makes sense.
Okay, all right.
I'll expound on it and I'll give it right to King and I'll give it back to me. Is that the reason why I agree with you with the damage there, but the interesting thing to me, Ghost, is that he's willing. It shows me the seriousness of this deal, because if you're willing to damage the public reputation on that level, you know what I mean, and look bad by doing this, and it's because to me it's like King said, it's through the lens of a businessman, right?
Right.
This is a source that we could potentially lose, and past 3 years, we don't know necessarily what could happen. Right? There's a little of uncertainty there.
Nice
right?
hat.
King.
Oh God,
King
All
guy.
right, King is back.
I think if anything, this is their last shot chance of doing
Of
anything.
I want to give you guys a homework assignment real quick because I know King is going to go off.
Yes,
I can already
please.
tell. He's got a special hat on. This is short. I want to give you guys all a homework assignment. Go and study what Shaun Layden said when he did his first interview about leaving Sony. He stated, "I wanted
Unsustainable.
I wanted to leave when PlayStation was at the top." And there is something inherently dire about the person who has ushered in a number of creative games to the PlayStation stating that. And I do not think that was said in a gulf, because there were a lot of rumors about some heaviness going on behind the scenes about who was going to be in charge. I just want to say, go look at that interview and see what's said and what's not said. And there's something very forward looking about what he said in that interview, where he was seeing some things coming down the line.
It looks like no, you're good. It seems like we have Lord Buck of Sony.
That's Wild Buck. Wild Buck. Don't let me buck up on you there.
Oh,
Now.
Dude, that hat is so small.
At
His
what
head's
point in
big
time
too, though.
does number one worry about number three? At what point in time do we care about what the hell they doing? When they start to dig in our backyard.
Oh God.
I don't like what they're doing. And I'm gonna have to put a stop to this.
You're gonna have to put it stop. How do you intend to do this, sir?
I'm gonna become a confidential informant.
Yo, stop it.
I'm gonna snitch. You see, around here in these parts, you ain't gonna go do what you think you're gonna do.
Oh,
You ain't gonna get that deal across the table there now, boy.
I can't.
And I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you right now, we got enough bucks because we number one. And I heard something Ghost said. Does it damage the reputation? We are number one. They must bow down to us. If you want to sell your game, you want to sell your game with a winner. Don't you buck up on me.
Don't you buck
Don't
up
you
FTC.
buck up on me.
God, that voice, man.
but Lord Texas of the PlayStation
Wild
division.
Buck. Wild Buck,
Wild
man.
Buck.
Get the name right. It's
Lord
Buck.
Wild Buck of the PlayStation Texas Association.
Wow.
My question is, do you think this move, this is your plan to attack the FCC?
Snitch. The snitch. I'm talking to the people that can stop this. Apparently I
media,
can.
man.
I done put out all the tweets. I done talked on all the newsletters. I done even galvanized the fan base by raising the prices on stuff, and I'm gonna tell you it's not working. So I got no other recourse but to snitch. But I'm gonna tell you this: we are number one, and all developers like a winner. Now, it was inadequate. The deal that they slid across the table. They slid me a couple of ones. Who the hell? You see any ones in here? I don't want that.
How would the deal have been more adequate to you? I'm curious.
When we give us Call of Duty. Give us Call of Duty.
Oh, that's how.
It's been with
Okay,
us.
got it.
It started with us. It ends with us. It finishes with us. Don't you buck up on me. Do not buck up on me.
Thank you, PlayStation Studios Texas, for
Wild
your input. Lord Wild Buck.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you for your appearance and
I appreciate it.
we really appreciate you listening to our little podcast. Really do. Yeah. So now that that's concluded, yeah, man. Look, this is serious, King, as well. Serious on so many levels. I am curious because ACG made a good point. I think the scope of this deal is much bigger as far as Call of Duty, the intentions of where it's going to be, and where this thing's going to go long term. I do think, though, I will say this, it behooves them and Microsoft on some level to rectify it, because the situation, because right now it's beef. Let's just call it what it is. Like, Jim Ryan's making these comments publicly. We know Phil Spencer and Microsoft, they cannot be happy internally, right? So the question now becomes how they figure it out, because here's the other thing that people not realizing is that these two are still working together and closely aligned with Azure, right? And we have to be cognizant that, again, how does this affect things with the big scope? Because to me, Azure, cloud, all that stuff is the big scope. That's where they intend to go. And they intend to have Sony as a client. So the question is it a leverage play? Are they trying to push? Is it just to get more attention on the deal to potentially stymie it? Go ahead, Soft.
It's posturing. It's just posturing. There is no beef. There's posturing. It's business.
His names.
No, I feel you. And they're gonna sit down one day over a phone call. Like, you got me, Jim. Yo, okay. But at the end of the day,
My man don't play like that.
I'm gonna tell you this. But they're gonna do what they again. All's fair, love and war, and business.
Factual.
And this is business. Make no mistake, right? It plays out like a personal thing, right? In the public forum. It's business at the end of the day, and it's posturing. And like Ghost said, it is Jim Ryan doing what he feels he needs to do to put as much of a wrench in this as possible. And it's a back and forth between him and Phil. The fact that it got into the public forum, I don't think that Phil said anything. Phil, to me, again, I don't know what the rules of engagement are here. What Phil said didn't feel like something that he hasn't kind of said in a roundabout way before. When they asked about Call of Duty before, it was like he says we can't really talk about it, but at the same time, it's like Call of Duty is a big. You can look at how big Call of Duty is and infer what's going to happen with Call of Duty. Right. So to me, it's posturing. It's trying to get maybe more years out of the deal, which I don't think is a smart thing to do anyway.
Negotiation tactic to get more deals.
Negotiation tactic. And it's just going to matter in the public forum. What's going to determine is, okay, who looks like the loser, who looks like the winner here, who looks like the victim, and what can I get out of looking like the victim? Right. But at the end of the day, it's business. I don't think there's real beef. They'll figure it out.
We'll see. I think it's beef. But my question, my other point, though, I do agree with you, though, Soph, is that there's another aspect, I think, besides the posturing. It's also buying time. And I had this discussion with Manny. And the reason why I think that he's on something there is because I think, let's be honest, in my opinion, I'm just looking for the outside in, the Bungie deal felt, not that it wasn't in place. We know these deals are made long before, right?
Reactionary.
Right. But maybe the closing of the Bungie deal gets accelerated as a reaction to once the Activision Blizzard King deal is announced. And now we have Bungie as they're going to be our steward for live service for 10, we got these 10 games, we're going to go in this direction. And to me, right, we have to be this plan. This is new territory for them. They are the hashtag just what they are the third person cinematic experience. That's their bread and butter. Historically, this last generation, they ate off of third party deals. Call of Duty was that security blanket that we could have the marketing deal to the common folk. It looks like a PlayStation exclusive. You may get some maps, some skins. Go ahead, I know you want to jump in.
I think all you're seeing is the dance between Jim Ryan and Phil Spencer publicly speaking about a deal for Phil Spencer to get approved and for Jim Ryan to get as much from the deal before it's approved.
Their businesses.
Yes, their businesses, negotiation, stall tactics, get yourself in position. I pretty much, and it's going to be interesting to see if I want to see what or if Microsoft responds to this particular thing or just to settle behind the scenes. That's pretty much what I got.
If you follow history, I did bring up Cold War because a couple of years ago, that is what we were talking about on a podcast, is that is what I thought was going to happen with these guys. If you talk about Cold War and how like Russia and America handled the Cold War, it was definitively it was very on the front end, it was very antagonistic at times, but on the back end, they had multiple treaties they were both involved in. and this is somewhat the same that you're seeing with Sony and Microsoft, where Azure and all that stuff, that's something that they don't want to necessarily destroy. And at the same time, I think it's cool that Jim was like, hey, you know, I don't like this. I have no issue with him saying that. He is a business. He needs to get what he can, but gamers need to get what they can.
Facts.
And one of the problems with Sony is extra costs for games, extra costs for systems, lower bar of entry on Microsoft's point. But if you look at Cold Wars, 99% of the time, Cold Wars are won by money. And one thing that I just don't even think people understand is Microsoft's financial footprint.
Oh, God.
Is incredible. Let me also state, whenever you hear somebody say, oh, it's on PC, not on console. Yeah, on a Windows certificate that somebody bought Windows on, which happens to also be Microsoft. So a lot of people aren't really gathering the idea that Microsoft is so massive that a lot of these things that we might think are no way would they take a loss. I absolutely disagree. I disagree in all ways. I think Microsoft is looking at the future where the numbers we see are small in 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, they've talked about that circle of gaming, right? And how that, it's limited.
And we're all getting into it. Every time you guys are talking, new people, how many times have you guys seen it where somebody says in your podcast, this is the first time I've owned a console? We all hold on to our book of woe, you know, and every grudge we write in with blood. But the new gamers come in, and that's one reason why you guys mentioned, when you guys mentioned Final Fantasy. A lot of people don't know the hotness, the hot hate that goes on with Final Fantasy VII because of the Xbox removal, that it's not there. And they don't know that some people are holding on to that. So some people come into this conversation too, and they might see this and go, why is everybody mad? And they don't realize that there is 10, 20, you know, we're going on almost 3 decades.
Raging on silently. Good.
Yeah, it was raging on silent, and now it's just become a little bit more public. And I do consider Sony a little bit like a Russian leader, where they'll be like, of course, comrade, we will do exactly what you say. And then behind the scenes, they're like, destroy them. And I'm not lying. That's sort of the way it is. It's okay. Somebody's got to be Soviet Russia, and somebody's got to be the United States.
If they're Soviet Russia, they're in trouble.
You know,
things aren't going well there.
Well, things aren't going well there. Thank you.
God.
Exactly. For Sony.
You know what's funny
King, give me waiting too.
is just give me 1 second, King. Is JimRyan is sitting here saying this in one interview, and then he's going and signing time exclusives later on that day.
King, your thoughts, and then we got to move on.
I just wanted to say, because ACG had brought up a very good point, that, you know, you can get a subpar Destiny, and we can turn off the lights on the Azure. Don't buck up.
Yeah,
because
that's true.
You send a poor game over here that don't pass the smell test.
Yeah. Then you won't have internet tomorrow.
You might not have any Wi-Fi.
Hey, Wi-Fi 7 is not very good if you don't have Wi-Fi at all.
It ain't working. You're like, hey,
how's your cloud gaming, Sony? How's that working out for you?
You got games of service. What if we turn that service off?
Yeah,
move it on. Move it on.
Your titles on your PlayStation library.
Here's my question to you guys, though.
We got to wrap.
I feel like that is a lot of money, and I don't know if they would sacrifice that business for something like Destiny or for like a console thing. Because I feel like Phil Spencer's over in his little war with this Activision thing, and Microsoft is backing it. And then I feel like you got your Azure stuff, and I feel like they wouldn't let one stream cross into the other stream, if that makes sense. So like,
it's interesting.
They wouldn't unless the deals continue to pop up like this.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. Is if this continues, Microsoft does have to take a stand at some point.
We got over
900 plus.
Yeah.
Let's
get the legs up.
On Football Sunday. Appreciate y'all.
This is unheard of on a football Sunday.
Yeah.
Please tweet this out. Please get this out.
Yeah, tweet it out.
This. Let me tell you something. We have unprecedented bars.
Yes. Everybody.
Listen, Solve didn't straddle the fence today. Solve hopped over.
I like when you not on his side and straddling the fence. I'm always straddling the fence.
You know what it is?
I see what it is.
King, you know what it is, man? You know what it is, King? I talked to Saul before the podcast, and I'm like, you know what, Saul? I'm gonna leave you the key under the map.
I can't.
Come over there. You don't have to cross anything. You don't have to jump anything. I'm gonna leave you the key under the mat. Come on in.
Do you guys realize that the entire worth of Sony is only $30 billion more than
we can buy them.
Small Activision deal?
Walk right inside and purchase. Watch yourself.
Welcome to the Sony PlayStation Xbox.
I can't.
We like it. And we
You know, ACG. I always said it would be funny if they come up on stage one year and then you see GOW. You think it's Gears of War, and it's God of War.
Yeah,
It's God of War, and
Yo,
suddenly it's
boy.
like you got your DualSense on your Xbox, you got your X, and suddenly people are like, "What?
Yeah,
Nintendo might actually
I can
release
see-
a new thing."
I
at
can
that
see
point.
Microsoft come up there and be like, "Look, like my DualSense over there, I'm not grabbing it. So think this is the DualSense. Look, we know that we have customers that plays over the PlayStation. You like the DualSense, so we have people that like that like this controller. I don't know
Can you
what they call
imagine
this
Nintendo
anymore.
too? They're just like, "What the?
Yeah,
Whoa,
yeah.
what's happening?"
And here's the
Nintendo
thing,
would finally
but I'm
drop
glad
the
you mentioned that
bomb
was
and be
my-
like,
Yep. I'm glad you mentioned the ACG because that was the point I forgot to mention was that it's so funny how we were talking about all of this and the importance of Call of Duty and how it's vital. There's no other competitor. And Nintendo over here sitting there, Switch coming in
puff,
super
puff, pass,
hot,
man. Those
chilling.
guys are so high all the time. And they released, by the way, Rabbids, which is one of my favorite. Got number 2
yeah,
coming.
yeah.
People need to remember that hardware is 6.5 years old when it comes to its design.
Yes.
Yep.
And so I got the game, and I was thinking about Legend of Zelda yesterday, and I was like, the new one won't be on a Pro Switch. It'll be on,
Base Switch.
but that's Nintendo,
That's
man. They're just like,
Nintendo.
does anybody else exist outside of our island or
And
what?
Yeah, what's
they
funny is,
winning without
is-
this. That's what it
I
flies
know,
right
that's
in.
what makes
It flies
it's
right in the
awesome
face.
in a way.
It is awesome because
It's awesome in a way.
and it flies right in the face of all of this. It's just
It
like
does.
yes.
It absolutely flies in the. You know why? Because they aside from some back alley deals that they did with like Toys R Us back in the day, where they got Genesis,
Yeah,
they
they
have
got Genesis,
actually
didn't they?
done some really cool stuff, mixing in other companies' things on their platform, and they have cultivated fans that are unbelievable. They are a cult, and I do say that.
that's
Like,
for sure.
Yeah,
You
what's
ever
funny
meet
is
up
we
with a
was-
Nintendo fan, and you're like, dude, you're wearing a Mario hat like at dinner. Just saying.
we was watching the Ubisoft thing, and the event for Rabbit stuff came up, and they were in the chat saying this is ACG's favorite. I thought people were trolling me. I thought people were trolling me.
Favorite game on that system by 1,000 to 1. I would play only that game and probably think the system was worth it. That's how good it is.
People want me to review it. I don't know.
Do it.
do it. Anyway, so let's get
We'll
these super chats, man, because I know Ghost Time is limited. I do want to sneak.
So you want? I mean, do you want to just go to the? Then we super chat.
Just go to the next topic.
Go
Just
next
go to the
time.
next
All right,
topic.
but the only thing is the super chats are pertinent to
the
this,
super chat
to
is
this
about
topic.
Oh, pertinent to this.
Yeah,
right.
really
Okay.
pertinent to this. Let's get
All
that.
right,
And then
we'll
what
go
I'll do,
through.
Ghost, is I'll get you first, and we'll get your thoughts on Marvel and Ubi.
We got Tony Bryant, member for 26 months. Glad to hear live. Glad to be here live. Also glad to see my favorite people all in one place. Anytime ACG is here, the energy is amazing. Thank you, sir.
It's good to have him back.
It's because ACG might as well be a fifth lord at this point.
It's good to have him back.
I got a background for it.
Yes, no doubt.
Then we got Face 23 BKNY, $20 super chat. Thank you, sir. For people who think this Activision Blizzard deal is going to go through without concessions, that's not happening. Yeah, what concessions?
Concessions make sense.
Potential,
Yeah,
potential. Maybe another
we-
year, get a little year here, a little there.
Yeah, we may
Tried to
never
give
know
them
about
3,
that.
They bucked up.
I don't necessarily disagree with Face on that one.
Yeah. Long live Black Mamba, $2 super chat. In King we trust.
Clearly.
Then let's put the crest in the chat for acute perspective. Welcome to the realm, sir.
I like the name.
I like that name.
And we got the Everborn Saga $5 super chat. It ain't Phil's job to take care of Jimmy's kids. Tell Dance Moves to pay his child support. The Book of X.
Wow, I haven't seen the Book of X in a minute.
That's
Wow,
pretty good.
salute to Everboy, man.
Then we got Hargeet Chani, $10 super chat. Jim Crying Ryan, he sounds like a garbage pail kid, says no game can match
do
Call
sound
of
like
Duty.
It does sound like a garbage can. Yeah, sorry, continue.
Meanwhile, we have Fortnite, League of Legends, PUBG, Crossfire, Minecraft, Roblox, Among Us, and many others with higher player counts than COD.
Yeah, and let's be real. Things are cyclical. At one point, Halo Land. You know what I'm saying? But like things can change, man.
Things can change. Things can change for sure. We got God's Hitman.
Oh, he's putting them down for the Lord. He's doing it in Lord's name.
$2 super chat. ACG go. ACG go as Mac Man for Halloween, please.
Maybe.
Then we got Rel, member for 6 months, $2 super chat. Destiny 2 don't run 120 FPS on PlayStation. No feature parity. There's no parity there.
That's kind of crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And you
Damn.
own them. Wow.
You know, it'd be crazy if we did like that week of the Halloween, we did like a costume Halloween podcast.
Jesus.
Oh, no.
Keep
Remember,
King
Yeah, I
away.
know
every
King does.
Halloween, I'm
King
in a
always
costume.
comes in.
King
All
always.
of us dressed as everybody else.
That'd be dope, right?
Except Addict and I would switch, and people be like, "What's
Okay.
the difference?"
I get to say, we just gotta give Attic a beanie. It's the same.
Yeah, that'd be it.
I got like 10 back there too. So
I know.
He's dressing up
get
as
the
Wild Buck. That's what I
background,
want.
and then all you got to do is just have a green screen in the back, and we good. Like,
I'll be Wild Buck then. Good to you, so let's get these quick.
Then we got Carlos Alvarado, $2 super chat. As gamers, we need to demand better from PlayStation. Now we got Carlos Alvarado again, $2 super chat. PlayStation gets a pass because they deliver games. Shaking my head.
That's not why they get a pass.
Okay.
We got Spartan Ghost 17, £1.79 super chat. Jimbo leaking DMs like a disgruntled ex.
Facts. That's what it smelled like. It smelled like, okay, I'm gonna snitch.
There we go. Hargeet City once again, $5 super chat. Jim crying Ryan can't continue to dominate without one third-party game while Nintendo doesn't have COD and dominates both Xbox and PlayStation. Ironic. Yeah, it is. We just talked about that.
Too. Crazy.
Spartan Go 17 once again, £1.79 super chat. The Phil hovering like pain above PlayStation HQ. Almighty push.
Almighty push.
Wow.
that's actually one of my favorite villains in anime.
Yes, he is.
Oh, then we have Slim Ryan in the chat. $2
Oh.
super chat.
It's him.
It's him.
It's inadequate. It's inadequate.
We need COD. We deserve COD for our loyal payers.
Shout out to
Very loyal payer.
Shout out to
It's like I
InShape,
said, like,
Ryan.
My issue with this statement wasn't him defending his company, his consumer base. My issue with him contradicting himself on everything he's been doing and
Yes,
acting
sir.
like it's okay. Like,
His job is to be a hypocrite. None of that stuff happened. None of that happened. Then we got Chill Spencer, aka the God of COD.
Wow, executives, just salute to Phil for pulling up.
Shout out to Chill. Shout out to Chill.
Chill Spencer.
$5 super chat. Stop snitching. Stop bitching. You better hope I don't catch you backstage at the game.
Oh, wow. Violence. Jesus.
All in.
Yes,
Tupac
the
Spencer.
sorcerer.
he's ready to go to jail
I
for this.
know, right? You don't want to see your CEO up in the videos.
Videos?
No, you don't.
Doing? What are
You
we
don't.
What are we doing?
Then we got Rel member for 6 months, $2 super chat. Phil set Jim up to get people to turn on Jim. Yeah, it does kind of feel like a rope of dope. Then we got Hargeet Shani, $5 super chat. Just to point out, Microsoft said Nintendo, not Switch. Nintendo will be bringing a new console out, and it will likely have the ability to handle AAA games.
Wish that when I see it.
Crazy if they
Okay.
can Call of Duty, don't give Call of Duty
If the
to
Steam Deck
shit.
can't, it won't be able to.
Yeah.
Switch cover
That-
that.
Yeah, it's not happening. Then we got
Imagine. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Ghost.
I was like, imagine like shilling for the idea that Nintendo's gonna bring you a technical powerhouse.
Yeah.
Like what?
I
Come
mean,
on.
if the
Man.
technical
64
powerhouse
was their last
Got the
technical
Witch.
power.
We got the
Exactly.
Witcher 3 to run on it, man.
But that was another company,
Was
though.
it
That
really
wasn't
money?
How we
Nintendo.
trying to take away the credit?
I mean,
No,
the
but,
game,
I mean, look,
the game
that-
literally
that
runs
is-
at like 240p. Nah,
Well,
bro.
I mean, but look,
Out of
did-
worlds on there. We ain't gonna
did
talk
Like
about
Doom
it.
on an
Did-
LCD screen. Good for you.
I will say
Did The
this.
Witcher technically get on the Switch? Yes.
Yes, before.
It goes to the start screen. That's about all.
Oh, stop it.
Yeah.
Messy.
Oh,
Yeah.
Continue.
Stop it.
They'll give you the most powerful console they can give you while still not taking an L on the console. That's
Oh, for sure.
they'll do
Or
that.
raising the price.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Exactly.
I love Nintendo games, so it's not an issue either.
Mm-hmm. Continue, so.
Long live Black Mamba.
Salute.
$5 super chat. Xbox want to be like Disney Plus. Xbox will be everywhere, but the content in it will be exclusive to the ecosystem. You got to enter the eco to get their games. Yeah, that's Game Pass. Yeah. Let me see. Captain Logan, $5. Logan, spelled like that.
Oh, salute.
$5 super chat. We don't know how long the original deal is, but they get 3 years past that of it coming to PlayStation at the same time. Yep.
No
Feature
doubt.
content parity. That's what they said.
2024.
I thought it was by game. It wasn't by year though. Like the original deal was like they had
He
like
said
a 5
3 years
game.
beyond the initial
The
original contract, and we don't know what those contracts are.
Yeah.
There's been some inference that it's 2024 when it ends, but we'll see.
I hope so.
Then we got J1, $10 super chat. JimRyan is a hypocrite, and he knows that. Yes, he does. He just doesn't want to pay Microsoft every 3 years. Who knows? COD might not be annually. Like I said, it might not be annual anymore, and the deal will change. Love the show, and the guests are amazing.
Our
Thank
guests
you.
are amazing. We got the
Always.
Do you
ghosts.
guys
We got
think that?
ACG.
What do you think the odds of them actually making it bi-yearly?
I mean, like I said, it's a lot of money to invest in a game that has.
But it's a lot of money
1
they
year
get,
lifespan.
though.
They do, but it is. I don't know. It's kind of wasteful. And you could do. I mean, maybe they decide they want to do different COD products rather than just an FPS. You have Warzone. At least let every game that you drop have a 2 year lifespan where you release DLC and maps or whatever.
I feel you.
I don't know.
I
And then
absolutely would be behind that in every single way possible.
And I think-
Give me
I
two
think
years
one
of
of-
sports in that conversation too.
Well, it's
Can
like-
you imagine 2K2 saying we're not
with a
released
2
every
year?
year?
Oh, God,
I
please,
would
yes.
think.
I would buy
Yes.
those games probably.
Me
Yep.
too.
I actually think one of the biggest issues COD has right now, why it's like so up and down, is because like people keep forgetting, like the people who are making Call of Duty now, they started 2 to 3 years ago. Like they were starting on trends 2 or 3 years ago, like because they're having to get them out so fast.
Quickly, yeah.
3 studios.
Yeah.
So,
Latif Salim, $5 super chat. 3 calendars or 3 release years. If the latter, COD could be on PlayStation for all at least 6 years more. The thing is, at this point, calendar and release years is one and the same because they release one every year, right? So I don't know. I guess it feels like it could be a 6 or 7 year thing. Rated Blade member for 1 year, £5 super chat. I'm just going to point this out. If ABK loses this deal because of Sony, ABK will never work with them again. Shareholders are looking forward to 70 billion. Yeah, that's a big if. Like I said,
that is a huge thing though too. Like if it didn't go through, like the hard feelings that would be.
I don't
that
think
point, I would say there's beef. At that point, I would say there's beef.
Oh, there's beef.
I don't think Sony's trying to derail it. I think they're trying to use public outreach to have leverage when they go for deals.
Yeah, could be. Then we got. I hope y'all low soft your voice. So I want to keep it. Lord Metroid, $2 super chat. I got Breath of the Wild 2 will sell bonkers. Hey ACG. He said, "What's up?"
Sup?
Cool.
Thanks,
Actually,
Metroid.
there's one before that.
Yeah.
There's Raiden Blade, £5 super chat. I'm just. Oh no, never mind.
Yep,
That was the same. Never mind. I got that.
I got you.
King Christopher Hart super chatted, so you might want to look at that.
Hold on, we got Flame, $5 super chat. Howdy, Buckaroos! I hope y'all are having a great weekend. Xbox needs COD exclusive because Halo is an unmitigated disaster. I think that's a bit hyperbolic, but okay.
Yeah, he's Halo.
Needs a good shooter later.
Flavors loves getting that Halo.
Then we got Lynchpin with the €10 super chat. Happy Sunday to all the lords and guests. Just got my Iron Lord title in Destiny after skipping last season. Had to share my joy with all of you. Cheers from Germany.
In the house.
Hey, I just want to point out to you, my dude, you went out and you got that Iron Lord's tag, and there's still people I play with that don't have that. So I just want to point
do that to
out.
people in the clan. Don't do that.
You know, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that.
Look over at me all he like.
I wasn't even talking about you, but King's one of them. He's definitely one of them.
I know what's out
Just
there.
like Phil Spencer and him talking. You brought it up, King.
I hope.
Now
He said, I
Addict's
wasn't
like,
gonna say
okay,
that.
we'll bring it out. Let's
I hope at
air our
this.
DM.
I hope at this point you've ceded my space in the clan. I hope you've given that to someone.
Actually, we haven't, but I need to.
Jesus.
I need to. We try to get you
Hold
back.
out hope without hope.
Nah, just keep holding out hope. Because it ain't happening.
What we got?
Lord Roughness, £5 super chat.
That's the
Build
dude.
it, Jimmy. Say one more word, snitch one more time, and COD goes exclusive day one. You gotta talk like that. Whine one more time, and those Azure servers stop working for you.
And that's an audiobook you just did right there. You got the voices and everything.
Yeah, he got the voice.
You
Yeah,
should narrate that stuff.
Yeah.
Shout out to Everboard, because Everboard said the same thing in our private chat. Say one more thing.
One more thing.
One more thing. Then we got to we have awful
Shut
grim.
everyone down.
We got
can't wait till
awful
it happens.
grim bones. $2 super chat. This is why I love Sundays. Iron Lords don't miss.
Appreciate you,
Thank you, sir.
appreciate you. That's love.
Blessings.
God's hit, man. $2 super chat. ACG is Macho Man Randy Savage.
They pushing for this,
Yes.
ACG.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
One of my faves.
Dig it.
All right, Christopher Hart's next, King.
Go ahead, read it.
The real news is, how did PlayStation 5 overtake Switch?
In UK, yeah, that is accurate. In UK,
It
Yeah.
overtook
Karen-
or it won 1 month?
no,
And he's caring. He's literally caring.
Let's
It's an
not
inadequate comment.
happening.
Let's just say it. It's an inadequate comment.
It's an inadequate comment. Yeah, it's inadequate. It's inadequate.
I wasn't going to bring this up, but
Change.org.
since you did,
Yes.
yeah.
open the door. You open the door.
You open the door.
I
Salute,
just
Christopher.
love the fact how he likes to bring up the numbers and stuff like that. I want to see you in a couple of years.
You know what's funny, Christopher Hart? You super chat again. You chose to say some inadequate comment like that.
There we
Salute,
have
dude.
Michael G, $5 super chat. Xbox should re-release old Call of Duty games just to fulfill the contract, and then release a new Call of Duty on Xbox.
Messi.
mark that, by the way. Mark that comment.
ACG said, hold on
Yeah.
to something.
Mark that comment about remakes.
Yeah, I heard that.
Actually,
to
I
fulfill,
actually
fulfill
said that.
contractual obligations. Uh-oh.
No, I've actually said that I wouldn't be surprised if they start doing Black Ops collections,
Don't
and that's
be
only on
surprised.
Xbox.
Oh, you
Do not be
That's
surprised.
funny business.
Like, imagine
That's
a
funny
Halo,
business.
imagine a Master Chief collection with all the Black Ops,
They
where
have
you have all the
skins and a
zombies.
Master Chief. Can you imagine that?
That's I ain't
That
think
would be
about
awesome because the
That's
Master
messy.
Chief collection sucked donk. It's terrible.
I'm talking about the concept, not like the
Yeah.
problem.
Okay. There we go.
Last one,
Thank
last
you.
one. Donald Oh, damn. they coming in.
Last two. We got Donald Taco,
Gotta go.
$5 super chat. Y'all forget about NVIDIA and DLSS and the fact that standard consoles always pull more performance. Switch 2 will be more powerful than Steam Deck,
He go
and
hard.
Steam Deck 2 will probably be out by that time.
Yeah,
Well, it
okay.
could be.
You know,
Ooh,
I can buy
Donald
that.
Taco off of
Crazy as
Nintendo.
hell.
I love Donald Taco. Switch coming
Then
in.
we got Flame, $2 super chat. You're right, Saab. Not a disaster. It's inadequate.
Flame, go write
Well
some
done,
articles
well
and
done.
stop being messy.
Well done.
Anyway,
Okay,
all right,
that's
cool.
it. We'll cut
So
it.
look, real quick, because I got to respect the Ghost's time, so I got to let him go first. Real quickly, I know topic I'm kind of hijacking, but I just want to get
No,
started.
just go right
Yeah,
ahead.
Ubisoft Forward. Didn't know if you got a chance to see it. Or Marvel D23. Didn't know if you got to see it. I know you a big Marvel guy. You get into the pop culture for the Ghost. So your thoughts on either or both?
Well, I actually watched the Iron Lord stream for Ubisoft, and that was out of pocket
There you go.
hilarious.
Salute.
A lot of mobile stuff happening on that one, and I didn't care a bit about any of it. I'm interested in Assassin's Creed Mirage mainly because it sounds like it's a more scaled back approach, which I'm all in on. Like,
Yeah, I think that's going to do well.
I agree, Addict. I mean, those games are good, but sometimes scope being so big is actually a detriment to me. I have time, man. I got only so many games I want to play. And,
Odyssey was amazing, though. I had to give them Odyssey.
I loved Origins, and I really liked Odyssey. And some people are like Origins, some are but they're both fantastic. I like the idea of scaling it back. I'm curious to see how they steward the franchise, knowing that they've got Tencent kind of looming on the horizon. Like what kind of Ubisoft are we going to see? So
Good point.
curious.
Good point.
Curious on that one. And then as far as Marvel D23, that stuff, I am really interested in Amy Hennig's game. The idea that we get T'Challa's grandfather in that game. I think it was on Iron Lords like years ago that I was like,
You said it.
I was like, I want to see the Wakandans in a game regularly because like the vibranium abilities just bring so many possibilities for gameplay, and when you've got someone of Amy Hennig's caliber behind it, that's really, really cool. And it'll be curious to me to see, are they going to build this as part of a greater universe? Is this going to be its own contained thing? I'm really interested in that. I don't know how we can not be excited about that. And then You know, like quietly, like I'm excited for Frontiers of Pandora, the Avatar game.
Okay.
I really wanted that game to come out this year. I was bummed when it didn't, so I'm hopeful that you know shows up well. But yeah, those were the standouts for me. Like that how can you not be excited for Amy Hennig's game? And the Captain America, T'Challa's grandfather's in there. I think it's T'Chaka. Is it T'Chaka?
Yeah.
Well, T'Chaka's his father.
Oh, okay.
Father.
Okay.
So,
Before T'Chaka?
I thought it was his father, but it was his grandfather. So
Okay.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
right.
yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I'm stoked for that.
Yeah, interesting time period too. And I want to know if they go there because they talk about the Nazi situation is going on at that time.
I'm pretty sure they will.
They could go someplace that would be interesting. That could be interesting. Yeah.
Marvel's got an opportunity
Yes.
in the game space with that game to tell some good stories and really
I wonder
go
if
there.
Disney would let them.
So
though.
his grandfather's name is Azuri.
Azuri. Okay.
Okay, cool.
No
and
doubt.
then you have to also wonder, like, is Marvel going to go there in the film sense with X-Men? You know what I mean? Because it's time to move forward.
Right.
And so, like, where are they going to go as far as telling the story of the X-Men? That to me is the most interesting possibility when it comes to Marvel, because with respect to the Thunderbolts and some of the other stuff that's coming out of Marvel, Phase 4 has disappointed me, which is a shame because like they made some high quality stuff. I respect it, but it's not all been
the TV stuff.
yeah, it's just not all been for me, I guess is the right way to put it.
Fair enough.
You know,
I like
Everybody has their own stuff.
Midnight Sun's looking good. The
Midnight
leaks look
Suns,
real
and,
nice.
and this year, what a weird. Who saw it coming out this year? When they delayed it, I was like, all right, coming out 2023.
Gameplay.
Yeah, and it's not February.
That's a subtle jab at
That is you're ridiculous. You're ridiculous. Anyway.
Yes.
Have you started noticing games more and more? Because it used to be games that really released in December a lot, but it feels like the more time goes by, the more comfortable some of these developers like December, like after Black Friday, after Christmas. Well, not after Christmas, but you guys get what I'm saying. Like
Halo
at that
Infinite?
point, a lot of the Christmas shopping's already done. So
Landscape has changed as far as releasing, I think.
Because of digital. I mean, it's so easy to get the game.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it was the Halo Infinite last year, Callisto Protocol is December this year, Marvel Midnight Suns this year. I mean, you're right, Addict. Like it's easier to get a game out in December and it still sell well than
Shout out to the homie K. Asante. The Amy Hennig game was co-written by Mark how you pronounce his name? Bernardine. So he said he's sure they're gonna go there. That's a good point. I forgot about that. Yeah, they're gonna go there most likely. Nah,
They went there with the old Captain America game.
Okay. No, I feel you, Ghost, man. Look, I don't want to respect your time. Obviously, we not kick you out, but obviously, if you do have to go, I know, you know what I'm saying, brother. I appreciate it. I know you weren't feeling 100%, but it's good to have you back in the realm.
Nice to meet you.
Thank
Overdue.
you. Yes,
Yeah,
thank
y'all
you,
two need
Eric.
the link, man. Shout out to
We
Ghost.
did. I already talked to him.
Nice. Yeah, 'cause Xbox expansion pass. I want to give you your flowers, brother. You know, one of my favorite shows, one-on-one interviews, very professionally done. You've had the who's who in the industry. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes me and you go back and forth for the DM, like, yo, how'd you get that one? Like, no, that was great. And you're killing it, brother. I love to see you shine and tell the people where to find people can find you, how to get a hold of your content.
I put his Twitter in the chat.
Oh, salute, Addict. Addict being every one of your fans, man. I'm glad to see you back on the platform. So tell the people where they can find you, bro.
Yeah, you guys can find me on Twitter at InsipidGhost. Thank you, Addict, for putting it in the chat there. Of course, you can find the Xbox expansion pass, all your podcast services. My most recent episode before tonight's drops was an interview with Seamus Blackman. That was
and they talk about some deep stuff that Seamus really hasn't talked about in the public
We need to
forum
get
before.
Seamus on here.
Seamus to talk. Ghost,
Yeah.
I need to
We need
hook
to get
up.
Seamus
Ghost, I
on
need to hook
here.
up.
Fantastic interview, guys. Fantastic, because again, Seamus, I think he was kind of surprised by you know some of the questioning, but
Ghost did it
surprised
right.
in a good way. Like he's like, okay, let's talk about it, and it was fantastic.
Those
It
are
was
the ones.
fantastic.
Don't it feel good when it be the ones when you I gotta listen. Okay.
I hope more people were able to check it out because Seamus he really opens up. You know what I'm saying? Like he really shares a part of his life that I don't think he planned to share, and how it impacted gaming and in effect all of our lives, which is really crazy. to think about. So yeah, if anybody hasn't listened to that, I would ask and hope that you guys would check it out because it was enjoyable.
No doubt. And
yeah,
cool, brother. Again, appreciate you. Welcome back in the realm. Go support the man. No doubt. Enjoy your Sunday, brother. Feel better. Better.
Take care. Thank you.
Doubt.
Thanks, guys. Bro. Take care.
No doubt, bro. And ACG, we got to get to you now. Not that we can, anything because you hang in as long as you want. Question. So, did you get a chance? Ubisoft, Forward, Marvel, Disney, D23, catch both of them, one of them. What are your thoughts, man?
Both. Are we talking about them together then?
Yeah,
like, we're not going to separate.
Yeah, we're going to combine.
So both were utterly disappointing in various ways. First of all, whenever you tell me, hey, I'm going to give you a nice tight stream of our games, and one of the games is like, I don't know, 45 seconds of CGI, I'm done. And that was Disney. Disney's was really, they also didn't show Spider-Man until the end in a 1.2 second little split. It was highly disappointing in almost all ways because there was mobile, there was a lot of CGI. They didn't really push, I think, what they could have pushed and got some people really interested because I think they do and are working on some interesting things. Amy's maybe a little too soon to show. Who knows? Amy's also cursed. She's had multiple massive games, canceled underneath her. So I'm really like rooting for this one because I do follow her and I think that she's a spectacular writer.
I agree.
Creator.
I agree.
Yeah. It would be nice to see her actually ship a game.
I need a W for her because
that's pretty much what I mean. Yeah, it would be nice to see it end. And I feel the same way. The Ubisoft what's her name? The original
Jade Raymond.
I would like to see her see some success. Like you just see these people that are like almost there. So Disney's was ultimately pretty disappointing for me. When it comes to Ubisoft, I'm going to pimp one thing. I rarely do this.
Let's go.
In 2020 August, I talk about Assassin's Creed Japan and what's coming. Go check that video because a lot of people were like, what the
Yes.
I did talk about a bunch of stuff that I had heard and also just my hopes for Japan. I'm most excited about that.
Did you say it was like it's their get out of jail free card or something?
It is their get out of jail free card for Assassin's Creed. It always has been.
It's kind of like Forza going to Japan too.
It is,
like
but guess what the big problem is?
Yep.
Ghost of Tsushima too. And the time frames for those.
But Carrick, I tell you this.
Here we go.
They did the perfect thing, which is when they announced it and they showed it. It immediately it wasn't Assassin's Creed Samurai. It was Assassin's Creed Ninja.
Ninja. And they have to because there are a lot of people even in my own video comments going, why would I ever play that? I'll just play Ghost of Tsushima again. I'm like, sure, let's all just play the original Final Fantasy. Let's just never get into game. Like that makes no sense. So I'm really rooting for that game to be good. I thought when I looked at Ubisoft's stuff, there was a couple issues. The 10-cent deal, which Ghost talked about, there's some issues there that I personally have. But let me sort of explain to you what I took from Mirage. Not Mirage, sorry, the Infinity.
Yes.
Infinity is taking a long time to come out. We already know it's many years out. Infinity feels to me like Helix Points 2.0. So Helix is already starting to show, and I like this. I love playing Far Cry and getting points to buy a suit in Assassin's Creed. In fact, I think it's one of the best systems ever for rewarding a gamer in your ecosystem. I do believe that Infinity is pretty much simply a new type of front end. And here's the problem with a front end. A lengthy front end has never succeeded ever. Because it takes too long to get into your games. They're going to have to figure out a way to where if you jump in and do want to play Syndicate or do want to play Assassin's Creed, which I'm assuming, and from what I'm reading through the lines here, you're going to be able to play different characters in the old worlds. So we may see Jacob in Assassin's Creed Odyssey. That is my assumption that we'll start to see that. They've already done the skins. So I would see them doing that. Some of the stuff I looked at when I did my walking the walk for Valhalla indicated that there was some meshing going on where it was like, how can we replace characters? There's some really interesting GDC videos on that where you're getting the idea of where Ubisoft's going. So I was really excited for that. I also absolute damnation for the mobile game, and there's various reasons why. First of all, first game you can create your own character. It's on mobile. It's in China. It's on mobile. Their last game that was based in China was a 2D game and one of the worst games Ubisoft has ever released. Now, that was 2D, so I'm not going to hold them against that. But you just took some features I've always wanted in an Assassin's Creed game. And I get that there's mocap issues. There definitely is. Like my beard and mocap would drive the world insane, right? You know, they have to have clean shape. So I get that. but I wanted the ability to create my own character, and I hope Jade has that, or Red, whichever one is the Japanese one. What I saw there was them sort of trying to say, we get what your complaints are for length of time. By the way, that's not the only Mirage is not the only small one. We know for a fact there's at least one more other small one coming out. Those ideas are awesome. The idea of going into a Ubisoft game, like it or not, their attention to detail in worlds is probably the best, and I truly mean that. I do the walking the walks, and I got to tell you, it takes almost a month to do one game because they have so many different things that they're working on to make a world do what it does. Right. So I'm really excited to see that. And once again, I was utterly disappointed though. It was trailer after trailer with just a guy standing there. Yeah. And it was like Tron at the starting of Disney when the guy's like, "Are you excited?" I'm like, "It's the Tron disc." No, I'm not excited. What are you guys doing? If you're going to do an event, and I still firmly believe something else was planned because both of those events felt forced. They felt like they were trying to get out of the way of the upcoming Sony event. And I'm definitely hearing that there might be a reason why people do not want to be anywhere near the Sony event. But I was excited for what we already knew. There was no surprises that those leaks had come out. By the way, anybody out there, if you sign an NDA, it also means you can't tweet about it. People broke NDA. I'm sorry. People were breaking NDA left and right because I saw the NDAs for that. It was loose. And it felt a little bit like people were lying. They were like, "Man, you're not going to believe what you're going to see in the Ubisoft event." And I was all, damn. What? So overall, I can't wait for those games. I like their stuff. I want them to pare some things down. Mirage looked a little old. That's fine. Free expansion for Ragnarok. Did you guys see that? And Ragnarok, hats off to them. Those guys can't make a good Far Cry DLC if they had a million years. They're totally inept. But Assassin's Creed DLC is unbelievable. Those guys take risks like most companies hope to take risks. Roguelike Atlantis for Odyssey
that
was
good.
Unbelievable. Jack the Ripper, by the way, one of the best DLCs ever.
Yeah,
for
Syndicate.
So I'm excited. I don't have the same hatred that a lot of people. You can smell the stink on them. You can smell their hate for Ubisoft. You'll see a review and they'll be like, "Well, it doesn't play the way I," and you're like, "Dude, it's their own thing." I get what you mean by collectibles. I certainly do, but I am excited for the idea of those games, less so Infinity. Gotcha. I think Infinity is going to turn out to be a front end that, and they stated that it's not a game.
No doubt, no doubt.
They were very clear.
Attic, you had these streams going, Marvel, and obviously Ubisoft Forward. Thoughts on both?
I guess we'll start with Marvel. I guess the more direction we go towards mobile, the least I care. I do think it was a well-paced show, just the content didn't entice me at all. I do feel like it was a good standing foundation to doing this in the future once they actually get the content they want to replace the stuff I didn't care about. I felt like it kind of was like a little of like a state of play, a little bit of that feeling. I actually watched that, was like, Microsoft, it's not hard. Do it exactly like that.
Exactly. So true.
I'm also curious. They showed PlayStation stuff at the end of that, and it was in the little montage thing. Now, obviously, those games are exclusive, but I'm curious. One of the, obviously, we've seen Spider-Man on the stage of Sony. We've seen Wolverine on the stage of Sony. I'm curious if that changes now a little bit because they're starting their own little showcases. Because Sony might make the game, but I don't know if they have the right to say where they publish, where it actually shows up on.
Sony owns Spider-Man's IP stuff.
Lock, stock, and barrel.
The lock, stock, and barrel. They control
except for
it.
The cartoon.
I was wrong. I thought it was impossible. Yeah, except for the cartoons, and I was corrected.
So they own everything Spider-Man.
They not everything Spider-Man, but game-wise, they are able to absolutely control that IP on games.
Okay, what about Wolverine?
I don't know, but it's Insomniac, so I would assume the same.
Yeah, so like part of me is like, are they going to share that coverage with them? Like, awesome. maybe have on, the next Marvel one where it teases a trailer for Wolverine and tell you to tune in for something. I don't know. That's
Deadpool
it's interesting
on Xbox
how
only.
that.
Oh, wow, sick.
Huh?
Deadpool
yeah.
on Xbox only is awesome.
Yeah. So that's interesting. Now, it comes to the Ubisoft thing. I actually did not like the Ubisoft one at all. Like it wasn't anything against it. I felt like it wasn't really paced towards the way I like game to game to game. Then you do the interviews and stuff after it. You show the content, what people actually want, and then after the interview, it's like, look, if you want more of a breakdown and stuff, we either got YouTube videos or we're going to do interviews after the actual content's been showed. I do like the fact that I've always felt like the people who came from the original Assassin's Creed, like me, I felt like we've always been left behind because of the success of the recent Assassin's Creeds. But now it feels like
everybody's getting something.
Yeah, it feels like, okay, what we're going to do is they're going to do like the Yakuza and Sega thing. We're going to have a mainstream Assassin's Creed, and we're going to have another team working on the ones that other people like, the older fashioned Assassin's Creed. And I like that because I feel like they're willing to take the risk because they're amping up Assassin's Creed development. So I think that's good. It's like ACG said, I don't understand the hate towards Ubisoft. Like, I understand that they have a rinse and repeat content wise, but it sells well, so people like it. So you expect them to change up formulas on stuff that actually does well. Now, obviously, I feel like they can do stuff to make it more fresh. But who am I to tell a I don't know if they're $1 billion or $1 million company, to change up a formula that I like. Now, I played Far Cry 6. I loved it. I thought it was a great game. Obviously, it was more Far Cry 5, more Far Cry 4, but I enjoyed Far Cry 6. I liked it, man. I liked it. Assassin's Creed, I like the new Assassin's Creeds, but I don't consider them Assassin's Creeds if it's weird. It's like, I feel like that's an original ideal that they didn't want to risk naming it something else, so they named it Assassin's Creed. And it's worked out well for them. I kind of dropped Valhalla. I was a real big fan of Odyssey. Like, I have like 5 or 6 days in Odyssey.
Hell yeah, baby.
And I think Ubisoft's in a good place. Skull and Bones, a lot of people are looking down on that game. Don't sleep on that game.
Really? You coming around on Skull and Bones? Wow.
Shout out to November 8th.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead and have a God of War.
I don't think this game is going to like revolutionize anything, but I do think it's going to find its own audience and people are going to enjoy it. Kind of like For Honored. One thing you could say about
Crew.
Yeah, we ain't talking about that.
A crew. You can't make a crew. Here you go.
One thing that you could say what you want about Ubisoft, when they commit to a project, they will commit to that project. You can buy any of their games, and even if that game has 8 people playing that on Steam, they're gonna have new content for that next holiday,
except for Extraction.
That's plagiarism.
By the way, did you guys notice no Extraction content during the Ubisoft trailer?
They should have just made that like a little DLC thing for.
Look at Division getting its support too. What do you think? What do you guys think of Division, man? That game is getting love.
I saw a black screen. I saw a black screen.
I thought it was weird that Division 2 was getting stuff. I thought it was going to be all Heartland and that's it.
Yeah, Division 2 got a lot of stuff.
But I guess maybe the Division thing, like, there's a lot of things I didn't like about Division 2. I didn't. I need to go back and try it, but maybe it's because like I'm into so many games as a service now that I can't open that door to anything else. And someone said Mario plus Rabbids. I think that looked good. I wasn't I wasn't a huge fan of the last one. Like, I thought it was good, but it's just
hang on, I'm canceling your invite.
That's fine. That's fine. Cancel me, man. My email is and it's just like, but what I do like about this is like, they are putting more coats on the gameplay. The sparks. I didn't realize what kind of thing. So, you might try to reach out to a contact to try to get that code. I might review it. I don't know yet.
Coming around. That's good. No doubt. Solved, man. Ubisoft Forward, your peoples. See what's going on, and obviously Marvel D23 thoughts.
The Marvel show, I kind of agree with Daisy. Everything was overall just disappointing. Shout out to Blessing for getting a shot like that. Blade did a good job. But yeah, coming out of the Marvel stuff.
Was that the commentator?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, he did a good
I thought
job.
they did fine. I saw some weird comments about that, but I thought it was know.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of funny. He got a shot like that. Hey, I mean, fantastic. Exactly. So, yeah, for me, coming out of the Disney stuff though, it really was just like the Amy Hennig thing that leaked beforehand. That's super interesting to me because just like Carrick said, like she hasn't had a W in a long time. You know, her ragtag game got canceled, and the Star Wars
She's
thing.
the Browns of video game makers.
Yeah,
man.
she really is. Really is. And Jade Raymond is right there with her. Yeah,
I know.
So yeah, this looks super interesting. It feels like an Amy game where it's like, okay, let's take the thing that everybody sort of expects to come out and put a twist on it. So to go back World War II, World War II era Black Panther with Cap, that sounds great to me. Midnight Suns also looks very good. I don't know that I'm sold on the card stuff, but Firaxis, like what can you say? Firaxis, that game's gonna be great.
Also, if you get a chance, check out Christopher Odd. He's the one doing all of the. That guy's got an amazing deal, dude, and he's been doing all the breakdowns. Very cool to see a YouTuber get that.
Exactly, killing it. Beyond that, like, yeah, it was a whole bunch of mobile stuff that I get it. Like the money's there, make the mobile stuff. What was interesting to me was the Gargoyles remastered. Like, I don't remember Gargoyles being that great of like. I don't remember Gargoyles being in that echelon with like Aladdin.
Right.
And
it was kind of dope though.
It was. I don't remember it.
What was that
I was a huge
sequel?
fan, so.
No, Valiant Hearts 2. There's a sequel
Valiant Hearts.
exclusively to Netflix.
Really?
Yeah. Let's
you
talk
need
about
to
it.
watch out for that.
Valiant Hearts was very good. I like Valiant Hearts.
A lot of Game of the Year awards for Valiant Hearts.
Yes. That World War I story, I think that was great. Yeah, I mean that Ubisoft stuff. Yeah, that's very cool that they're still doing that. So yeah, let's just jump to the Ubisoft. Just like Ghost, though, I kind of wanted to see what this Avatar. They've been working on this Avatar game for a long time.
Yeah,
and again, in a lot of ways, it is sort of like the Pocahontas story all over again. But I remember going to see the first Avatar with King in New Rock.
Damn,
that
was
3D.
Beautiful. That 3D, it was beautiful.
That's the first
Good.
time IMAX was there. We got our tickets. You couldn't tell us anything.
Nothing.
Cameron was it James Cameron's outside?
Yeah. So I was excited to see what that game is about. So now jumping over to Ubi, Assassin's Creed. That's my heart,
baby. I know. Here come the slam. Let me hear it.
No, I'm gonna listen. To me, they did the exact thing they needed to do. Where Ghost of Tsushima was it was more of the samurai thing. Watch your mouth. Like I said, cookie cutter. Can I say?
Oh, we not doing that. We not doing that. So I'm getting upset. Getting upset. Don't bring the Ghost out here.
I finished Ghost. I enjoyed it, but
here we go.
I've seen stuff in that game before. I will say
that was a good game. I don't even know what you're bugging about.
Yeah,
that's so disrespectful.
I play so much Assassin's Creed. You have to understand. Like I saw so much Assassin's Creed in that game, but it's fine.
You try to imply my man is Assassin's Creed light? That's what you try to imply?
Now,
you try to imply that my man is not the official.
So what was disappointing to me about Ghost, and what I think they did perfectly with just a little snippet they showed of what Red is going to be, is the differentiation between samurai and ninja. Because despite the stealth stuff that they put in Ghost, the stealth stuff I played for a little bit, I was like, the AI isn't smart enough for the stealth to really be
I'll give you that. I'll
rewarding.
give you a little bit of that.
So I was like, I stuck to the sword play. The sword play was fun. The sword play was
you was
super
announcing
satisfying.
yourself outside.
Yeah, I was like, I would run into the camp like, let's go.
I was about to smoke, man. I was about to smoke. I pulled up, did the little triple draw thing, kill 3 of them first, and then just work my way through the rest.
About to smoke if I can log into my PlayStation.
Oh my god, you did stop it. Continue.
So for me, so seeing what Red could potentially be and seeing what Mirage is and sort of that return to stealth and true assassinations, planning assassinations, stuff like that. So my thing is like, if they apply those things to Red, to me, that's like the Tenchu spiritual successor almost in an open world, right?
I got a flag on the field.
It's true ninja, like true ninja.
You talking about the dudes that have not done true stealth in a minute? You talking about those?
Yes,
the guys that are making it an action combat adventure.
Because this is the thing, when you show me you're going back to something like Mirage, I'm like, okay. you understand that people want that style of Assassin's Creed.
For sure.
So to me, it's in their mind now, right? It's part of sort of their design ethos. It's back to, hey, stealth matters, right? You know, we didn't see any Splinter Cell, but Splinter Cell is supposedly being remade, whatever the case may be. So to me, I see it as something like, to me, is integral. And the fact that they went ninja's about stealth.
Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. But Addict, can we confirm the developers? These are the dudes that did Odyssey, correct?
Odyssey.
Yes.
Okay, these are not
Yes.
the dudes that's doing Baghdad, which Baghdad is supposed to be the stealth.
I see the open world. I see the open world because they said it's going to be a big game, right? So I see the open world, but I do see them saying, "Hey, I mean, there's no if you put a ninja on the cover
I respect
and
you.
he just runs out in the
He
middle of
runs
the
out with
street,
his face out.
then
All right, I give you that. I give
you
you
don't know
that.
what you're
I
doing.
give you that.
I'm gonna be real with you. I think this is gonna be an RPG like Odyssey. Like, I
As
think
long as the stealth
it
gameplay
for sure
is
is.
there,
What
though,
he's saying is that because they announced ninjas, it only makes sense.
Of course,
for it to
And
be
I think
stealth.
I agree
think they-
completely.
Mhm.
Or
I think
allow
they did
stealth
it-
better.
I think they did it for ninjas, like kind of like in certain interpretations in like anime, like they're gonna do more like Odyssey where they have abilities and stuff. That's where I'm with. Like Shinobi, they'll be able to do
That's-
like ninjutsus and stuff. Like
as
that's
long
what
as I
I'm
can
seeing.
use the shadows and stealth,
That's what
I
we
don't
need to
care
see.
about the power stuff. That's cool.
Okay.
It doesn't need to be super grounded, and I can only stab
You're
people.
gonna
and
stab
shurikens.
someone, take half his health. That's what's about to happen.
That's fine, but they always do that. You know, you always have to level up, and they always they have issues with that. But to me,
I just got to get you for one because you're so disrespectful to my man.
why am I so
You were
disrespectful?
very disrespectful.
I finished this game.
And all I'm gonna say is, until they have a great, I should say their stories be good, but until they have that dual combat, that cinematic flair, right? I want the attention to detail to the time period and what's going on. Then I will bend the knee. But we're not going to be disrespectful.
But you see, you don't play AC games.
I do it. I
ACG
played
said
when they was in Jerusalem and they was actually stealth
right,
games.
Right. So ACG said it. Their attention to detail for historical.
I know. No, he's right. He's right.
Fantastic.
They're not going to get that part wrong.
Okay,
right?
continue. I'm done interrupting.
The only thing they could get wrong and mess up is if they go in with cookie cutter gameplay from previous games and don't make the gameplay specific to what the skill set of a ninja.
There you go.
And to me, this is their opportunity to be like, okay, this is the thing, right? If you go in and make this game and if it looks and feels and plays like any other Assassin's Creed game, then you're saying you never looked at Ghost of Tsushima and see what they did wrong, right? So to me, it has to be that. I don't see it being any other thing. If they do, it's an L.
Okay.
Here's how I think they're going to do it. I think that they're going to be having games made like Mirage, or isn't that what it's called, Mirage? Yeah, Assassin's Creed Mirage. Like those type of games, you're going to get another one after Mirage. That's going to be your classic 15 to 20 to 25 hour class story mode where you do the collectibles and stuff, and then you're out of there. You're out the back door, like, and then they're going to have the other people making like the hardcore RPG stuff, like the Odysseys, the Origins. Now I don't know what this Hex stuff is. That's weird.
The Hex is some witch trial stuff. That's the witch, and to me, that's just interesting because it's different than what we kind of seen.
And
before.
we will see those more than just those.
Yeah,
because remember that's how Primal was made. Primal was made by everybody getting together, discussing different ideas for Far Cry, and Primal won out of all those.
So to me, it's exciting what they're trying to do with Assassin's Creed. They kind of realize that they want to have the cake and eat it too, and go back to what people are missing, and then try to expand upon what they've been doing with the RPGs. Because I'm kind of like with Addict. Valhalla was so intimidating, and I know I don't get intimidated by those games, but Valhalla felt like it was so much more dense.
I was scared
than Odyssey, and I played the hell out of Odyssey. It just felt so much more intimidating that I was like,
I have a question for you.
Yep.
So let's make some guesses for powers in this, because I think breathing through the reed while you're swimming,
Oh, bro,
blow darts, blow darts, which we saw in Rogue. And Rogue did a very good job with Rogue. What other
I
things
think
do
they're
you
gonna
guys
have
want
one
to
where
see?
you. I think they're gonna have like a smoke one where you vanish.
Which one
got melting into the shadows.
Yep, melding into the shadow, grapple hook,
so,
just like
you
a
can
Syndicate as well.
Like your body can actually get into the shadow on the floor, and you, because I was just watching Super Ninjas the other day, and when the ninjas popped out, they popped out directly from the shadows.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They need to adjust that stealth thing, right? So you feel like you're in stealth. How many times have you guys played an Assassin's Creed game where you're sort of standing there and they can't see you?
And they can't see you. Yeah,
It
and they
happened in Ghost of Tsushima, to be honest. But you're just standing there and they're like, "Where is he?" You know, where is he? Oh, dude, Ghost of Tsushima is great, but it's a minimalist great. It's a totally different style of thing. And I agree with Saab. I think that they're gonna. I love the idea of shuriken, smoke bombs. And remember their big thing, by the way, ninjas actually weren't known to go like face to face with everybody.
Ever.
Were disguise.
So
what about a true disguise? Not just flipping your stupid cowl up and everybody's like, "Who are you?
Bro,
You
ACG,
must belong with us."
You do
but
some
true disguise.
You do some Hitman flow.
Yeah, that's what I was about to
do a
say.
little-
Once that they make like a Hitman thing,
and you really infiltrate.
Absolutely.
And that's what's exciting for me about Mirage, right? King and I always talk about this going back to that Splinter Cell conviction, the original Splinter Cell conviction, where it was all about social stealth and literally dipping behind people at the last minute,
Like
doing
Noel
stuff like
from,
this.
Cross-legged in a hallway
In
and
the
dropping
hallway,
down
remember
on
the
them.
split leg?
dropping
The
down.
Van Damme between the hallway?
Yeah,
Exactly.
Van
It's
Damme.
very,
You
it's
do
very.
groin splitting
Oh
Van Damme
my
moves.
God. So to me, all the things that they didn't sort of do in AC1, right?
Yeah.
It feels like to me, because again, they started going in a different direction with AC2. You still had your assassinations, but it was bigger. They got it right, but there were certain things that I loved about 1 in terms of assassinations and the stealth feel that they got rid of in 2.
Yes.
So to me, go back to that drawing board and get those things
Brotherhood
right.
had some really good social stealth in it.
Yes,
it had a good
yes, it did.
multiplayer too.
And what I need is what I loved about 1 was the after the assassination, sometimes the blend in the crowd.
Oh, I
you know
love
what I'm
that.
saying? Remember the push?
and then stab them and keep walking. And they just walk slowly.
I wish
you know what
that
I'm saying?
I don't know how you guys did. You guys ever play the Assassin's Creed multiplayer?
Yeah,
Yes.
like,
man,
all the
I
time.
love
I aced Brotherhood's multiplayer. Man.
Bro, that
I
was
really
so
hope
good.
because they're talking about initiating multiplayer back into the Assassin's Creed franchise. I'm hoping that they do something similar because like it was like I remember back in the day like you'll be hiding, I'll be hiding here,
and then you had to
ACG will be
stand
hiding
still.
over there, and we what's funny is like me and my dude we would dude, if they see you, run to me. Run past me. They ain't gonna know I'm there. I'm gonna just
you guys,
knock them out.
Addict, there was a trick that they did in the multiplayer too. They would purposely make some of the NPCs stutter step to make you think it was a person.
Yep.
So in a group, you would have the like NPC walk and they'd be like, and so you'd be all, oh, that's definitely a bad guy. You stab him, and the guy beside him was the guy like,
You know what the
and you're just
worst?
like, that's the greatest thing in the world.
Because it was third person. I used to like someone would see me. I'll run across, like here's the wall. I'll be like right here. He's coming this way, and I'll be just sitting there. Moment he comes around, I hit him.
Metagaming, right? You were gaming on them. You knew if it was an aggressive person, you know, you had to play a different way.
And then what
man.
you do is after you knock him out, he's sitting there for a couple seconds. So you run away where you could still see him, but he can't see you because you're paneling the camera around. And then he'll start running your direction. He'll come around the corner. You get him again. Get him again.
So that was the greatest. I understand.
it's
like
so good.
They deaded it. But to me, if they go back to some version of that, that's huge. So in a nutshell, what I really cared about in the Ubisoft show was the Assassin's Creed stuff, and it's exciting. I thought Infinity was going to be something else other than just like this hub, but Carrick is right though. They have the best like the Ubisoft points thing, like. If you play a lot of Ubisoft games, you get points for every game and it rewards you, and you could use those points across all of their games, right? And you just get, cool cosmetics and stuff like that.
A horse, you're just like, it's cool, man.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
Like, that's how you reward gamers is by investing them in your game instead of like, here's some coins. I like the idea of like, here's some coins, but they work in all the games.
All the games.
It's such a cool, not
like
done anywhere else.
Exactly.
Ever.
King, cut that out.
Yeah. So and I gotta tease King a little bit. So the just to say that the only assassin they did not show in any of those trailers was bum ass Alexios.
Oh, damn.
You know what's funny?
I like Alexios. Somebody's
funny. They even showed Connor. And a lot of people don't like Connor.
They showed what's his name from
They
Syndicate
showed Bayek
too.
though, but we're good. They showed no Alexios though.
You best off for that, King. Your thoughts?
Cassandra is the way you play that game.
Oh,
come on.
I got a controversial take on the Disney.
Okay.
Because everybody is so focused on Black Panther's grandfather. Captain America's like 200 years old.
Right.
You know, so but during that period of time when Captain America was fighting in the war, World War II, people forget who was with him. You know, you had the Howling Commandos.
The Howling Commandos.
You had Nick Fury and the team. But there's a little known character. And he has adamantium in his hands, in his body. So can they upend Wolverine from Sony and get that game out with Wolverine in the game playable with blood? Because I believe that this game is going to be brutal because it's at war times. So it's not going to be nice. I think it's going to have a mature rating at some point, probably. I don't think it's going to be E for everyone, you know, because of the subject matter. And, you know, when you're dealing with war, you know, you try to shield the kids, right? So I believe that, and I'm gonna go on record right now saying that Wolverine is in the game.
Oh, wow.
Because
I will too. I
Nice.
firmly believe that.
he's a huge component to Captain America back then. And when they told his story, they told how he fought alongside the Howling Commandos and Captain America and Bucky and all that other stuff. And if he wasn't on one side of the war, that Captain America would never got frozen in the ice. It's actually a what if book about it.
Cool.
The Marvel Knights game.
Careful.
I love that game. I love the direction that they're taking with the characters. You know, with they didn't tell you why their suits are black and gold.
Yellow, yeah.
Right? And they're going to explain because they're imbued with mystical properties. Right? So Captain America's shield is not just adamantium, vibranium combined. Shield, it's imbued with mystic arts. Because they're going up against, you know, demons and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So you can't have the normal, you know, to fight them. The cards, I don't know how it's going to work, and I'm so curious about it because they tell you it's a card game and it's used in this manner, but I want to see it.
Right.
And I don't want them to peddle me decks. You know, I don't want that to be the thing.
That's fair.
Where they're peddling me decks. Oh, buy this deck, you know, like V-Bucks in NBA 2K, you know, where you can get cards.
Ultimate Team.
Yeah,
all
Ultimate
that.
Team crap. I don't want none of that stuff to permeate this game. I think this game can stand on its own. It's it looks really good. Okay, another game that I took from there was the kart racing game. We haven't had a good kart racing game in a minute, and I saw it and I was like, wow. I was looking at the world, and you know, I'm one of those weirdo dudes. I had Diddy Kong Racing, Mario Kart, Crash Team Racing, all those, and I have fun with it, right? So when I saw it, I was like, oh, that looks absolutely fun, and I can't wait to, you know, to get a chance to try it. So all in all, I walked away from their showcase. It was a lot of games that I didn't care for. But again, if I can walk away from your showcase and I can see 2 or 3 things that I like for me, then I think you did something good, because you have to show up in order to participate, right? In order to get ranked, right? Okay, so Ubisoft. Start off with Wario Rabbids. And I told you guys, I love Wario Rabbids.
Yeah.
I think them using the Nintendo technology, and it seems like it's a first party Nintendo game. I know they send the guys over there to work with them, but again, at the same time, the polish on that game felt like a Nintendo first party game, right? And it came from Ubisoft, and I see the same level of polish there, and I can't wait to get a chance to play that game. The Division,
let's go,
looked really good. Looked really strong. What's the other game? It was another game that I was looking at, but to get to the Assassin's Creed stuff, I thought they hit it out the park.
Wow.
I thought they hit it out the park. I thought they went to everybody that had a problem and address their issue.
Here's something for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gotcha.
So if you felt Odyssey was too big for you, here's Mirage.
Yeah.
You take it back. You take it back to when it was a simpler time. You punch somebody in the face, and you do a smoke bomb, and you blend it in the crowd, and you walk with your peoples. You know, take it back to where it was really assassins. Right? You really did carried out assassinations, and it wasn't just like random fight people in the street. See if you overpower them, right? And I like that. I noticed too. The same time all that's going on, if you went to your Xbox or your PlayStation Dash, I don't know.
Oh yeah, it looks beautiful. The 15th anniversary stuff,
right? Was uniform.
Mm-hmm.
I saw 10 cents money being put to work right off the brick, right? So you had the mobile stuff. I'm not opposed to it.
Okay.
Just because I don't understand it and it's not for me,
Moneymaker.
doesn't make me opposed to a new direction in how to play something. Right. So it may not be marketed to me and it may be marketed to somebody else. And the dance universe game, a dance versus game, that's marketed to somebody else, but somebody cheered that game on. Now, when you got to the ninjas, I always told people Ghost of Tsushima was Odyssey Light.
Oh, we
Was a Ubisoft for dummies game.
Fraud alert! This man didn't play the game.
You know, no. I didn't. end it
right, so
like
we
how
can't
you
do
did,
that.
You know, because I can't get inside my console.
Yes. We blaming Sony security for you.
Yeah, I gotta blame them when I call them. They say call back tomorrow because you tried too many times today. I got a problem with them. I don't want to change my name. I want my 2 games that I should have never gave my money. Those games, that Ninja, it could rival Ghost of Tsushima.
Oh, we saw a cinematic fraud.
No. And the reason why I say this, right? The reason why I say this, I mean, Sony has the third person story driven thing down pat, and we got it in Japan, Japan, and dudes went buck bananas. Right? It's the same thing with The Last of Us, same thing with this, same thing with that. But they did it in a Ubisoft style. But they did it light. Right? It wasn't too heavy, wasn't too heavy-handed. It didn't give you so many things on the map that made you feel overwhelmed. So a lot of people was able to get in, play what they wanted to do, get their objectives, go to a nice story, and have a good time. Ninja joint on Ubisoft, they might do it really right. And historically, when I played Origins, and this is the reason why I'm absolutely, completely hopeful. I had walked away from Assassin's Creed before Origins. He was with Microsoft, and he was sliding down the pyramid.
Yeah, fine.
And it was the 4K joint, and I was like, oh my God.
Just shimmering off the pyramid in the sand. Oh my God.
Dude, even the people build things in that. When it's nuts.
You saw the musium thing? The historical aspect of it, they really respect
King, have you gone back since the 60 FPS?
Yes.
Sick.
Goosebumps.
Yeah,
Goosebumps. I have faith in it that it's going to be that ninja game that we want, that we asked for. So what I saw them do was they took all the IPs and they said, okay, how can we address this? Rainbow Six Siege. Mobile, put that out. Mobile was for everything. So everything across the board had a mobile game. All right, we knocked that out the park. Now we're going to address our flagship. Now, that Skull and Bones, I didn't know I needed it until I saw it.
Attic have come around in this. Okay.
Till I saw it. Water physics, absolutely incredible. The fact that you can dress your ship up to be a juggernaut or to be a little a smaller ship to get around, maneuverability. It was so much that was going into it, so many layers that I saw into the game. I said, this is not an afterthought. This is something that they're actually going after. This is something, and they believe in it so strongly. November 8th, they're going up against somebody's head. And I felt that was fantastic because you believe in your product. And I told you guys before, anytime you believe in your product, you don't move your date. You believe in your product, you stick on your date, and you make that other dude move. And Ragnarok is coming out this year.
Oh.
It's DLC.
Yep.
It's DLC
Here
for
we go.
Valhalla.
DLC for Valhalla.
Here we go.
So I mean, King,
Part 2.
come on, just bend the knee now.
Like, you know,
They're already showing. They're
Let's get
already
a knee up
showing.
the attic now.
Hey, ACG, do you think, in your personal opinion, you think God of War Ragnarok getting delayed till next year?
No.
Okay, you said his personal opinion. That's his personal opinion, ain't mine. But I'm gonna say this. You the dude hiding from the cops, and you don't know if they're gonna find. They got to get me. They got to come and grab me.
He going down with the
pull me
shit.
out.
We got it.
I'm not gonna walk out.
You the
like,
person being in the
"You
back
got
seat
me."
saying, "You ain't got me
No,
yet."
but you know what? I'm not gonna walk out and say, "You got me." You don't got me until I'm got.
Hey, I
Don't
know
try
you
to
got.
tie a knot.
I know the chat be loving you.
Uh-huh.
Chat, put a 1 if you think King been in the knee this November, or put a 2 if you don't think
How
he's been in the knee.
detrimental will this be for you?
It would be
This
pretty.
is- this-
I've talked a lot
and
of
I don't
smack.
even
It would
wanna-
be pretty devastating. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't even want to turn it into this, but I'm telling you, until I'm in the bag, I'm not. Okay, I'm a rabbit. All right, until you got that rabbit around his head and you put him inside that bag and tie the knot at the top, I'm loose. So when that day happens,
Just give up.
No, I won't, because I've seen other games have pre-orders. I have seen people put their money down and they say, well, you know what? I know you put your money down for November, but I see you in January, buddy. And we're going to give you a
So
sticker.
King thinks Ragnarok's going to be delayed?
Yes.
Yes.
He thinks that.
I mean,
So-
I don't think so, but it wouldn't. I mean, wouldn't
So
be
what
a big
happens-
surprise.
What happens when it goes gold? Right? Is that the day that you bend the knee?
When it comes out,
No, he's gonna when it comes out.
Yeah,
He's gotta have
yeah,
it.
he gotta have it. Yep.
I'm not-
No, he going down
They
with
have
the
been
ship.
they have been games that have gone gold and gotten delayed.
And
Oh,
got
we
delayed.
taking 1 and acting like that's the
I'm
standard.
just saying it happened.
ACG, he wants me to hop in the pot and get cooked.
Yeah,
I'm
not
not
yet.
gonna get
I mean,
cooked.
not
No,
yet.
I'm sorry. I want my recognition
See,
right
Wait
now.
until it's
I
final.
ain't trying to wait till
That's-
November.
You the millennial.
If I'm to get the gold medal, why can't I have it now?
No.
See, that's your problem.
Wait till it's done.
See, the rest of us here are old enough to know it ain't over till the fat lady sings.
And the only people that
want
say
it
that's
now.
people that know the fat lady's gonna sing.
Yeah, but I'm gonna tell you this: if it goes my way, brother,
If it
But
goes your
anyway.
way, I'm
Oh, you
I'm
gonna be
sick
messed
for 3
up.
weeks.
Yeah, you gonna be messed up if it goes like
Every
Don't say that
Sunday
way.
he's sick.
Yep.
I thought Ubisoft show. I gave D23 I gave they show a 7,
Okay.
and I give the Ubisoft show an 8 because when I went back to watch it, I had initially gave it a 7. When I went back to watch it, I said, wait, they had way more stuff there for me that I really was joking around with and playing with. I never brought Valhalla because I believe in Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer. I don't trust him. The moment I put my money down to buy that game, it's gonna be in Game Pass. I'm gonna be sick to my stomach. So I'll wait for it to get the Game Pass and I'll buy all the DLC. I will do that. I don't trust him. So and
I don't know about
saw-
you guys.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. No,
I was just gonna say,
gave him an
I
8.
feel at the starting of Ubisoft's event, if they had just went "Brrr," and showed the Splinter Cell glasses
Yeah.
and been like, of 100%, it's time for that. We know Beyond Good and Evil 2 is for sure being made, and you had spoken up that when Ubisoft does believe in something, they will continue. Like, and admittedly, I joke with you guys, and I've talked to Attic a little bit about Skull and Bones. Whatever. But when they do believe in something, you're absolutely right. Like they definitely support stuff. Like it's hard to really take it away from them. I will also point out the God of War producer is not active on Twitter, and it's something that Corey Balrog had pointed out. Just don't expect as much stuff from him as you do from me. So I don't know if that's your belief for delay. Was there something you had thought?
He's trying to find out why he did delay.
There's no rhyme or
There's
reason.
no rhyme.
No.
King.
Oh, sorry. So that was a stupid question. He just believes.
Yeah, yes.
No, what it is what it is this. We have not seen gameplay for the game, right? We saw some little snippets here. We haven't had a presentation of, oh, this is our joint, and it's getting ready to come out. So either one, that arrogance is taking you so far for granted, or it's exactly what I said it is, and it's complete DLC, right? So they don't want to show it to you right now because they don't want to hurt sales, or their arrogance is so high that their sales is going to be so crazy they don't need to do anything.
Yeah, I can see that thought process.
Right?
For sure.
So now, if they do ship in January or February, they're still in their business fiscal period, right? They don't miss. So everybody is all caught up in the business in the holiday season. Oh, they got King. They got to make the holiday season. If they don't make no, a game of that magnitude doesn't have to hit Black Friday. It doesn't have to hit Christmas. It doesn't have to, because those people that do have a PlayStation that are in the market for that game, they're going to buy it whenever that game drops. And Sony knows this. So if it does need a little bit of polishing, or if it doesn't align with certain things, and strategically they have to put it for this or for that, that's the only thing. But I don't see it. That's why I said something's fishy in Denmark.
Fair enough. Look, I'll jump in if everybody got any balls off. Mine should be quick. Look, for me, so I'm just gonna be extremely selfish. There's only two things I really care about on both sides. I do not really care about. I mean, I shouldn't say that. I mean, yeah, Barrett, for the Ubisoft, yes, you know, I know Saw feels strongly about Assassin's Creed, and that's his heart, that's his baby. I've cooled off on Assassin's Creed. So for me, this actually was for me to show me that they're going with this approach to kind of cater to guys like me that like the original. Like, I'm actually curious about the one in Baghdad, because that seems to have some of the sensibilities that I like. I liked when it was like, oh, Jerusalem and the sneaking around, and I like that stuff. So that for me, you know, resonated. You know, the newer stuff, they're great games. I just don't feel they are Assassin's Creed games, like to what the letter of the law I grew up with the series with. So cool to see they do that. Of course, when I seen Nicole Ray, I'm like, it's about damn time. You know what I'm saying? Like, this was your get out of jail free card. Like, ACG's like, when the business is going down, the fiscals are going, this is what you got to do. It's the same thing. If Forza ever gets in a situation where, yo, the numbers is looking low, let's do that Tokyo race drift. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so I get it. You pulling out the stops. It's about time. Yes, Soft, I will give you the ninja aspect excites me because, yes, Ghost of Tsushima is a story of a samurai, right, who's betraying his code to do something else, and it's an internal struggle. So for those who are ninja fans, shout out to the cops, they're ninja fans too. But, you know, like for those who are true, pure ninja fans, it's not embracing the entire ninja code. It's giving you this choice to remain honorable or whatever. I get that. I'll give you that. Still not going to let y'all disrespect the story. I'm still not going to let you just the world, the culture, the duels, everything about that game.
All of that was cool, phenomenal. But tell me this. 15 minutes into that game, well, I say 30 minutes into that game, I knew who the real villain was. And that to me was like, oh, they're not breaking the mold.
What? All right. I'm not saying they did nothing completely different, but all I'm saying is when you get to that point, it's an emotionality to it. And there was some points in that game where I was like, yo, the game really showed heart. I didn't expect that from the game. So that's it. But of course, I'm biased. Yes, I know. So at the end of the day, I know I'm biased. It is what it is. So the thing is, with this though, will they do true ninja? And it seems they are. Like, I need everything ACG talk about. I need my smoke balls. I need my shuriken. I need caltrops. Can I get some caltrops?
Can I get some caltrops?
Can I get some caltrops?
Awesome.
Give me some caltrops.
Chase me, motherfucker.
If they do all of that stuff, right? They do all of it and they out ninja.
If they,
you know he the ninja,
so,
right?
Well, that's the thing, and that was my beef with that game. Was like I was excited for the ninja aspect of Ghost, and when I got in there, like the first, I would say 4 hours of that game, I tried to do the stealth. I'm hardcore stealth, and again, the AI wasn't smart enough for the stealth to feel rewarding. But what was rewarding was going in there and announcing myself with my sword and murdering everybody.
I will say that the stealth, in its defense, you have to unlock all these different things
Right.
before you can truly play the stealth way. But I agree, the samurai way is the accessible way to get to it.
And that's the thing. I did all of that, and that's when I was like, I'm OP now. I'm super OP, and it's not even fun to kill them in the
you're
shadows.
just doing the slice, do 1, do 2, do 3. You're doing your timings and all that. I got you.
Let me ask you this: what happens if they give you your Japan thing, but they go like the Odyssey way, where you can't just sneak up on people and assassinate them? Where it's more about
I'll play it. I like it
in a world with all these abilities and stuff. Because I feel like that's the direction they're gonna go.
Because at that point it's Ninja Gaiden.
Yeah, it's Ninja Gaiden. Yeah, and if they do that, I'm not. I mean, I'll play it. I'll rock with it, but I'm just not gonna be. I'm not gonna put it on no Ghost.
I feel like if it was going to be that way, they would have worded it in a way that makes it more on the words with like Mirage. Like it's, you know, one of those type of titles, but they specifically said RPG, and the people that made Assassin's Creed Odyssey are making it. So it makes me kind of feel like
I don't think that's what Saab's saying though.
But what I'm saying is that if the gameplay, it could still be they've already said it's an RPG, right?
Is the focus. So
right. So to me, it's like all those things that we expect out of the stealth gameplay in Mirage, apply it to the open world with a ninja, and I'm fine with it as long as the stealth feels rewarding and real and it's stealthy. Because again, if you make a ninja game and it's not even RPG or not, if it's not stealth oriented, you're making Ninja Gaiden. Right. You're doing something else.
It's going to be more like Ninja Gaiden. I think there'll be stealth mechanics in the game, but I don't think it's going to. I think this game's going to be centered around RPG, and they'll have stealth mechanics in it. I don't think it's going to be the other way around.
One thing to remember too is that Valhalla. I mean, I didn't love it. I liked it more when I've returned to it. But Valhalla made $1 billion.
Of course. Yeah.
Valhalla. The ninja one is going to be Valhalla. It will be. It doesn't mean that they can't have stealth.
Sure.
I was able to kill. I don't know if we played differently, but even in my walking the walk, I killed like 77 people without them seeing me.
But it's not. But yeah, you could do it for sure. You can do it, and it's still there. The thing is, it's not rewarding in the way a Splinter Cell game is, right? It's totally different, right?
Well, yeah, because you're a Viking.
Right, because
I mean, the idea of stealth to a Viking is putting like a cow's head on.
It really is. But the thing about it is like, to me, even if it's an RPG, if you go ninja, the stealth gameplay has to be paramount. The game has to be built around it.
But what does paramount mean to you? I need to ask him this because I'm trying to figure. What do you mean by? Do you mean so? Remember, you have to build the powers, and that's one of the biggest problems we have. And it happened in Ghost of Tsushima, where you're like, I am an amazing warrior who has to learn how to walk, and you're like, how did he lose all of his powers? It happens to all games, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So what do you when you mean paramount? What do you? So take Valhalla's, and there's a village. And you're now in the ninja one. What exactly do you want to see the engagement be differently than Valhalla's stealth, which wasn't great because you are a vibe? What are you hoping for? Like active
it is AI that's aware of sneakiness, right? That is looking up onto rooftops, making sure, like when they hear something, investigating of their own accord, not you throwing something and trying to distract them.
Oh God.
It is AI that is focused on trying to capture someone that is trying to be sneaky, right?
And do you want to be less powerful? Because you are a ninja, remember that
powerful.
They are.
Yeah, that's not happening, man. I'm saying, look, I hope that you guys are right because I think that would be the better game. But I think it would be. They would have marketed it without the RPG. The fact that they're marketing.
It's a lot of AI algorithms.
The fact that they're marketing like the first thing they said.
Investigated that.
Jumping on top of a roof and
once they brought in, and the first thing they said is, this is an RPG. Like, that's the first thing out of their mouth. They're like, to me, this is going to be around like the world of a ninja. Like, and it's going to be more fantasy that like Odyssey was, where you have abilities, you can upgrade them. I think they'll have stealth. Like, you can kill like the no-name people, as far as like captains, generals, like people with vast amounts of health. Like, I don't think you're just going to be able to assassinate them. Like, and I want to go back.
I should point something out though. You can adjust that now in Valhalla. And I think one of the things that people are not remembering is that Ubisoft does have a tendency to try stuff in a prior game, including options, and then build them directly day one into the next game. Right. So if Saab wants to play a ninja I am personally assuming that he will, like Steel Rising just did, where they took a somewhat Dark Souls game and allowed you to adjust massive parameters. I would assume that if he wants to play that way, there will be a button which does exist in other games that you can assassinate anybody.
Considering this is, you know, the one everyone wants. They might be serious when they say there's a stealth path.
Well,
like you can literally go stealth. It's just I feel like
Sekiro had some great stealth stuff too.
It had really good
stuff.
stuff.
Some of that in. Yeah.
The thing that's
I just
okay.
I was just gonna say personally, I feel like the fact that the Odyssey team's working on this and the fact that they promoted it out the bat that it's an RPG, I feel like the game's going to be built around an RPG and there'll be some stealth.
But if you have options, Addict, who cares, right? If you do have
that's
the
what I'm
options
saying.
day one to just go in and click and say, I want this to be super hard, because
I
I would
hope
play
they
it
do
that
that.
way.
I would play it 100%. I play it that way.
If
for
they
sure.
don't, they are losing out big time. If they don't, they are making a massive mistake. If they don't have the option in there to say, I want this to be cranky hard, to where you're like puckered.
Now you know what worries me though. Now you know what worries me though about the RPG stuff. Now that you know that Addict mentions it, is the fact that ninjas can literally be
anything. That's what I'm saying.
If you don't
There's
give me
so many
the option to be, if you don't give me the option of just being a pure ghost and not being seen, that isn't ninja either. So it's like, but again, you don't have much of a game there, I guess. If it's not, if it isn't like a Splinter Cell game, right? So I don't know, man. The RPG stuff does kind of put them in certain corners that historically doesn't play well with stealth gameplay, pure stealth gameplay. So
but we're not game devs. This is why it's hard.
That's why it's hard.
Let me ask you a question.
Imagine because if Saab was working there, he'd be going like, I want to do this, and it's hard to do that.
Let me ask.
It's going to be interesting to see.
Let me ask you a question, ACG. Like, I don't know. Do you think maybe because they're making the Mirages, they're trying to separate the two more?
Personally,
They're
that's what I originally. That's what I said. Yes.
They're trying to like, look, if you want the stealth stuff, go with these games.
Saab's right. You can still do this. You can still take Valhalla, especially if you level up in Valhalla. There's a lot of stuff you can do. I think he's right that they looked and went, okay, we are missing out.
How can we marry this stuff? Yeah.
Admittedly, if they had reversed Valhalla and done it first, and then done Odyssey, I think this discussion may not be occurring. Valhalla had a dissonance that was instantly noticeable, even though I liked a lot of the story. And I love Knut, by the way, the voice actor for male Eivor. Eivor. But they had a dissonance that was instant, which is Viking stealth. I'm sorry, but you're just like, what is going on? If it was Odyssey, where it was less about stealth and about, you know, the warrior of the time and stuff, and it was they did a better job in that game. Valhalla had a lot of issues, so I think the discussion would be different. But they were separating them. I think they've made that pretty clear that Mirage is its thing, old style. I'm okay with that because I don't think they won't have a ton of options. I mean, Ubisoft, look at Ubisoft's options pages, guys. It's nuts. It's like 3 pages of options. And I would love for them to say, you can instantly assassinate, but you got one shot. And also, Sav, I mean, because this is what I studied in history, is samurai versus ninja, even though ninjas aren't anywhere near what we've blown them up to be.
Of course.
But the idea of the straight sword versus the curved sword, the counterattacks that were definitively used by ninjas versus samurai, would be very cool to see a countering system built in where it wasn't hit Y. I'm not dissing on Assassin's Creed, but it is hit Y to win. Even when they say it's not. So the idea of, let's say, a countering system, and what we saw in Ghost of Tsushima with the different stances,
with the water.
What if you're able to buy a stance? And that's what actually happens, is instead you're a ninja, you go train, you get a new stance, and now it's all counters. So now you have to be good, right? It's not soaking up damage. That's dumb. Valhalla can do it because they're Vikings, but a ninja, I love that idea. I mean,
ninja, it should be like spies versus mercs, where the spies are weak.
Exactly.
They should feel underpowered. It's you going in, infiltrating against these unstoppable odds. Like,
that's what gives you that joy, right? When you do that and you play it that way, that's what gives you the joy, is coming through the other end and not dying.
You know what they might do? They might build
like
the whole
original
game.
Thief.
Like
Yeah.
I might be thinking because of how they did Odyssey, but they might build the game around being stealth. Like you
I
have
hope
more
so.
options
I
to
don't
sneak
think so.
around, like the thing that King said, where you can go in the shadows, literally. Like they might give you that option to sneak around. Maybe they're going to highly push you to be more stealth than just going in there guns blazing.
Go ahead, King, and then I gotta
Ubisoft
go.
has shown. Sorry.
No, go, please, King.
I think Ubisoft has shown that no matter how powerful you are, how high you grow as a character in their world, there's always one dude that's red.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that, like you said, and I'm tending to agree with Attic. Right. It's going to be an RPG. You're going to learn these moves and these stuff as you go along. You probably
Fireball
start
jutsu.
off, weak or whatever. But I also agree with Carrick that they have these sliders. And
I liked you when you agreed with me.
No, but see, y'all all have valid points, right? Y'all all play the games completely different, and Ubisoft knows
exactly, and Ubisoft knows that. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so I just feel that it's going to be a blend of everything, but I think it's going, and this show has shown me that they will cater to all. And I think
I'm
this
okay
game
with
is gonna
that.
cater to all.
If they give Solve his I would like to play like Solve, but if they give everyone the option to play the game how they want, I think that's the correct way.
I don't do like Solve.
Yeah, like I will see when it comes to Splinter Cell, I'll play a couple of different ways. I play full ghost, and then I play Merc and Murdering, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, you gotta switch it up, man.
Yeah.
Play it the reverse the way the game wants. Always. That's the first thing I do. If the game's like do stealth, I'm like, nope. I'm gonna go out there and see if I can
murder
break it.
everyone. Yeah.
And yeah.
I play that like I play everything. I attempt to stealth, but the moment I get caught, everybody
That's it. Everybody dies.
Frustration becomes the worst enemy. Or in Ghost of Tsushima, the camera in the crappy tents. Sorry.
And the camera in the tents doesn't help if you get into a fight in the tent.
Oh, the tents is rough. I'll give you that.
Yeah,
the tents inside the tent.
Cog is like, yo, the slander is
It's
crazy.
crazy.
I know. Did you see it? I'll give you that. Well, thank you.
Well,
I'll give you that.
you know what game doesn't let you? If you fail, you're done. Is Hitman. Hitman.
Oh, it's so good.
He is the worst when it comes to a gunfight. Nah,
He's
don't get into a
basically Thief,
gunfight.
but they pretend like he's not.
Like,
Yeah.
he's not.
He controls like he's like stoved up like he's got a bad back. He's about 50. He's like what really Sylvester Stallone is really like when outside of the Expendables cool filming, where he's just like, oh, everything hurts. That's the way Hitman is.
All I'm saying is with this joint, the only thing that gives me hope with it is the fact that they actually said Shinobi Simulator. So that gives me hope that they are trying to embrace it. You know what I'm saying? And they
FYI, you know that Shinobi means magic, though.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Okay. We know exactly.
Which I'm fine with.
Of course. And look, if you have the mystical nature of it, great. If you have some
animal.
Yeah, if you have some spiritual thing to justify to go against the odd thing, no
Shadow
doubt.
Dancer.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
oh,
Shadow
yeah, that was
Dancer.
fire.
Yeah.
That was fire.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Oh,
look,
yeah.
they've got a lot. They've got a lot to live up. The Ghost beat them into space. I don't care what anybody say.
Yeah, they did.
And at the end of the day, the thing that Ghost did that no one is giving enough credit is the essence of the duel, the essence of the one-on-one matchup, where if you are discovered, right, and you are not like they had a boss level presentation, that look, that sword clinch. There's nothing I've seen from Assassin's Creed that does anything remotely to that. That's the essence of it. The windy backdrop, the cherry blossoms, that's Japan to me. So they got it. I'm confident in the culture. I'm confident in their world building, and I'm confident that as far as like their AI, as far as like moving around and stuff, I give them that. But I need them to execute that perfect match, because that's why Ghost is beloved. And the thing is, if they do that, great. You know what I'm saying? I'm just happy they're doing it. That's the main thing. So I'm done with
that's
that.
a good point.
You know what thing? What's a little disappointing? They didn't touch on it, which means I don't think they've really done anything in that regard. Is the engine? Like, I'd like to see a new engine. I really would like to see a new engine.
You will not.
Yeah.
It's just it's too ingrained. Like
I'm doing an interview with them in a couple weeks on their engine because of Walking the Walk, and they've made huge strides. But I agree, a lot of these companies are reusing the engine and calling it a new name.
Right.
Are they using Snowdrop or Anvil? What are they doing?
It's Anvil, and
It's
Anvil 2.0. By the way, that's why I was bringing it up. And by the way, the things that they're doing with Anvil 2.0 are ridiculous.
Okay,
like some of the stuff I saw for Valhalla was mind blowing in how they tested it. Like they would go home at night, push a button, and they would teleport the character 15 feet randomly everywhere in the world. The next day they would come in and they would have a readout to say what was loading slow and what wasn't. Like they have all these really cool ideas. And then somebody would go and raise up a ladder a little bit too far and break the level. And those are the kind of things that I want to see fixed, is like the jank. Because I liked Valhalla at times, but man, bro, you'd see like animations, you know, going off where there was no character in the screen, and you're like, it was rough. It was almost too big for them to properly QA.
Yeah, and last part I said for the other show, again, selfishly, all I cared about was Midnight Suns. like I am Midnight Suns, man. I am Lord turn-based. That's my favorite genre. You know, Firaxis and
full RPG.
Like to me, Jake Solomon and Firaxis are the GOATs now. Yeah. When it comes to their space, there's no one that does it better. Salute to the OG that made Phoenix Point, my man. Forget his name right now. Forget his name.
And I like that.
And I love that game. Don't get me wrong. And he's the OG from back in the day with XCOM, Discovery, UFO. He's that guy. But Jake and that, shout out to Mark Nada, Attic, who we had on, who did who worked on XCOM 2, because we feel XCOM 2 is one of the GOATs as far as turn based, and he did Chimera Squad. And we had him on ILP, but it looks like to me Firaxis finally got the big market bag to be trusted with the Marvel IP, right? So I'm curious to see. Yes, there's going to be questions because Cards is kind of new, but then again, I'm a Demio fan, and if they do it right, you know, and you got it could potentially work. Now I'm with King. Hopefully, there's no monetization aspect. I would hope not.
That scares me because it's Ubisoft.
I would hope. I know, but you make it a valid concern, right?
They got a whole season pass, man. Like they are bonkers with that.
But you know what I like, King? I like that they picking more of the grounded street level MCU guys. Like, you know, we get Blade, we get
for that. I think. Okay, Marvel Knights aren't that aren't a couple of those people that they have there, right? It's definitely not Captain America. I think they had to pick what was available,
maybe,
and they went through the list of some of the dudes that was there, and then, you know, they added some other people that was there. But I think they had to go with what was available, and I like the usage of what's available, like the Scarlet Witch, which she's not in the Marvel Knights. But, you know, and Captain, I really got to say Captain America, he threw me when I saw it. I was like, but, you know, it's that stuff. But sorry.
Look, I just think that they're the best in the turn-based space, and I'm dying to see them with resources, with a bag. And they remember, I thought Jake and the A team of Firaxis was working on XCOM 3. But it come to find out this is where they at, and XCOM 3 still in development somewhere. So I'm curious to see where that's gonna go. So I'm excited, man. And then shout out to Amy. I gotta give her, you know, to see her. I'm pulling for, like ACG said, we need a win. That's my heart. Like, I love her since King.
The pounds of.
I mean, Legacy of Kane.
Legacy of Kane. I'm talking about original Blood Omen fame.
We know that's coming, right?
That's I need that.
Going back to the developers.
Oh, I need that. I need the original one where you are Kane and you are running around and you. Oh, that was.
Please make that game.
Please make that.
You know, it's. I mean, they didn't announce those on their Embracer. Let them announce it.
Oh,
that's the big thing. I covered it in my news video. Embracer did not say we have these IPs. They let those companies state we have Thief and Deus Ex. There is a reason, by the way. For sure, that is. Now, one thing Lars has been open about is his version of AAA isn't everybody else's. He's a little bit. I mean, he's a little bit of a money pincher.
Yes.
But I think Legacy of Kane, Thief, maybe Deus Ex. I do see those being almost instantly worked on.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm a little nervous because of how Saints Row turned out. But
wow, a little nervous. Bro.
Yeah.
You should have like Sphincter Titan.
No. Well, that's pretty much what I got. Again, I love.
We live in a world now where today's game ain't tomorrow's game.
Yeah.
You know, and patches and fixes happen because
absolutely true.
I go back to games, and that's Ubisoft stuff.
Sea of Thieves.
Yeah. Ubisoft handles that stuff so well when it comes to Ubisoft stuff, like you know, Siege, For Honor. Those games are not the same.
We gotta watch with the 10-cent bag though. We just gotta watch.
Yeah. But I saw what they did with the 10-cent bag. They changed the logos. It's fantastic.
Well, look, I said I'm curious. It's a great concept. You know, Black Panther cap looks like some type of Dora Milaje.
I still think Wolverine for
Wolverine's
sure.
in it.
Yeah, oh, that'd be
believe so.
great. And then obviously some type of soldier of the time period. So it's a 4-character focus. Pulling for Amy to do her thing. Sounds great. But yeah, that's pretty much what I got on it. When you see what chance move on, so.
Yep. Hold on a second. So we got Donataku member for 1 year, $10 super chat. Captain America and Black Panther game looked cool until I remembered it was an Amy Hennig game. And after hearing her interview, she confirmed the gameplay will be mediocre like her previous game.
Oh, come on. Don't do that. Don't
listen,
do that. How's he confirmed that?
I mean, look, Uncharted shooting has never been great, right? Uncharted shooting has never been amazing, right? I think they understand that the hand-to-hand combat in this game has to be, on point. So to me, when I think about Amy, I think about the writing, I think about the story, I think about the subject matter that they're going to tackle. That's what I think about. Everything else, it'll be fine. Like, she didn't have anything to do with the gameplay per se. I would say when it comes to Amy Hennig in terms of like, go ahead.
Let's see what she produces before we start assuming what she's going to produce.
Yeah. Then we got Donataku again, $10 super chat. What no one is talking about is how Valiant Heroes 2 Valiant Heart is only on Netflix. I've been waiting for a sequel for so long, and this is how I get it. Also, Mario plus Rabbids 2 is top 5 game of the year for sure. Yeah, it's going to be fun.
I'm going to tell you what I tell everybody, man. Like I tell you, if you want to play Final Fest, you probably got a Netflix subscription. Let's be real here.
Yeah.
Everybody has Netflix.
Just play it. That's all. Whatever. I don't really get into that whole. I don't have that launcher. Whatever. Like Donasaku again. Oh no, we got that one. Hargeet Chini, $5 super chat. Ubisoft said AC Red Japan is an RPG during the show. Disappointing. This one should be like Mirage again. Yeah, I guess we talked that to death. Hopefully, it has a little bit of both. Yes. R-Man356, I might get Skull and Bones. I have a couple of people on the panel with Skull and Bones.
Skull and Bones kind of rising up.
Yeah. Dragonheart Yobi, member for 15 months. Hashtag peace, love, life to the legends. Keep up the great work always. With the whole Snitch Ryan talk, he has forgotten. He has a forgotten IP in his arsenal. So calm. Or get with Valve and bring another Counter-Strike your move.
Respect.
Yeah.
IP.
Then we have THX1138, $5 super chat. Sony historically has moved 90% of its first party. This generation, Ratchet delayed, GT7 delayed, Forbidden West delayed, Returnal delayed, Sackboy multiplayer, and God of War. Question, 2023.
And Last of Us.
Sorry.
Not a good
That is true. Ooh. I haven't seen your take on The Last of Us Part 1.
It's nowhere near the level of the other third-person games. It's okay now. It's been patched up, but it released in the worst shape I've ever seen a Sony product release. It was abysmal. I mean, there's videos of that.
You got the video out?
Yeah, day one even.
Okay,
Last of Us, or not? Did I say Last of Us?
Yeah,
you said Last of Us.
Scared us.
What were we talking about?
The other one. I meant the motorbike one. I'm sorry.
Oh, Days Gone.
Days Gone.
Oh, you scared me. I'm like, ACG. Yo.
Sorry.
Company stock just went down. Like,
yeah,
Naughty Dog was like, yo, ACG not like this.
No. Not Last of Us. I apologize. Days Gone released in very poor.
I can just see if we so happen to have like someone from
we about to get a representative call.
What is he talking about?
No.
He's on the phone with PR.
Bro,
what did
you know ACG something. They about to put 5 clips up. Let's save him now.
No, I apologize. I got the name mixed up a lot.
No doubt.
Totally sorry.
All good.
Don't worry about it. It's a third person, a story-driven narrative game.
Here we go.
They're interchangeable.
Here we go. Continue. So
then we got Truckle Chuckle, £4.49 super chat. Great show, Lords. Hit the like, chat, and cog. How's that powder?
Oh, powder. Yeah,
powder.
STG. Go to Cold Iron Lord, STG.com. We'll do that.
I gotta get mine and stop playing around.
Stop playing. I gotta send it to you. Just let me know.
Sure.
Then we got Danny Passion Official, $2 super chat.
That's the other one. This is the official Danny Passion right here, baby. Let's go.
I found Ghost a bit generic. I left after 3+ hours.
You played 3+ hours. Shut up.
I feel like you paid for.
I don't like this lid. I'm emotional. I apologize.
Long as he paid for it, he in.
That's right. That's true.
How you do it is how you do it, babe.
Let me stop. I apologize. If you didn't enjoy it, you didn't enjoy it. It's all good.
Then we have
I don't apologize under him.
Nah,
Still
I'm out of
$70.
pocket. Ninja games, I'm too emotional. It's too
Still
much.
$70.
Yeah, we got Lord Metroid, $2 super chat. Ragnarok won't get delayed. Breath of the Wild 2 is out in 2023. Are you saying Big Link is in the street?
Big.
That's what you saying.
Oh, don't let it happen again.
Big Link.
Yup, Big Link.
And we got Hargeet Chani, $20 super chat.
Oh.
AC Ezio collection.
thank you,
Oh,
bro. Oh,
shout out to
brother.
Hargeet Chani.
Thank
A whole
you.
bunch of codes for Assassin's Creed games.
brother.
Shout out to you, Hargeet, for the AC Ezio collection.
Wow.
Black Flag. Then we also have Odyssey, the Ultimate Edition,
You got the codes for
Unity. Oh, dude,
Brother.
Unity.
Yeah.
After
I need to
after
go
watching
back
it,
to it. How is it with the
dude,
patch?
Unity now
fine.
it's 60.
60.
And Unity, like much like Days Gone, was a broken game at launch. But what it was trying to do differently, the multiplayer stuff, the way you go up, you scale up buildings and scale down, just the added animations for going up and down like buildings, they really did a lot with that, and it didn't get its love because it was kind of broken. And they also released Rogue the same day, which was stupid. Although Rogue
Because
didn't
Rogue
get its
is by
fair shake.
far better than Unity.
Right, by far, as in terms of the quality of the playability of the product, for sure.
Okay.
But Unity, go back to Unity now.
Yeah, I need to go back to it.
Like,
because I stopped. I remember the reviews, everything was so broken. That was the one I was excited.
It was horrible to play at the
Yeah,
time.
it was
You know
horrible. So
what's
I said
good?
I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
Yeah, and Syndicate too. Syndicate got a bad shake too because that's when people were they were done with that part of the formula and they wanted what we got in AC Origins. But Syndicate is great, man. So good. Yeah. So thank you, Hargeet, and we are caught up.
All right,
That's
no
it.
doubt. Just a little Hargeet.
I posted something in the chat for you guys. They announced that Mirage is only going to be $49.99.
Yeah, I saw that.
Pretty cool.
And it's
That's
and
a
it's
wicked
rated.
ass.
It's rated for adults only.
It's rated for adults only. That
Nice.
just popped.
Wow.
That's some news for
That's some
me.
news.
That's
Got nudity in it.
that's got boobies.
Right.
Look, that's you.
Not for
That's
your
you.
eyes, baby.
Make this one quick. This is mine. Just wanted to kind of talk about real quick. Cyberpunk, back out in the news. You know what I'm saying? And Edge
We
Runners.
missed one.
What happened?
We missed one.
We missed a super chat.
Oh, we missed the PlayStation redesign.
No, that's the final one. That's
okay. Sorry.
I just changed the order up because we
Bars
had
is
Ghost
right.
there, and I wanted to
Got
get
the
Ghost to the
bars
up stuff. I know you have bars. I know. This is mine. This is quick. Cyberpunk, man. Patch 1.6 is out. The EdgeRunners update and a lot of new stuff going on. Obviously, EdgeRunners. Full disclosure, so y'all know, what I'm saying, I did get a chance to go out. I was invited to the premiere for the Netflix series, the anime series, so you get like the 2-episode kind of thing. Pretty cool. I really enjoyed it, had a good time there. But I wanted to talk about the actual update itself. You know what I'm saying, as far as EdgeRunner content, the weapons, a couple of quests that's related to anime stuff, transmog finally in the game, which, is huge for the community. Little man, 60 frames per second. 50 frames per second. So finally, Xbox Series S getting the 60 frames per second jump that it didn't get before. And then for me personally, cross progression. You know what I'm saying? Between all the platforms. So I'm trying to do that with the Steam Deck, my Xbox, all that good stuff. And then the final thing, which was huge, was the Phantom Liberty DLC announcement. And obviously Johnny Silverhand is going to return. And the big part about it, no past gen support. So next gen, quote unquote, only. And just want to get thoughts. This is just an open forum. Me personally, I just get my balls up quick. I'm excited. Me personally, I really felt like, yes, they got dragged, and rightfully so. We know CD Projekt Red situation. We've talked about it ad nauseum, and it pained me. I was in King's situation. I just refused to play it. I didn't want to play it in that state. I wanted to wait until the next generation patch. I fired it up recently. Man, that's a gorgeous looking game. That's a gorgeous looking game. Like, I really was like, wow, I'm glad I kind of waited. And to me, the other thing I want to point out is how their admission of the past generation when it comes to the AI, the algorithm of the police system, and how certain things kind of held them back. And there's a part of me that is a little excited about next generation being only. And only thing I'm sad is that they're saying that Phantom will only be the last. That's it. They're not making any more content. So I'm assuming, and ACG could probably confirm or deny, whether or not all development after that point is going to be for the next Witcher game. You know what I'm saying? And maybe that's the situation. Because there's a part of me that wanted solved, like, I wanted them to get blood and wine treatment. You know what I'm saying? I wanted them to keep, you know what I'm saying? Because I love the world. I love the concept, and I'm biased towards sci-fi and all that stuff. You know, so look, I'm pulling for them. That was just my thoughts, but I'm just curious what anybody thought about it. Is just, or some people like, nah, it's too late. The bridge is burnt, and I'm good. So whatever. Go ahead, Attic. You ready? Go ahead.
I think that hopefully, I've never felt like CD Projekt Red was out to get anyone. I feel like they fell behind a lot of red tape and a lot of political stuff, and stuff just got out of hand. I'm hoping that they learned from that lesson, because if we've seen anything, as long as you make good games, if Witcher 4 comes out hitting, people are like, Cyber what? Like, you know, and that's for the vast majority of people. Obviously, there's going to people, as long as the game's good, pretty much, we're going to be here in a couple of years and be like, remember when they made that Cyberpunk game that just completely flopped? Like, I mean, it didn't flop, but you get what I'm saying. It was like really buggy. I just hope that they learn from it. I hope that they don't think, well, now we know ways not to really do the things that we did. I just hope they learn from it and just like, look, like, you know, we've been humbled. And I hope that the management that made the decisions realize that, is it worth rushing a product out when we took so much of a hit because we rushed that product out, when maybe an extra year would have had the game doing what it was supposed to?
Good point. And maybe it's a learning lesson for the industry. Look at Cyberpunk as an example. ACG, I'm very curious about your thoughts about this.
I think I'm the only one, first of all, that liked the guy in Syndicate. I'm looking at your chat.
Yep.
Jacob,
the bullpen hat.
Evie was just way too sing-song in her voice. I think I also pick up on voice actresses and actors who are repetitive. They're in a lot of games. So Troy Baker is Troy Baker as Troy Baker. And nothing against him, but what's happening is the audio director should force him. And they did that, by the way, with The Last of Us. He even talked about how he thought he was giving his all, and Neil Druckmann was like, "Dude, you're not even 1/10 of the way there yet." And I thought that was awesome, even though I'm not a big fan of them. So with Cyberpunk, past generation continues to get hammered, and it's sad and it's unfortunate. My dislike and issues with CDPR are vastly beyond any kind of excuses. And the fake demos, the way they released it, the behind the scenes shenanigans. I certainly won't hold Witcher accountable though, and I don't think that makes any sense to. Car lines have bad lemon car lines sometimes, where you're like, man, this car is just, you know, you hear about it. Don't buy the 2012 for for Cyberpunk itself. I'm done, and I don't want to see anything from them on Cyberpunk. I would like to see them do number 2. Because the original Cyberpunk has far too many issues with lack of immersion. This is a RPG, one of the most widely known, widely cared for RPGs. You can't even sit down. And they miss that. That has nothing to do with forced. That's a lack of care and a lack of understanding. CDPR has the money from COG, or Good Old Games, right? They had more than enough money to figure out their shit, and they didn't. And that is directly their hubris. It's directly all of their issues there internally. I will not hold Witcher 3 accountable, nor a new Cyberpunk. I would never hold that accountable. But I am done with this one. And I think it's because I know, unless they suddenly add immersion, which I just have never seen somebody do, that game in and of itself is not drawing me back. I might do the DLC, but I will really know what I will know what to expect, and that's that it's pretty much a shooter with very little lack of care for the IP. And this is somebody who likes the IP. I'm a big fan of Cyberpunk IP. What I would like to see is Microsoft make a Shadowrun first-person shooter game and say, like Deus Ex, the rumor for a while was that, you know, Deus Ex might try to out Cyberpunk. I think Shadowrun is the only IP that probably can, and Microsoft has the foot for it. Guys, I really have an issue with their behind the scenes stuff. It's something that in 25 years in like game industry and following it, not being in it, but following it, I've never ever seen what happened. It's black-hearted stuff that happened. And sorry, I'm speaking.
I know. I don't want to get you. I know you're speaking
because you were on my podcast, and I remember you were like, "Let's reconfigure this conversation." I don't reconfigure. That's my personal thoughts. But Witcher, phenomenal game.
No doubt.
The
So
DLC, phenomenal game.
No doubt.
So I won't hold any of
No,
this
I respect.
against
I
it.
respect.
Say, no.
That should
So,
be-
Carrick, no, the question I have is like when you say the behind the scenes stuff, is it like management in charge, or is it stuff development wise that also bothers you?
Development wise, it bothers me. I'm not going to say Joe Blow, the texture artist, sucks.
Right.
That would make no sense.
Shout out to Joe Blow though.
Joe Blow, the texture artist.
Shout out to Joe Blow. And I'm not all, and I
Texture
do
in that.
also want to say something that is going to make a lot of people unhappy, but I don't care about political correctness.
Yeah, I know. You
Sometimes developers don't have ability.
Right.
It happens. In a team, you get a great team and your second stringer's in, they're not as good as your first stringer.
Right.
Not saying that happened. I'm saying that management needs to look at strengths and weaknesses and decide that. But what I am talking about is the behind the scenes that happened for probably 8 months prior. And those behind the scenes were so bad that when I finally did get offered a code, even though they were the ones who wanted me to do special stuff, I refused it because I was like, whatever is going on is so it is such a reflection of the problematic state of this game that, remember, few games get released and removed from a store. Afro Samurai is your friggin' partner right now, and they got removed from the store. Additionally, Next Generation, I get it. They're trying to say that AI was magically held back. We've seen AI that was spectacular that could at least spawn cops, and by the way, modders have spawned cops. So when you try to tell me that your developer can't make it spawn cops correctly, but modders have fixed it, I have a very... Sometimes you almost want them to say less, if that makes sense.
Okay.
And so I will play the DLC most likely. I might review it, but
Curious. I would love
that
to see a
game,
review of that.
in and of itself, that game is a spot that I don't want to return to. It's hard to describe. It's where you're just-
That's why. Yeah,
well, it's
that's-
like my Master Chief Collection.
Ooh,
I tell
facts,
everybody, they're like,
facts.
should you buy it? And I'm like, no, still. Even if they fixed it,
Don't reward that.
Imagine Mario. Imagine
Preach.
a Mario game in the...
Preach.
I'm not going to cuss.
No,
in the
appreciate you.
poop,
And
imagine Mario
Flagship
releasing
game.
like Master
Preach.
Chief. Can you imagine what
Preach
would happen?
it.
And we held Last of Us, not Last of Us.
Days Gone.
Days Gone. I don't want you to
We
get
held
clipped.
Days Gone accountable. We should hold CD Projekt Red. I do not lift them up above others like a lot of people do just because of Witcher. Because Witcher 1 and 2, sorry guys, weren't the greatest games.
Ooh, talk that talk.
Yeah. I mean, hot topic.
Get him.
Yeah.
Let me stop.
That's why, when it comes to it, like the damage has been done. It's like I just hope they learn from it, man. Because
I hope they do, and I think everybody will, even internally, guys. There's going to be a dude named Steve who's like, no. I always say there's got to be a guy named Steve at every company who's
Steve
like,
and Calvin.
guys, are we really going to do this?
Calvin's in
Like,
control.
are we really going to do what you guys are doing? Because this is horrible. And hopefully the managers are listening to that, and hopefully the other developers are listening and saying, you know what? We shouldn't do this. And I think they will. I think they'll move forward.
And to your point, maybe that plays into the part of the decision, even though I'm disappointed about there not being more and more content, them saying, hey, this is that one, and that's it. As far as fans
for now, and maybe hold off.
Yeah, and let's see. But
also, they also taught everybody else, because I'm telling you, within a week game coming out, I was having developers say, we do not want to Cyberpunk people. That is unheard of, by the way. I have never seen that kind of psychological impact in other teams. And they were in the podcast saying, we do not want to cyber. And that, to me, taught the entire industry a little bit, too. And that's why you're seeing delays. You can bet we're seeing delays because of Cyberpunk.
That's right.
Where companies are like, it's okay. Let's do it.
Watershed moment in gaming, for sure.
Yeah.
And it's like I said, man, I think they'll be fine. I think that the studio learned from its mistake. It cost them Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk could have been a franchise, and I don't think they're going to visit that. I think that they, after they do that DLC, I'd be very surprised that they revisit Cyberpunk.
That's what they kind of
do. Yeah. Well, I don't subscribe to that philosophy.
Oh, okay.
One, they put in a lot of bread in this, and to get that joint out the door. Dudes is like, I don't care what state it is. You gonna fix it later. Get it out the door right now. I need a boat. So
why they gotta get a boat?
Why is it always got to be a boat?
Always a yacht,
Because
a
a boat is
a
considered
side
one of the
dinghy.
most realistic shows of wealth because they lose money every day. Boats, that is the perfect example. I need a boat.
Yeah, I need a boat for no reason, but that's how they do it. They not like us. They don't go buy a nice car. No, they go buy a boat. They want to show. They want to floss. Boat or golf clubs. Anyway, I don't believe they learned anything at all.
Wow.
Because everybody was bitching and moaning. Excuse me, sorry, Sunday. Everybody was, crying and screaming, and still brought it.
Yeah.
I stood on my square and said, until they get that patch, I'm not playing it. I saw people, oh, this game is horrible. You know it. So why are you making a video? Oh, because you want to be part of the whole Me Too.
Yeah, it's like people paying $10,000 in Diablo and then complaining about Diablo.
It's this mentality of I gotta play it. I gotta play it. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I gotta play it.
He got it right. He got it right.
So I don't care for the game until it was how I wanted it, because my money has value. I work very hard. So when the patch showed up, I did just like I said, and I went out.
You're right,
and I got it.
No doubt.
All right, now this next patch is even better. It fixed, some PlayStation 5 stuff. It fixed some Series X stuff. It fixed some Series S stuff.
Man, 60.
And little man is out in the streets. But what it did do, it put a hard line in your face. Step up to the next generation.
Yeah.
All right. So I don't care if some modders can go spawn police. I don't care about that. Let them keep spawning all the police and holding on to dead old hardware if they choose. Do that. Over here, you're going to have to step up. Okay. You're going to have to, if you want the shingles and the shiny stuff, you are going to have to get over here. So I like that. I like them forcing you forward. Good. You don't got all that. You don't got nothing. It's nothing for you. I like that. They will never learn at all. They've done this same mistake with every game. And what they say, CD Projekt Red is the best because they gave us wine and cheese.
Wine and cheese.
Not the wine and cheese.
They DLC is free because they messed you over so bad they had to give it to free. They chose to sell it to you. So the reason why they're telling you right now there's no DLC, nothing extra for Cyberpunk is because later on when they revisit it, they're gonna sell it to you. And they don't want to give you away anything.
People forget Witcher 3 was kind of broken at launch.
It was terrible.
It was broken. Like, it was
terrible. And the combat is still terrible.
It was.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Y'all keep putting people in spaces. You keep looking at a leopard and wanting it to be a bunny rabbit. It is a leopard. All right. So it's not going to change the spots. It's going to be exactly who they are. And they're going to continue to do the same exact things because you continue to do the same exact things. So shout out to them for giving you a patch. Shout out to them for continuing to fix the broken game they shipped that you paid for, that you ended in its broken state, that you went back to because the patch is at 60 frames. They are doing their job. So I love it. I love to see all the backtracking now, in hindsight. I
got that voice.
I don't care about you doing it. So I like it. It's how I wanted it. I didn't take, like I told you before.
Yeah, you stood on your square on that.
Final Fantasy VII didn't launch yet.
I feel like you stood on your square. I respect it.
On my square.
I respect it. Soft, I didn't get your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's like it's that cautionary tale, man. This game will never ever live up to the expectation that it had before it came out. It won't happen. It is forever marred, and and like Carrick said, I think their best bet to go back to it is the second one and doing it right. I think for me, where it disappointed me, and that same, I haven't really played it yet. I got it at launch with the intention of playing it. When I saw everything that was going on, I was like, oh, I guess I'm not playing this now.
It up in that state.
Yeah. And so that was it. And then when the patches and stuff have come out, like I just don't have the time to sit and play it. Honestly, I may end up playing it on Steam Deck because it's where
cross progression.
Yeah. So, but to tell you the truth, like looking at it, I was excited for this game because I thought it was the way they talked about it. I was like, oh my God, they're gonna integrate like all of the quote unquote like rules of Cyberpunk, right? they were going to integrate it into the game and the gameplay in a way that felt like you were living out that fantasy, right? That's kind of the fantasy they sold us on, right? I remember when you went to see the game at E3 COG, and you came back, you were like, I've never seen anything like this before. And to back to Carrick's point, it was like that wasn't, that was exactly, and that was very much an orchestrated thing. That wasn't what was happening. Even in the best version of the game, which was the PC version, it just wasn't quite that. So to me, it's like they really, really overpromised on what the scope of this would be. And ultimately, I think that, looking back at what people said about the game who finished it and played it, it was like, it feels like it's a great RPG. It is not transformative in the way they sold it as being. And so that to me is where it kind of like, my feelings on it are negative in that regard. I'm still going to take the time out to play it at some point, but it really, based on some of it was expectation, sure, because The Witcher really, The Witcher 3 was like world killing once it got out there, and just the density of that world. Yeah, the density of the world in a lot of ways is kind of unparalleled when you think about just the storylines in Witcher.
Did you say Witcher 3? Oh, yeah.
In Witcher, yeah. Like the density of the world, the storyline, how alive that world feels, how everything feels interconnected in terms of like just even the smallest minute side story thing feels like it doubles back onto the bigger story. It's really special in that way. And I think Cyberpunk missed a mark in that way. So that's disappointing to me. So I would like to see them take another crack at it and really do what they promised. I think the next iteration of Witcher is going to be great. But I do think in the way that The Witcher wasn't, it's a little bit too late for this game. So fix it as much as you can. Give that free DLC, that one, and be done with it and move on to the next stuff. And just be sure that you've taken the lessons learned and don't ever do that again. Because
we got to say this about this people. I'm so sick and tired of this, though. We said it every game they drop.
I think what bothers me most too is that when you look at it, like the devs do you know the devs knew full well they had no business releasing that game on PS4 and Xbox One. The devs knew full well that game was not going to be ready. Right, that's what I'm saying. So that's what bothers me, because remember when the discourse started, when the free game first came out, people attacking the devs and stuff like that. And it's like, dude, think about it. Did they really they knew what they were releasing, obviously, right? They didn't have a choice. They can't say, no, we refuse to release the product. We have masters to sort of answer to. So, it's just that aspect of it that bothers me. But again, the company today, I don't think is not worth, this is how crazy the Cyberpunk thing has been for them. That the company just isn't worth as much now as it was before Cyberpunk.
Crazy, right?
So, really you have to focus on your subsequent products to live up to the ability that that you have. Because the thing is, they did Witcher 3. They can make that game. They can make that type of game with that level of scope, that level of detail, and even take it beyond. It's just going to be, you have to understand that if you strive for that again, this is a 10-year process. Like, you have to really understand what it takes to build that. You have to look at the Rockstar model and be like, look what Rockstar does. Rockstar's games come out when they come out, when they say it's ready.
But they have the cachet and the cash to do so.
Right. And CD doesn't have that anymore.
I don't agree. CD Projekt Red has a
GOG.
massive
They have
amount.
GOG. They do have GOG. They have money.
And they've now admitted that does feed back into it. But they don't need to go on an apology tour like a friggin' comedian who said something. Right?
So they do. Yeah, you're right.
Maybe they do. Come to my house and apologize to me personally.
That's my sarcastic.
But you're right about that, Carrick. Like, money wise, you're right. GOG is a big deal, and they, again, that no DRM. People love that. They can do it, but they have to take the time. We'll see if that's the case. Hopefully, they learn the lesson. Other people have learned lessons from them. So
yes.
So we'll
other
see.
people. I think it's also caused a clarity in, I don't know any other way to say it. I just don't really worry about PR, so I'm just gonna political correctness. But I think it's also shined a light on reviewing.
Yes.
And I saw a lot of people saying one thing and then going on their own apology tours on podcasts and rolling back their reviews and being like, well, maybe I shouldn't have said blah, blah, blah. It's like, listen, if you can't tell me after 40 hours of playing a game what your score is, then you shouldn't review it. Or just call it impressions. Call it impressions. That's fine. If you can keep the video out.
That's a motto at LordsGaming.net.
And I think we're starting to see, well, maybe we're not, but I do know from some people I talk to where it's definitely caused a clarity even from consumers going, okay, on a review, I need to really remember that bugs are not called features. That means they don't happen to everybody. And so it's possible that somebody didn't get as many bugs or somebody got way more. And maybe it's best, and I'm a reviewer, so it would behoove me to say just watch mine, but I don't believe that. It doesn't even make sense to me. Instead, watch a couple, and then if a person's on a PC, if a person's on a console, they have more bugs there, keep a good eye out. And I think that, like you said, Cog, that it is a watershed moment for not for consumers even.
Good point.
So that people can sit down and go, okay, this does happen in an electronic product. It's not the same as a car. If your car randomly exploded every 30 feet, it would be a crap car, right? But it's not the same thing. But I think we can all together, even influencers have changed. Even you guys have changed because of Cyberpunk. Because like your thoughts, maybe you liked Witcher 3 and this one came out, and now you're sitting back going, all right, maybe there's a thought process. It's unfortunate, and it's one of the most costly, if not the most video game costly teaching lesson.
Absolutely.
Maybe Xbox One release would have been higher. But
you take me to dark places, man.
Yeah. But, you don't want to share that, right? Cyberpunk shares a lot of spots with some really crappy people on the podium where you're like, I just want first place in the world's crappiest race. And that's not a place where they want to be.
I'm just glad I stood on final point. I'm just glad I stood on my square. I took the king approach. After I heard the reviews, I saw your review, ACG, and it was kind of like it's the Godfather. Like, look how they massacred my boy. So I don't want to see it like that. So I just like it doesn't. I had the same mentality as King. It does not exist until it gets to. I hear that it's safe to come outside.
Can we all agree it did look? I heard Cog say I want to say something positive about it. It does at times look. Phenomenal. At times, if I don't walk, it looks phenomenal. When I move, things fall apart. Right? Does that make sense? It's almost like getting a picture on the internet of a girl you're gonna date, and you go and you're like, that ain't necessarily the truth.
Oh, you got the Instagram filter.
There's something about Cyberpunk that at times is so gorgeous and so emotive to me as a fan of Cyberpunk and wanting to play role-playing games and seeing this world and going, whoa. And then, people fall from the sky or whatever.
And you've been catfish.
I can't.
Anyway,
I will say, I'm starting now.
Top up picture. But I want to say something positive. That
it does. Just doing this in the bathroom.
Yeah. Oh God, fisheye. But it does, man. I get why people love the look. It's something special at times. I'm trying not to even go too far.
I want Deus Ex to out Cyberpunk.
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely. And I think they can. I think they handle transhumanism better. Let them do it, man.
Bring back Warren Spector. Just make it.
Bring back Warren Spector because he lost BioShock. You guys heard about that? Or System Shock, right?
System Shock.
System Shock 3's IP left him now. Hey, sweet. Let's go.
Well, let's get
to this last topic. So super chat now, or because
what do we have? We have actually. Let me see. Hold on. Not too many.
Okay.
He did some Indiana Jones
super chat music.
We have Necromancer's Ale, $10 super chat. I think the Cyberpunk world has too much promise to die with just one expansion. CDPR should look at this, learn, then after Witcher 4, come back to the world of Cyberpunk. Yes, definitely in a new game.
Witcher 4 gonna come out broken just like all others.
What? There we have Captain Logan, $2 super chat. We need a culture change for rushing to embargoes. Yeah, I mean, a lot of it, again, everybody's kind of the race to the bottom when it comes to who gets stuff first, and whatever.
The time allocated for said review and when the embargo is in relation to when you get it.
Even though, let's be honest, people had this for 2 weeks, but whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, they had it for a while.
Sorry.
That's for sure.
No excuse. Sorry, bro. I gotta throw some truth out there because I'm getting really tired of the. Use my language. I'm trying to continually control what I say, but I'm getting really tired of people coming up with all of these other excuses. And I'm sorry, they had it for 2 weeks. Sorry, I'm getting mad. This is where.
Talk your truth.
Gosh darn it. This kind of stuff, this is the same crap, the same myths that I'm constantly talking about in reviews. You'll hear somebody say, oh, day one means the game sucks. Day one embargo. No, it doesn't. I had State of Decay 2 for 2 weeks. Was that game a masterclass? No. We have crap games that are out for a long time, and we have games that are out day one for embargoes. It has nothing to do with the embargo. It has to do with the damned company and when the game is ready and what they're releasing. It's such a small deal when it comes to the reviews or it comes to the timing. The game is broken. Live with it. Sit in your stink and accept that it sucked. And you're just going to have to be a man about it because this kind of stuff, blaming anything else, has nothing to do with that. The majority of those don't have this issue. It has to do with that game in particular being unacceptable upon release, and you need to suck it up. It was removed from the damn store.
Yeah, that's
like,
unprecedented.
I'm sorry, but it's
Wait,
Afro Samurai 2 was the only game. Like, sorry, I'm gonna shut up. But that makes me really angry.
What store was it removed from? Son?
Oh Lord.
Okay, I'm not even answering you because I'm not jumping into your crap.
Yeah, please.
It was removed from the PlayStation store because they don't like to give back money.
I know. It was another entire thing where the companies themselves hopefully learned a lesson on how to do refunds to the consumer.
Microsoft ain't had no problem. They said, "Oh, you don't like the game? Here's your money back. We don't care."
Sorry, I didn't mean that. Let's move on to what you're going to say.
You don't open it up. He been waiting for this opportunity.
It's yours.
King love that. Continue, Sam. Time on King, because I know what he's doing.
That's it. We're caught up.
Good. All right,
let's get to the main event.
All right, so this is the combo. The combo.
Oh, we still at the main event.
Oh God, the combo topic. Shout out to King. Shout out to Addict. So look, we got two aspects of this.
Shout out to King. My topic ain't part of this.
Okay, so I'll just mention.
It's already 5 o'clock.
Yes,
man. We doing one topic, not two.
I said the same thing, but God bless.
Oh, okay, so no more PS5.
No. They gonna keep this work.
Okay, so PS5. Sony's new PS5 has been totally redesigned inside, uses less power. Shout out to Tom Warren and The Verge. Shout out to Austin Evans, who did the teardown, revised, kind of broke down. I'll give you a quick synopsis. New, smaller motherboard, smaller heatsink, SSD enclosure change, and new PS5 uses less power during games. And then it comes to, I believe his estimation is that this is Austin Evans, and I quote, Sony shrank almost everything, including motherboard and internal packaging, to make it lighter and almost certainly cheaper for them, says Evans on Twitter.
And they shrank your wallet at the same time. The
new PS5 model arrives just as Sony has hiked its PS5 prices outside of the U.S. Sony's increasing its PS5 prices in UK, Europe, Japan, China, Australia, Mexico, and Canada. And then to King's news, which is Sony longtime PlayStation hardware chief to retire next month. So the 60-year-old, and forgive my pronunciation, Masayusu Ito, who led the engineering for both the PS4 and PS5, is retiring. According to Sony's communications manager, the responsibility of the platform is now going to be led by senior vice president Hideki Nishino, and Nishino was promoted to that role in March 2021. So they kind of give a life story of Ito and his involvement. He was down with the creation of the PSVR headset, the PS4 Pro, and Sony's latest PS5 console. So he is stepping down. So this is King's and Addict's topic, but King is here, and here comes Buck.
Here comes Buck.
Well, look here, Cowpoke.
Here we go.
They done did a new redesign and done trimmed up everything. Everything inside the box is different. Even the price. One thing I don't understand is how come that darn thing is so daggone big still?
So you weren't happy with your own internals, the outside, the shell?
Give me what I paid for. I paid for a big PlayStation with all the big parts. You went inside, shrunk my man parts, but left the outside the same. Now, to me, That sounds like a little hug swaggle.
I can't.
These dudes is out here bamboozling, leading you astray.
Running the buck.
So, you know who don't want no parts of this?
Who don't want no parts of this?
The engineer.
Oh, so the engineer left because, okay,
said,
let's get clarity on this.
He said, you know what? I help redesign it. I help trim down stuff. I thought I was going to pass the savings on to the consumer. Price hike comes up. He said, I didn't sign up for that. That's not where I was trying to do.
So this is
I was trying to give the money back. It's a recession.
Oh.
So I was trying to help out the populace, not your pockets.
This is the words of the internal. This is Ito. That's why he stepped
I
out.
see right now. He not gonna be around for the next one.
Oh, this is your conclusion
be
now.
a next one.
Uh-huh.
You see, with practices like this, and you guys keep on falling for it. I told you it was something fishy in there. I told you it was a redesign. It's supposed to save. You get smaller, you save. Nah, buddy. They raised the price, and you gonna pay for it. So, there's a sucker born every day, and I see you. I'm looking right at you. Both peepers upon you. Don't buck up on me, boy. Don't you buck up.
Thank you, Lord Buck. So clearly your thought process is, you know, the engineer, well, the chief engineers, he was completely disgruntled with this decision to raise the prices based on.
Why else would he leave now?
Oh, okay.
He had a chance to leave before. After he made it. I'm done. I'm finished. I'm out of here. He said, you know what? I want to give something back to society. I'm going to trim this thing up. This thing is a monster. It's big. It's crazy. Crazy. And you know what? Can lower the price. He said, who the hell are you to tell us to lower? Better get your bags. Get on and get now. You get. I do appreciate you doing all the hard work, but I know for nothing. But don't you worry about it, cowpoke. We got jobs over here for you.
Yeah, it's interesting reasoning on why things played out the way they did. Yeah, ACG. So maybe we could get some balance to the force here. Your thoughts on this?
It's like, I love Lord of the Rings, so having like, you know, the I Am Mordor tower in here is pretty cool. But the fact is that it's an ugly, massive, obtuse machine that plays good games, but I don't really care about the internal redesigns. I mean, if it improves stuff, I think that's awesome, and they should continue to do so, especially with heating. This is my third PS3.
Oh,
I'm sorry, PS5.
Your third PS5.
Oh, really?
Whoa.
Yeah, I was one of the ones who had a PS5 die during the review period and then die a week later after the review period.
Oh, yeah, I remember
multiple
that.
reviewers
I didn't know that.
had systems die.
Wow.
I don't necessarily have any real. Mine's hidden because it's so ugly. As in, the wife won't even allow it out, and that's not a lie. It doesn't fit anything. It
Messes up the decor.
It's so weird. So I have it hidden.
Look at King. King is just too much.
He's telling us something important.
The thing about shrinking up stuff, especially on a die shrink, you know, sometimes you'll hear Intel on a die shrink, it'll be more expensive, but that's not what they're doing. They are just shrinking up the actual innards and moving things around. It should technically be cheaper. So I don't know what's going on there with the price and how that's all worked out. I hope that it doesn't have more issues, because I think the original still has some tech issues, in particular hard drives consistently saying you need to rebuild the database, which I still have people in my Discord getting that anytime they reboot their PS5.
King, get out the camera, my guy. You can't be
I'm just surprised. I'm surprised that they raised the price, and I wasn't aware of this until a day or so ago, where they shrunk it down.
Gotcha.
I don't really know what they did. Probably heat, I would assume. You know, try to fix some stuff, channeling. Yeah, I was a little surprised when they said smaller heatsink. I was like, whoa, guys, is that really the way we want to go?
Yeah.
Is that right? But hopefully, all I care about is that consumers get something that continually delivers, and they don't have to take it to Sony's 8,000 week long repair period. So mine took a long time, and I knew somebody at Sony in my time.
Wow.
You hear that? He had a guy on the inside.
I did. One of the
And
head
it
guys,
still
like
took
the
him a long
head
time.
guy, by the way, and it still took a while to get one
See that?
repaired. Yeah.
You see that?
It uses 10% less energy, which is good. Somebody says that. That's good because energy prices are going
Who
through.
the hell said that?
So,
Who the hell
I just
said
saw
that?
it in your chat. If that's true.
Who
it's
the
good.
hell in that chat done said that? You ain't even got one.
Oh, stop.
Ryan East. Oh, you ain't even got one. That's so mad. That's
You got the old one that's using the 10% more.
Messy.
Wow.
Those are only in Australia when it's hot.
Kid. Addict, your thoughts on this PS5 redesign?
I just think, like, obviously I'm not anything in the building when it comes. King, I can't look at you. Where
This
I don't
is beautiful stuff.
I don't know the logistics from the day to day. I can't act like I do, but to me, if you're making the platform cheaper, and then first off, you're already making a profit, and now you've manufactured it cheaper throughout the years, and you still increase it in certain regions. I feel like that's jacked up because it's just like, it's like I said, I don't know exactly. Maybe they're starting to pay priority on some of these cards, like some of these chips, like Microsoft did at the beginning of the pandemic, and maybe they're passing that cost on to the consumer. But to me, it's just like, dude, like, you did it everywhere but America, so it makes me feel like that's not genuine either. So I'm just like, I just personally, like, I'm speechless. Like, this is
distasteful.
I don't know how to word it anymore. Like,
It's called
every week,
disingenuous.
every week we come in here, and I feel like, I mean, maybe it's just me, but I feel like almost every week to every other week, there's bad PlayStation news.
He's messy.
More material.
So, unless Attic has any other further thoughts.
I mean, I think that I concur with everybody. Like, I don't know anything about how this stuff gets made, but you assume that the moment they put that console out, they're already working on how to make it cheaper. Right.
Yep.
How to make it cheaper for them to manufacture. The moment you put that first iteration out, you're working on that. So to me, every change that they've made subsequent to the initial launch of this console is in service of getting parts that are easier to get off the shelf and making it cheaper, and moving stuff around, figuring out the sort of physics behind it, and figuring out how to make it more efficient while making it more cheaper. So yeah, to me, it only makes sense that whatever this new build is cheaper, and it looks bad when you're talking about raising prices in all these other markets. Right? To me, the biggest thing is you don't raise the price in the U.S. market because you have a real competitor in Xbox now that has said they're not raising the price on their premium box, and is already beating you by $200 or $100 something and whatever change with their more economic option. So it's a smart thing to do. To me, I don't know. It just, again, like Addict said, there's always something that feels a little bit negative, right? This kind of any other day just gets, whatever, brushed under the couch or whatever the case may be. But yeah,
remember that thing I told y'all?
Yes.
What did you say?
I said, at what point in time y'all gonna look over and say, when is this house over?
No, listen, I will definitely acknowledge and give you your flowers there.
It's just none of this stuff.
It's all good.
Before
I'll do this. When he does this.
This is when I'm talking to my wife and she's talking. I'm like, you tell me.
So invested. But I just think it is, nowadays is always something. Like, even if it's minor in a way, like, remember when Xbox used to just step on the rake for no reason?
Yeah, Xbox
and they would just,
yeah,
and it's just like, it's constantly messing up and tripping over themselves. And PlayStation didn't have to do much really, but just offer the opposite of what they were offering. And they would win. Not do what they're doing, and they would win. And it feels like it isn't that dire here. It's not, but there is constantly something a little bit negative. There isn't, again, Last of Us Part 1 came out and most people, find it great. And a lot of the conversation around the $70 kind of died down or whatever the case may be. And, hopefully Ragnarok does the same for them. But it's just when it comes to the business of PlayStation and what people who are in the PlayStation ecosystem are used to expecting from PlayStation and constantly having this positive message, it's not that anymore. It's not that anymore. It's just so, you know, again, this isn't a huge deal, but the fact of the matter is they've raised prices they raised prices immediately, right? When they announced it. And then all of a sudden for this to be the case where they figured out how to make it cheaper and more efficient. Why did you just not eat that? Like, do you understand what I mean? Like,
well, I'll jump right in. I mean, to me, it's just indicative of the leadership mindset and direction. And this is
optics don't matter.
Yeah,
optics don't matter.
What JimRyan is showing me, optics does not matter. What matters is the bottom line. And them, he getting revenue. He turned the European division around. You know, and now the focus has been in the countries that they have. I have to give King the timing of this announcement the timing of they finding the way to cheapen the SKU and make the parts much easier, you know what I mean, and more efficient and cost friendly in conjunction with the price raising, in conjunction with now more availability of PlayStation 5s to ship. It sounds like a corporate financial move. It sounds like a scaled rollout, and they're not hiding it. That's the funny thing. Like, it's kind of in plain sight. So that's the thing that's interesting me. And to your point, Saab, it's surprising because it's like I don't want to use the word arrogance, but it's
no, it's definitely arrogance.
It's brazen in the fact that
very brazen.
There has been so much. Again, I would say like these. What's the death? That's the bad, but we had them all. Death by 1,000 cuts. It's always something. It feels like it's always this little thing. Oh, okay, now
always got something.
You got to pay for the the update here, and okay, you don't got smart delivery, and now we got to pay for this. To utilize the PS5 feature, and okay, now you're raising the price up in these regions. Okay, now you're doing this, and okay, $70 games, and okay, it just starts to add up. But what, to their credit, they have this amazing cachet that they're able to survive this. And generally, to your point, Saab, all it takes is now, let's show the Last of Us trailer. Look at the fidelity. Here's the God of War Ragnarok. Look at the trailer. This is what we do. And that's it. My only concern is, to King's point, at some point, if you keep doing these type of things, right, especially in these other regions now, that, let's be honest, we're not affected. You know what I'm saying? But these other regions are seriously affected, where Xbox is behind, and now it's on Xbox to capitalize, right? To show the value that they have in their system to try to close the gap. And it's going to be interesting to me. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying as a result that, they automatically lost the generation. They've clearly still doing well. They just showed in Europe, they've overtaken the Switch. So I think JimRyan's just thing is like, I'm a bottom line guy. I don't care about your feelings. I can tell you generations 1 minute, and now we doing this the next minute. I can tell you about, the prices and this, that, and third. We made record profit, but hey, because of inflation now we have to do. You know what I'm saying? Like he's just outside with it. It's a true, like ACG alluded to, the Shaun Layden era and the comments that was
done.
Right. That and I've had this conversation with Colin, and Colin even admits, like, get ready. This is a different song. Even the live service, there is a focus.
And there's a difference between confidence and ego. Confidence is silent. You can be confident yourself, walk into a room, you're confident, nobody even knows, but you're still confident. It's completely what Sony used to be with Shaun Layden, and the confidence they'd talk about an indie game or whatever. But what happens with Jim is it comes across as ego. And it won't take a long time. Just because she doesn't hit you doesn't mean she loves you. And it's her way. And what we're getting now is this thing where they continue to do these kind of things, especially raising the price. I'm sorry, it does affect me. I own a PlayStation 5. It affects me because my friends that are outside of the United States may have a harder time buying it in a worldwide, depression, unless you're in China, which they just lift up their money due to bad mortgages. I don't think that Sony thinks about it. That's true. But at the same time, I'm just going to say that at some point, I would assume other people will within the company.
There's always
and I'm just wondering when someone else is going to say, "Hey guys, man, we got to turn this around." a huge shout out to their PR, who used to be very difficult and very old style in how they handled things. They really stepped it up. So there's a huge internal change in how they handled people like myself covering games or what have you. I think the big company can change, but I think also they'll probably give him a long time to fail before they replace him. And I think, and I'm not calling for his replacement.
Correct.
I'm saying
Correct.
They will, and they should, because you're right, Cog. I don't know if people realize this. Same thing with Don Matrick. We all love to hate him. Don Matrick actually had a lot of success at EA and prior, a ton. And there's a reason why people wanted him there. The reason why the Kinect was sold in the original Xbox One was because the Kinect sold like hotcakes.
Well,
it only made sense as a business.
Yes.
Any of us would have said that. Would have been like, whoa. So I think it'll take a while, but Death by a Thousand Cuts does kill you. Anyway.
Yeah, eventually,
and we're gonna get there at some point.
Yeah,
even if it's an internal switch.
Yeah, if it keeps.
We ain't ever getting JimRyan on this podcast because of kids. Imagine JimRyan on this podcast. I couldn't imagine.
He's gonna. I mean, JimRyan won't talk to kind of funny. Like, it's not gonna happen. Like, I don't think that's not who he is.
Well, I mean, to be honest, PlayStation don't really talk to us in general.
To anybody,
So,
yeah. It's just
go to PAX.
Yeah, I mean, to me,
they come in here.
Look, at the end of the day, there is value by, as far as from the financial aspect, the teams in corporate for those accomplishments. And sometimes the financial team, they win out. They win a lot of these arguments, right? And if he's continued to hit his deliverables and showing, if it means remastering the game,
love this guy.
You know what I'm saying? And it's showing that they're still winning, and he can sit there and say, look, we just won UK. We're just doing this. We're the #1 console here. Now we got, and he can survive that. You know what I'm saying? And it's gonna be
if Bobby Kotick can survive.
Yeah.
Right, Cog?
Yeah.
he getting a check and he disappearing.
It lets you know. So it's just interesting with big corporate. But that's all I wanted to say. This is very.
I really want to take a bow.
Oh God.
I really want to. I really want to say to all the PlayStation dudes that was coming at me before, you used to light up my Twitter line. What you saw me doing, this right here, that deafening sound, that nothing that I hear, I'm not hearing anything. I don't hear y'all anymore. I done beat y'all back, and now y'all afraid.
See, he's got a chip on his shoulder, which I get.
Yeah,
which I get. But at the same time, I think we have to come to the conclusion where it just hurts everybody gaming.
Yeah.
Oh no.
So what I mean is $70 for your games is one thing. We were all like, what? And then like Cog was saying, and I forgot, and I can't believe I forgot because I was always complaining about it, is the nickel and dime kind of upgrade thing. PS4 to PS5. Oh, here's $10. And then you get this. I want people, even if it's like, and I like my PlayStation, I have great games on it. I want more people to get into it. And so it's funny to joke, but at the same time, it's actually pretty depressing for me at times when I sit back. I talk to a friend who's like, dude, I can't afford, for example, Cyberpunk, one of my friends, that's all the money he had. And he bought it regardless of my review.
Oh my God.
And I was like, and he's like, dude, I'm actually, take this as you will.
Yeah.
Because I don't get depressed about video games. Nothing matters less to me. There's wars going on. That matters. But it was depressing to hear him because the dude didn't have a lot of money. And he was like, dude, I don't have a lot of money and it's terrible. And there's something about that even if we all joke, I think we can all agree that it's pretty friggin' sad that we're talking about this in the first place, that we're crunching people's wallets.
Right.
And I'll say the same thing if Microsoft raises their price.
But you know what, ACG? I say this in joke and I say it in levity.
I know you do.
To bring it across, because the comedic tone will go further than the serious tone.
I feel that.
Right?
True.
And I want y'all to wake up. That part.
Right.
You gotta show the emperor he has on no clothes. You have to show him. Because now
he's wearing nicer clothes because he bought them with good money.
Or with your money, and he just brought a yacht. The fact that it's not him.
Yeah, I know what you mean. That's what
I know where you're going.
He's just the face.
Right.
He's the face. He's the face of your ire. Right. The fact that they could say the things that they do say with such a level of arrogance that, a matter of factly, you're going to still patron us anyway.
PlayStation 3. Get a
Arrogance
second job.
is dangerous. Remember that level, and I got a second job to get one. I didn't get. Yo, listen, I'm such a hypocrite. I'm such a hypocrite.
And
My
that's what
PlayStation
they're
5 is
banking on.
upstairs.
And
I'm
that's
such
what
a
they're
hypocrite,
banking on.
right? I'm gonna get God of War. I'm such a hypocrite.
The
It's
numbers
upstairs.
say what the
But
number gamers sit there and talk, but when that trailer come and all that, the zeitgeist and everybody like ACG, they talk about. Remember when you said ACG, people reviewing that. You know what I'm saying? They want the access and the
just
thing,
don't like
and it's a whole different energy. And I gotta give Sony this. They know it.
I want to know when that day comes.
Bro.
I want that Sunday. I want that Sunday when I'm able to show up, and it's the final nail. Because see, these dudes every week don't understand. They're like, damn, every week this dude comes in here with something different. Every week, and it's been like this for the past like 18 weeks. It's been going hit weekly. Go back and check.
Yeah. Like
I
We
want
can talk
that.
about we can talk about something different next week, man. It's almost 5:30. Let's
I know
go.
I just want that. I just want that final nail because listen, I'm a Sega boy. We don't ever forget.
Yeah, exactly.
Cute you saying. I respect it. I respect it. No doubt. Look,
I want your games on my box.
yeah, this is.
Did you guys see Sega? Some of the Sega people traveling around too.
Yeah,
on their Twitter?
what's that about?
Yeah. Check out some Twitters. I'm seeing some people moving around on Twitter today, talking about visiting Japan, visiting Europe and stuff. So wonder if some stuff's going on there.
I wonder.
How about you visiting Seattle?
How about you visit your guys' place so that they can do a podcast here?
No doubt. So let's wrap up, man. Atticus, right? This is this was a good one. This was a good one.
I got stuff I have to
Super
do.
chats, just roll, and then I'll do the poll while you create up super chat.
Yeah, I mean, there's only a couple. We got Rel, member for 6 months, $2 super chat. PS don't nickel and dime, they take hands and feet.
Wow.
Then we got Lucius Augustus, member for 1 year, $2 super chat. Meanwhile, the media is silent while Sony does this. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of conversation around it.
I will say this week, I've seen a lot of outlets really call out and say hypocrisy and say about the whole inadequate aspect. They've got negative. JimRyan was trending on. I mean, it was big. It was big.
I saw some arguments saying, anybody who uses the FF7 argument is comparing apples to oranges. I'm like, no, it's the same principle.
The principle, the scale is different, but the
scale is different, but the principle is the same.
Actually, it's worse because
he said yesterday. Yeah, I know.
Actually, it's worse because they own Call of Duty at that point when that decision will be made. Sony don't own Square Enix, so it's actually worse.
That's we got Hargeet Chini, $10 super chat. Xbox needs to take advantage, ship most of the consoles this holiday to markets outside of the US, 90+% Series S over X, and make it the equity of approximately $200. Hey, if you give me a $200 holiday bundle, the S. And friends and family Game Pass for like 3 months. That's another thing. We have the Game Pass family plan becoming a thing. Like, bro, they're really, really giving people a lot of reasons to jump ship.
Yeah.
They are.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You could. So
yeah, we good.
Sorry.
Let's roll this up and
get it. We good. I'm sorry.
Paris
I'm reading Paris trying to jump in.
Yeah,
I'm
he said,
please get the podcast 2 hours long.
I let you get your balls off. I'll let him get his balls off for a second. Let's get his balls off for a second.
Let's go.
Paris, he got 5 minutes.
Hold on. Get the link. We gotta get
ACG, if you got something to do, man, go ahead and you can go ahead and take off. I don't want to feel like we keeping you here.
Gonna beat the brakes.
Yeah, my wife. I'm in the other room. My wife has yet to come in.
Time, so it's not even late.
So this is why I was doing this whole thing.
King, go ahead and take off.
All right,
go ahead and take off.
No, you're good. Paris, I sent you the joint, so get your balls up if you can. I'm gonna do the poll while we wait. Look.
Cog went all the way over to the PAX. I'm not taking off.
Respect. All right, the latest poll with Sony's latest statement regarding Xbox Call of Duty offer staying on PlayStation 3 years after the current arrangement being inadequate. What do you feel Microsoft's response should be? The choices are A,
My man.
extend the Call of Duty offer past 3 years to maintain the relationship with Sony and still profit by doing so. B, nix the deal with Sony after the current PlayStation Call of Duty agreement ends. Make Game Pass the exclusive home of Call of Duty. Or C, I don't care. Switch still coming in hot with Call of Duty not on their platform. Salute to everybody in the Rock Chat. Let's get the legendary Parris Lily in the building. Salute, sir. Should have seen you out there in Seattle. I was hoping I'd get a chance to link it with you, but I saw Kai, and he said the cooking was great, so he had some slander for you, but it was good.
No, I know he did, man. And yeah, I wish I could have come out to PAX. There was some last minute stuff that happened. I couldn't make it out, but we'll do it. No, I just saw you're having like a 20-hour podcast. I couldn't believe it was still going. But I'm assuming you're talking about all this Phil and JimRyan and all that nonsense. I mean, here's the thing, and I've been saying this all week. It's business. This is all business. This is all business. The deal's going to go through. Of course, JimRyan is going to posture and try and get the best deal he possibly can for PlayStation. But at the end of the day, like I was in the spaces and I had a dude that was arguing with me, basically telling me that Microsoft has to negotiate with PlayStation. I'm like, no, they don't. Why? PlayStation has not invested one red nickel into this acquisition. How can someone that's not purchasing the company for $70 billion dictate to the company that is purchasing it for $70 billion? If anything, like here's the funny part about all this stuff, and I'm sure you guys have already said this. If you look at everything that Phil Spencer and Microsoft has said since January, it's been consistent. What have they said differently? They've said the entire time, we've given them a generous offer to keep PlayStation on, keep Call of Duty on PlayStation, right? For a certain amount of time. JimRyan is the one that came out. He's known this since January, by the way. He's the one that's come out now and said, oh no, it's a 3-year deal past the current contract because he realizes we're going to have to negotiate something with Microsoft on Microsoft's terms if we want to keep Call of Duty basically going into the PlayStation 6 era, because that's really what this is all about, right? It's the next generation of consoles. So if you look at it that way, Phil Spencer has actually been pretty generous in saying, we're going to give you time to either negotiate something with us to keep Call of Duty or develop your own IP to replace Call of Duty.
My man.
It's not like they're taking it away tomorrow. It's not going away tomorrow. That's why when I see here's my whole thing with Twitter and all the outrage that you see.
Let's go.
Nobody believes anything that they're typing when they're outraged. Because why? You're still going to get to play Call of Duty on PlayStation. No one's taking it from you. Ultimately, I think Call of Duty stays on PlayStation. I just think Microsoft wants something more than what the current deal entails. That's all it is. And if PlayStation doesn't want to do that, fine. It won't be on there anymore. But ultimately, what's going to happen is Call of Duty is going to be day one on Game Pass, just like Phil Spencer said. Right. And people are going to have a choice. If you don't want to buy an Xbox, if you don't want to play on PC, if you don't want to cloud stream it, you can go still spend $70 and play it on PlayStation. So I don't see what all this outrage is about because it's going to happen. And honestly, this Activision deal really isn't even about Call of Duty.
Talk
you know
to
what it really is
talk
about?
to him.
It's about the mobile.
Yes,
it's
King,
about mobile.
King. It's about King.
That's what it's really about. And if you think PlayStation doesn't see that gold mine, of course they do. Why do you think they just did the acquisition that they did for the studio? They want to invest in that stuff too. And since I'm here, and because King, I see all the stuff that King says, he just makes me laugh on Twitter all the time. But in your humor is a lot of truth in the sense that PlayStation is doing exactly what Microsoft started back in 2016. They're doing the same exact thing. They just didn't adopt this current business model until later on. So all the infrastructure you see they're building up, all the studio acquisitions that you're seeing they're doing, they're investing in PC now, they're investing in mobile, they are expanding beyond the console.
Right.
And that's what I think people aren't understanding. When they scream about like exclusives and all this stuff, you will still have console exclusives, but PlayStation is going to say, you can play our games on PC, you can play them on mobile, you can stream them on cloud. We don't care because it's all about money.
No, good point. I got one question for you, Parris. What's your thought process on the, let's be honest, the negative PR hit that, Sony and JimRyan is getting as far as the inadequate verbiage, right? So do you think because the nature of the deal is this important, the scale is that big, we've had a discussion here as far as, well, it's maybe the thought process is willing to risk the negative backlash from the optics because of the money involved, where the franchise can end up, and the ramifications of the possibility. I agree with you. I think that it ultimately will stay with PlayStation, but the ramification of the possibility that it, after the 3 years or the extension, that there's no extension of the Call of Duty franchise.
Yeah, I again, this is all posturing. That's all this is. Because I think it is in PlayStation's benefit to object as much as they possibly can before the deal is official. Because of what if by some miracle it does fall through? Now your competition doesn't have this key asset in their arsenal. That's all this is.
So if there's a chance to potentially nick something,
keep snitching. This is what you say. They're gonna keep snitching.
Yeah, of course. Because look, if my last name was Ryan, I'd be snitching too. I'd do the same exact thing.
I gotta get you out of here. I don't want your clip.
I love him.
Brother, real quick before you go, again, salute to you, man. Always a pleasure to hear from you. Telling people what you got going on with you, and kind of for the XCast and Game Attack Radio Legend stuff, and where you hosting, what you doing, what's going on with you, brother?
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it, man. Game Attack Radio, hey,
legend
since 2005, and kind of funny on the XCast, and there might be a couple things coming up here.
Okay.
Couple things.
Whoa!
We'll see.
We're gonna stay tuned. We're gonna stay tuned. Stay out that yellow Cyberpunk shit. You know how they coming for you.
Oh no! I'm bringing it back.
Stay out that shit.
I'm bringing it back. It's coming back. I've been playing the hell out of Cyberpunk.
See, I'll try.
Okay.
Salute. Thank you, brother, for popping.
All right, no, thank you for having me on.
No doubt. I had to get you in there real quick. So I'll get the super chat, and then we got to go. We got to go.
Yeah, we gotta go.
We got the rubber knob. $5 super chat. Morning, Lords. I think the issue with Sony is that they won't get any exclusive maps, mods, etc., and they can't restrict the Series X version anymore. They're gonna get all of that. That's the thing. Microsoft doesn't need to nickel and dime them and penny pinch in that way. All the only thing they need is Game Pass. Game Pass. That's it.
Value right there.
They don't need to nickel and dime them with exclusive maps and stuff like that. It doesn't matter. Game Pass is the great equalizer, and that's and you're not gonna, unless JimRyan is like, I'll give you $100 million for every for every Call of Duty game. We'll give you $100 million not to put it on Game Pass.
No, Game Pass. I mean, they mentioned it in the Brazilian things. How about you?
Yeah,
cool.
It ain't. So yeah, that's it.
All right, no doubt.
I think so.
Salute to the legendary ACG. Angry Centaur Gaming International Podcast, the greatest reviewer in the modern era right now, the guy who breaks down the science of the games, and you better be knowing about it. Step up your sound reviews. That's the people got to step up their sound reviews, because ACG out here exposing a lot of people that don't really be putting that sound in the game. ACG, man, my brother, where can people find you? What else do you have cooking up?
Well, thanks for inviting me. As always, it's a blast. I definitely appreciate it. I'm doing 2 NDA previews, the stupid stuff where you can't even talk about them. I hate that kind of crap, because it's like, you can say you're doing something. Doing some reviews coming up here soon. I do also want to thank, I saw a lot of people in the chat that are from the channel. I want to thank people, especially with YouTube. Absolutely adult rating everything I do now. No cussing, no violence.
Wait, what?
But dude, 18 videos in the last couple days. Everything's demonetized.
How did you survive?
So it's just
what?
Patron mostly. They definitely helped, but I had to remove the podcast because the podcast was getting hammered so often, so we had to stop that and put it on Spotify. So if you do want to follow and listen to a podcast, we're on Spotify and iTunes and all that kind of stuff. But I just want to give a shout out to the people who do support the channel by views. Doesn't matter if it's paid or not. I definitely appreciate that. But I also want to shout out somebody who is phenomenal to me, because I ain't the best reviewer. Writing on games. Now, I think I've mentioned him before, Seamus. But if you guys if anybody's listening, you want a reviewer who I honestly believe has eclipsed reviewers to the point to where I'm like, man, I'm not even in this. I'm like in the junior high school level.
Brother,
now.
that's huge praise from you.
Writing on games is one of the most phenomenal reviewers. Doesn't do a lot, rarely gets games early, but he does. You can script emotion and sound cool. I can talk fast. Yeah. But dude, I'm telling you, every time he posts a video, I will stop I pretty much unsubscribe to most, and I like his videos hit at like 9 p.m. or something, and he broke down every Hitman level. Wow. And his ability to parse out the feeling of being Hitman is something that profoundly makes me embarrassed for my level of coverage. Like it's that good. And I've had him on the podcast once or twice. But if you guys, he's a smaller channel, writing on games.
Send me the info. I would definitely. We'll give him some
you guys should get him on the channel.
Yeah, we'll
because
set him some
and he's fully. I'm not. This is not behind the scenes baseball, but he sometimes he fights the inner demons. Kind of stuff.
I got it.
He's not always open to coming on stuff, but he will over time. Guys, I'm telling you, there's nobody out there that deserves a subscription more than that guy. And my attention span is not the best sometimes.
Yeah,
for
you
that
and
kind of
Addict
stuff.
are the same person.
I'm just like beaded in, and I've listened to his stuff 4 times. And one time he was describing hitting somebody with like a brick in Hitman from afar, and the way it feels to be like this guy. And I was like, I should put my shit down now, because that's how good he is.
Wow. Okay.
So if you get a chance, check him out. It's
on games.
just phenomenal. And once again, thank you to you guys for inviting me. It's always a blast to come on.
Always,
it's hilarious. I'm always expecting something, and we always go.
Yeah.
Like I didn't know this green hat leprechaun looking dude that like King is now. I've never seen this guy. So when he puts on the green hat, I'm like, what is happening at this particular time? Everybody comes on my podcast and they say that, and this is the only podcast where I'm like, I have no clue where we're gonna go, but it's gonna be fun.
It's gonna be fun.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate you, brother. And the thing about you that I want to give you your flowers. I mean, not only is for your stature as big as you are, I love how you uplift others, and I love, you don't bloviate about yourself, and you're one of our guys, our legends. We think you're one of the greatest.
I appreciate that.
And your candidness, your honesty. You don't hold back. You speak your truth, and I love what you do for the community. It's always a pleasure that we get a chance to link and just have these gaming discussions. We can agree, disagree, but it's respectful. It's fun, and I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what Hat King going to put out. No doubt. Salute to him, and of course, salute to InsipidGhost Xbox expansion pass. Great to have Lord Luke in the building. Lord Addict, where can find you? What you got going on, sir?
Find me getting something to eat. Talk to you guys next week.
Oh, the hunger kicking. When his mouth do that, when the mouth get tight.
Like that. 2 hours past my eating prime.
All right. We got you guys. Lord Saul, welcome back, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, big shout out. Thanks to everybody who got at me and just wished me well. I appreciate that.
I'll joke.
And you'll find me doing what I always do. I gotta go to work. Oh God, so that's what I'm going to do now.
No doubt. Make sure we get the super chats on the way out. When we finish, Lord King, the legend returns. They were mad that the show started without you. They wanted to boycott us until you came, but we're glad you came to save the show. Thank you, Michael Jackson.
Saved the show.
King podcast.
Clutch win.
Yes, clutch W. Yeah, in the fourth quarter, he came through.
I just want to say thanks to InsipidGhost for coming through.
Yes.
I'm happy that he's doing well. He's doing better. He's fantastic. Seeing him here. ACG. Randomly, he is probably the most random dude.
Yes.
Like randomly, he will hit me in the DMs like boop, with a random
question. Random. Yes.
And so I really love this dude, really do. I really like his effort, because if you watch his program, he's been here for 4 hours, and he only let like one curse.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm surprised his bladder ain't doing. I'm dying.
I really respect this guy, and I really love all the stuff that he does. So he's bloviating about the other guy, but his stuff is phenomenal stuff too. So if you're not subscribed to him, or if you don't know about his channel, which I don't know where the hell you're at, please go there and please check out his review. He did one, and the Alan Wake one. I think Alan Wake
especially
one,
check out his shorts. He's been doing
shorts are great.
Too.
Yeah,
they're really good.
Thanks.
I put a channel up in there, man.
But also I love Sav.
Yeah.
And anytime that one of us is missing from the show, it's a big void.
Yeah, we lose a little something on each one. All right,
so those super chats don't get done without you.
You don't want me and Addict reading them.
So
I love y'all too. Appreciate it.
I love everybody that showed up. We had a 900 plus, almost 1,000 people watch football. Appreciate everybody that showed up on a Sunday. This is a crazy with football going on. So thank you guys and I hope I gave you something entertaining. Remember, if you're not subscribed to COG, please go subscribe to him right now. He is literally James Brown, the hardest working man in the business.
Try it, brother. Try it. You guys make it easy for me, and got a good team around us. Future's bright. I'm excited. Talk about games, doing that fun stuff, more things cooking. Also, I'm going to get these last two, I think, that we missed, and then we out. We got to go.
Yeah, hold on a second. We got Tenet Ove with the $50 super chat. Thank you so much. Just woke up in Australia to see you online.
You know we going too long with Australia, got us. Jesus, we're going way too
all
long.
you do and providing so much content. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Appreciate
Then we got Necromancer Zale, $2 super chat. Love these 6-hour shows. Thank the Lord.
Don't comment. Just keep going.
Keep going.
And then we have Lord Metroid, $2 super chat. ACG is the gold standard for me on reviews, period.
Salute.
Yes, that is correct.
No doubt.
Definitely go stand.
Everybody enjoy your Sunday. We will see you next week. More fun things planned. We're out of here.
Peace out.
Peace.